anomalous phenomena.
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Who are they? Where are they from? And what is their intent?
All questions that immediately come to mind with the mention of UFOs.
A Pentagon report is detailing a dramatic increase in UFO sightings, more than 350 since 2021. Many of them are explained as being drones, birds, or weather events, but about half of them remain unexplained.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the SA.
My gosh.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
This video taken by the Navy showing what he describes as pyramid-shaped UFOs flying over the USS Russell off the San Diego coast in July of 2019. The Pentagon has since confirmed that the video is authentic.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago. The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucers. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs that landed on a ranch outside Roswell. The disc landed at a ranch at Corona, New Mexico, and the rancher turned it over to the Air Force. Rancher W.W. Brazil is the man who discovered the saucer.
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
More people are coming forward with their own sightings.
Videos recorded by U.S. Navy personnel have added a new layer of evidence to the current national debate about UFOs.
Right at that moment, I saw what looked like 5 lights flying in formation in kind of an inverted check mark.
The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin. We don't know what these UAP are.
The mysterious flying objects are still a mystery. NASA will continue investigating them and has appointed a director of UAP research.
Technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had.
Look at flying!
Seekers! All right, now it is Friday night, and I want to welcome you here to Roderick Martin's High Strangeness and Cosmically Connected with Courtney Kane. We're going to be live streaming in 2 places tonight. But anyway, you could have been any other place tonight, but you chose to be right here, right now. And with that being said, I'm going to serve you. But before we do that, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the 24 time zones that this show airs. Why? I'm located in the Jumbo State. This is where those UFOs come out to play. It's a Texas thing, y'all. And everything in Texas runs big, and yes, big as in ideas, people, and everything else. And I want to serve you. Now, listen, I got a big promise to make. I'm going to be the boldest, baffling, belligerent YouTube channel in the world, creating captivating conversations that'll certainly cause controversy. All right, so tonight, put the children to bed because what we talk about is not PG here. And if you haven't fixed dinner, let me give you a Texas recipe. Listen, get you some bacon, some butter, some biscuits, little pancakes, because breakfast is really good anytime. Put it together a little bit, serve it up, and you can feed the husband, the wife, the kids, the cousins, the brothers. Everybody likes breakfast, okay? We can do that. But in the meantime, I'm jacked up because, all right, we're going to bring it to a close. I know I like to do my opening for y'all. All right, get ready, get ready. All right, so first of all, it is one of those days, and I say to each and every one of you, you're here as always, and we're going to entertain you tonight. We're going to have a great show. We're going to bring some current news events, and I know you might go, Roderick, how all of this works. Well, because we got the greatness of my sisters going to be here with us tonight, Courtney Kane, the psychic, and we're just going to talk about some of this Puffy thing. And I know, all right, we're not going to have her to go and contact Kim Porter and be like, hey, Kim, what do you think about all that? We're not going there tonight. But we're going to talk about this thing, and we have the ladies here. Of course, my co-host, Selena, me in the moon, she'll be here with us as well. And then, of course, our lead researcher, Nicole, she'll be jumping on with us pretty soon as well. So, and then we will open it up later on for some of you to hop on here with us. And you know the rules. Make sure you got your camera on. Make sure you got some lights. We can see you. We do not want entities in darkness on our channel tonight. We got enough of that going out there. So let me set the tone just a little bit so we can put this together. All right. So what we're going to talk about is what you should be knowing because you're not sleeping under a rock. We're going to talk about what's happening, but in a different way tonight, because I think a lot of this stuff is eerie that's going on with this Puff Daddy situation. But we're talking about satanic rituals type of stuff that we're going to get into tonight. Yep, I said it. So make sure you spread the word, share the channel, sit back tonight and entertain yourself. And as you know, I have virtual popcorn that you're really to cash out to the show tonight. It's got butter, weight loss butter if you're trying to lose some weight. And it's got butter if you're trying to gain some weight. It just got butter, but it's in your mind, so it's going to be the best virtual popcorn that you can have. And so we're going to do that as well. So let me get ready to get things going. I'll give a shout out to everyone. Our godmother of the channel is in here tonight, Diana. So y'all give her a shout out. We'll start there. And then, of course, the rest of you charge it to my mind and not my heart, because those are the things. Another announcement I want to make soon. We're going to be airing our show on TV. Yes, we're going to do some TV and radio with our channel. And so I'm going to have to stop using words like F you, this, and that. In fact, I'm going to get it all out right now so that you're not going to hear me curse anymore, because I got to clean up the show. So right now, I'm going to say everything I need to say. I'm going to get it out right now. And I'm saying, all right, so I got it out. No, I got one more word. All right, so I got it out. You're not going to hear a lot more cuss words anymore. And we're going to do that. So let me get the other ladies in here, because we're going to get right down into it. And if any of you got any questions, you can pretty much. So I will look in here into the chat and say hello to a few of y'all. But anyway, hello to every one of you. And like I said, if you're here for the first time, make sure you share the channel. Make sure you like the channel, the videos and stuff. And like I said, we're dual live streaming to cosmically connected with the greatness of Courtney Kane. So if y'all want to make sure you subscribe over there too, you do that. And we got some great stuff. So let's first get our co-host in here with us. All right. So we got me in the moon. Selena, what's going on?
Hey, y'all.
No, I spoke. You speak to me, and then you know what I'm saying? I said what's going on. They didn't say anything.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. That's all right. That's cool. That's cool.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing
so
fine.
You speak to you, and then you don't want to speak back.
No, I'm sorry. I'm speaking back, all that good stuff. So I'm just being selfish. That's all. And go ahead, give it to them. Let them know you here and all that good stuff.
Hey, y'all. Happy Friday.
Someone said cash out the cash out for bad words. Yes, if you want me to break protocol, You cash out. I'll say some sugar honey iced tea for y'all. I really will. And because we'll do that tonight. I got a few other things we'll do. So let's get my sister, our co-host tonight, Courtney Kane, in the house with us. There she is. What's going on, Courtney?
Hi, Roderick. It's so good. Hi, Selena. How are
Hi,
you?
Courtney. I'm good, and you?
It's so good to see you. So good to meet you.
Too. Same here. Same here.
Well, I got some good news. Oh, go ahead.
I was behind the scenes on Wednesday. You did a
that.
phenomenal job. I was in the chat like, oh my God.
I heard that actually. I heard that. And so I love it. Look, there's Damon. He was with us on Wednesday. We see you and Jay Shar too. Look, and Judith. Oh my gosh. It's so fun to see everybody. But no, that's so awesome. Yeah. Can I say what we did today, Roderick?
You can say yes. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Roderick had his first ever session with myself. And so we, that was a fun, like a connection. And look, I'm showing off your painting, Roderick. So that means
there it is.
Energetic painting. It was really cool. And so, so all of that was really fun topic. I thought it was a good one. What do you think about that?
First of all, like I came into it with no expectations, and not saying that I didn't know it was going to be a good one. I didn't want to expect anything. I just wanted everything to come from the energy and the heart, and you do what you do. And it was fantastic. I would have used a cuss word, but since I'm restrained and washing my mouth with soap. But other than that, it was the sugar honey iced tea, right? It was really good. And the stuff that you touched on and just your intuition and just the way you were going, I was like, this is awesome. So I'm you know what? We're going to do something. We're going to get some of the audience members to really, get a reading and some stuff from you, and just not just a reading. This is not even read. This is your portal to your life. You know what I'm saying? We're going to call it
write that down. I think those are perfect words for a session. You're right. It's a connection to the portal of your life. Yeah.
Yes, I'm telling you, it's that powerful. And what we will do, and y'all know how I like to roll. So we will eventually each week, I'll get all of y'all to contribute, something to it. And we're going to draw a name every week. We're going to make sure somebody gets read, but it's going to be a group effort. So y'all join in when the time comes, but we'll figure something out, and then I'll get it together, and then we'll get her to do some stuff. But Courtney, yes, it was off the chart.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was really, really cool.
Yeah. And so another thing, you're meeting Selena, but you're going to meet her at the Conscious Awards. She's going to be coming with me there.
I'm so excited.
If you want to tell her a little about what to expect, that'll be cool. Yeah.
You're going to have a ball. The Conscious Awards, first of all, last year, anybody who hasn't gotten your ticket, grab your tickets. There's going to be, and I'm not saying it just for you guys to buy something. This is a moment in time where you've got people with this high frequency and this connection where we all come together from all walks of life. Something I was really, really fascinated with last year is you've got Stephen Greer. You've got Roderick. You've got myself. We had, again, Reverend Michael Beckwith. I'm like, oh my gosh, love him again. I know I geeked out about him on Wednesday. You've got Tim Story was there. We had Dame Dash was there. I mean, just 19 Keys, Elizabeth, Billy. I mean, everybody, Kika, Nikki, Nina, everybody was there. It was just a really, really cool experience, and to meet so many different people. And what was really cool, and Roderick and I talked about that, I think tonight or Wednesday or at some point we talked about it where, after that was over, we walked outside, and to meet so many of you guys last year where you were like walking up and saying, this was my username. So we know you all from your username. So when so many of you came last year, and it was so fun because I know, just like Roderick, you're our family, you're our friends, and to meet you, to hug you, to squeeze you, it just was the coolest thing. And so it was off the charts, good time, beautiful experience. And this year is going to be just not even just one day, but a full weekend. So I cannot wait. Bring your glam, my friend. It's going to be beautiful. You're going to have a great time, and we're going to have a ball.
I can't wait.
There we go. All right. And make sure we have the link in the description. So y'all need to vote if you haven't voted for Courtney. vote for her as well. Vote for me as well. Now, what category you're in?
Spiritual leader. So
Okay. Yeah.
spiritual leader. Yeah. So Doc B, also my dear friend, up with, not up against, up with my dear friend Doc B, Michael Beckwith. We've got a couple other amazing people in there as well. And so vote for, the people that you
Y'all
love.
vote for Courtney. Hit the button. Vote for Courtney, and so she can win the award. But anyway, whatever you were saying, I'm sorry. I just butted in.
Vote for Roderick. Vote for Roderick. Exactly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There. And like I told you before, some of y'all got 3 or 4 emails that y'all be emailing people behind each other's backs and stuff. So use those too and vote for us. Okay.
Yes.
So awesome.
All right. So we're going to get into our conversation. A lot's been said, and I'm going to hop into right in the beginning. We're just going to get right to it. So like I told y'all, put those kids to bed right now. I know some of y'all children watch this show. Tonight is not tonight to do that, okay?
No, it's not tonight.
Especially if they plan on becoming a rapper, and we don't want them influenced by this situation. and all of a sudden, they like, rap is good. All right, so the first thing we want to get into, we all heard about the Puffy situation. If you haven't been sleeping on a rock, you have. But one of the conversations that came up with Selena and I today was this image that this girl says she provided Diddy with her monthly flow, which they ate at parties. Now, I'm going to start out. And like I grew up in Texas. I'm still in Texas, Dallas, Texas. And across the way is Louisiana, and they talk about all this weird stuff over there. And one of the things is just don't go over there and meet a woman who want to serve you her spaghetti, right?
Yeah. And
rightfully so, because whatever could go in there can be camouflaged, if y'all get my drift here. And it was supposed to be that if you did, it's going to put some type of control mechanism, hoax, or I don't know what they call it. But anyway, whatever.
Like it's like a spell. It's some sort of a ritual. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you women, all right. First of all, I mean, I think that's a satanic type ritual, right? Have anybody heard of that? So just kind of take me, starting with you, Courtney, of what are your thoughts about this? And I'm sure if you heard of this, what have you heard? So
I actually had not heard. So I want to say a couple things. First of all, I want to preface it to my amazing fiance, because I'm quite known. I told you this, Roderick, earlier. I was like, first of all, I just saw somebody said, "Oh my gosh, I'm going to throw up." Well, me too. Let's all take a breath. Yeah. But that's what I like to cook is spaghetti. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, can we talk about making it and putting it in something else? Because I never want my man or my family to think, oh my gosh, that I would do that. That is so gross. But what it is it's called, I don't know if it's necessarily a Wiccan spell necessarily or what this is, but it is a ritual in the way, or even a satanic spell or a ritual where they taste the blood and they do find kind of this connection with you. And it is it's something where they fall in love with you and you almost cannot break that bond. Now, it doesn't mean that it's an amazing love that happens very often. What I find is it can also be a very toxic something. Now, I do know somebody who did something like this to their I know this person, and they did something like this with their now ex-husband, but it was such a tumultuous 15 years and such a toxic something that this is no way of capturing a love, for goodness sakes. And so what it is it's kind of spellbinding all of those people that are tasting it too. It is vampire-ish. I saw someone else speaking of that. What do you think of that, Selena?
So I've heard the same exact thing, that it's like a ritual to kind of bind somebody to you. Mm-hmm. And as well as not only just that, I've heard of rice as well, where you like sweat over rice and it has the same type of effect. So I know that people do these things. I just think it's the most disgusting thing you can do. It's the most toxic, like evil thing. I mean, because for you to do something like that, for you to actually do that, I mean, it just seems like it comes from such a dark place. So
he was requesting it though. He was requesting. That image said, she said that he wanted to keep up. Let me put it back up and then we'll get Nicole in here. She said, I had to provide him with this, which he wanted to know.
That is because he was one. And hi, Nicole. So happy you're here too. I can't have you up here and not greet you. And I see somebody earlier saying literally criminal in enslavement. I believe, I feel like you all believe that too. I actually think that that's the same. And I'm one that is, I think I take that so seriously.
Now, who's typing in there? Somebody, y'all is typing away like y'all at work. What is that? Nicole, talk about me? No? Is that you, Nicole?
I'm not typing.
I'm just sitting here.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Ghost writing, ghost typing or something. But what it is because I believe that because Diddy was so entrenched in this system, and guys, this is something that is infiltrate, like all of that is infiltrated, like, right? Like we could talk about Diddy and Cassie itself, but we could go on. This whole podcast could be about this subject in every darn industry. I almost cursed. You almost had to bleep me there.
No, we're good now. We were just practice run. We're not on TV and stuff yet, but
okay, good. Okay. And so, but that's the, I would say that's the nerve-wracking thing, is because the people who are used to it, so say Diddy requesting it, I bet it wasn't much of a request as much of it as it was a demand for her to do this, almost as if you were mine. So almost enslaving her, taking that from her. And then it's almost because I'm sure that people that were eating it were not privy that was in the food or the spaghetti, right? And so
and it may not even be spaghetti. It's like we got some tomato-based sea bass tonight. Be like,
well,
really?
In the seasoning and the sauce, and so you're stepping into this power mode, which is a very much of what he wanted in every walk of his life, is how it seems, right? And so it was a power play for everybody that was in his energy, and he did that in front of everybody in different ways of his life. He wanted to be the man, right?
Yeah, but the money, Courtney, imagine this piece of paper, and I'm sorry, I just jump in there, but we open dialogue. And if I hand some, I'm gonna say these ladies here because they're not gonna do it, but there are some women that's listening, and on this contract for $2.2 million, I want your, firstborn, and just the leg, and then I want you need to tell me when the monthly stuff. They're gonna sign it.
They probably wouldn't even know it was in the contract, though. Most people aren't even aware of what they are signing themselves up for. Because when I read through a lot of the court documents, it started little by little until it got so big that she was under his full control, like a full spell. So that's just like, just a little bit on the platter with the whole monthly flow. I'm sure if he was doing that, it was something way worse. And like you said, Courtney, it's all about the control. That's what he's in the whole document. Everything that he did was a power move. It was to control whoever was around him, whether it was her, his security guards, whoever was under him. He had full control, and he always wanted to show that he had that.
No, Nicole, you missed it, but I grew up in Texas. I'm still in Texas. And like I said, in Louisiana, there was always this rule. If you dated a woman from Louisiana, be careful. Never go to her house and eat spaghetti, because supposedly it was a control method that the women would use on the men.
Yes.
If she was to take that and put it into the food and you were to consume it, now you was under her spell, and it was this voodoo out of Louisiana. So what are your thoughts? That's what I thought.
That's crazy. It's crazy to me because I make spaghetti all the time, and now I'm gonna be looking at my own spaghetti sideways.
I come over any of y'all house and y'all pull out spaghetti. I'll be like,
I make it all the time because
I would say,
my kids will
can
eat
you
it.
like Mikey? I'm like, Ethan, you like Mikey? Can you take the first bite?
You can pray to source, God, universe, life over our spaghetti, ladies, right?
Amen to that.
Yes.
I always pray over my
Ethan would be looking back to Mariah. You want to cut my yard? Yeah, I want. I don't know why I want to cut your yard. Do you have some trees you want to cut down? Yeah. You like, wait.
Yeah. No, because spaghetti, you don't understand. Like my kid, especially my older son, is extremely picky, and spaghetti is like one of the only foods that I make that he'll eat. So I know if I make spaghetti, like I want to make separate meals.
Amen.
So I like spaghetti. I like Italian food. So spaghetti, lasagna, all of it.
And look at everybody's comments. Everybody's so up on the information too. I mean, I saw the Realm made a comment earlier that where was it? Where was it?
Look, I never eat spaghetti again that a woman makes me. I don't blame you, brother.
The Realm said this had to, or that they believe that this happened to Diddy early on when he entered into, that realm, the game. And I 100% agree. I think that there is an absolutely initiation system that happens.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And so what happens when you get so fully indoctrined into it, they just think that's the way. That's with the power. It comes the money. It comes all of it. So in a way, it almost becomes enticing, and you're excited to now be the one enforcing these things. It is such a slippery slope.
That's what they always talk about, bodily fluids. When you hear about any of those ritualistic things in Hollywood, it has something to do with urine. If you can remember them referencing urine when it came to I forget his girlfriend at the time, not Cassie, but after, like more recently. I can't think of her name.
I forget what her name is, but I know what you're talking about.
That rap duo. But they talked about urine on that. When you hear about other ritualistic things, they talk about urine, they talk about blood, any of those bodily fluids, they tend to use that. When you hear about it, they tend to use it for those ritualistic purposes. So it's just really disgusting.
Well, I just think that, and we'll move to something else here for a second, but my biggest thing is the fact that we're hearing about the physical things, which we know is brutal. And then when you start listening to some of these other little things that, remember, we had the guest on here that was saying about the Jackson 5 and their blood rituals and all of these things. And it just appears to be this thing all the way around the board. And we used to do it as a kid. We used to like cut, you take a blood oath with your buddy, and everybody's, and
oh yeah.
So it's like something that it's been passed along. My other part of this, and I'll start with you, Nicole. Why this man ain't been arrested yet? What's going on
here? I think we all kind of know that he is working for some bigger fish. I think it's all about, what they really wanted from him. The whole raid and everything is because they had things on video that were of some other individuals, maybe some meetings that went down, or, because the parties, they said, didn't really happen necessarily at his house. But I'm sure there were lots of incidents of people there at his house doing all kinds of deals. And they said he had a camera like in every single room from various different angles. So, he got some stuff on those cameras. And he hasn't been arrested yet. I mean, it's been some time since those raids occurred, and he has not been arrested. I don't think whatever they're looking for has anything to do with Cassie and her situation. I feel like that's a separate situation from what's going on with him and the feds.
Yeah, it makes sense because, and we'll get back into some things here. And well, let me back up for a minute. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, Courtney, this is from your profession. There's a lot of other psychic people out there that are or were claiming some stuff, and they were spot on some of these things. And my other part was, and maybe if I didn't ask you today, so there were some people that was channeling Kim.
Yes.
His children's mother. Now, my question has always been, and if you can just touch on it, any one of y'all too, but when I think of us being reincarnated over and over and over, our souls, so to speak, and if let's say Kim's Porter soul was reincarnated and she's now in some child that's growing up, how could someone still be able to communicate with her if she's already back here?
That's a really great question, but it's the energy of, I want to say, so I personally don't feel as though she has actually been reincarnated yet. I mean, who are we to say this is exactly how it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I believe that, energy never dies. And so when we connect to, great grandma so and so, today we connected to your grandmother, if I could
Yes, we
share.
did. Yeah.
And so who's to say that your grandmother hasn't come through and isn't reincarnated into a new soul? Sure. However, we can connect to the grandmother, the soul that you knew. Does that make sense? So it forms into the energy and the way that you would have known her. So her presence can still be in so many different places. It's not just that she's this one person and entity or what energy, and that this is it. And if she reincarnates, there's no more connection. I don't believe that. So that's a really great question. I remember when that psychic, she's now well known because of that prediction. I cannot remember her name. She did it all over TikTok, the blonde short.
Sloan something.
Can I tell you that after that came out, Kika, one of our fellow podcasters on the Forbidden Knowledge Network, called me. She was like, girl, you got to come on here and do this. And I was like, I have been all over this for 15 years. And I literally, it doesn't always go with the kind of depth of my work. My depth is at a different higher frequency, I would say.
Okay.
I am so all over this, Roderick. I told you, when I'm researching or looking for my own personal interest, this is the stuff I'm forwarding Ethan. This is the stuff I've been talking about forever. And let me tell you that it has been a snowball domino effect. And since the jab time, the jab era, right? Have all seen Hollywood shut down. We saw the issues with old Epstein. We've seen R. Kelly. This is simply a symptom of them all falling. And so we're in the new Aquarius age. What is that? I mean, truth is coming to the light. What was done in the dark will come to the light, right? And that's exactly part of it. The hard part is that we all want justice, right? It is so much deeper than what so many people talk about. This goes into ancient, they've been doing rituals. They've been doing, how many people have seen, what is the Indiana Jones? Is it Raiders of the Lost Ark, where he goes into the temple and they're having that, that ceremony and they're all almost like zombies?
Yes. There's Temple of Doom.
Temple of Doom.
My favorite one.
It was one mine too. But I cannot, and I still love music. I'm struggling a bit if it's not high frequency. We all have those good old when we knew nothing. It was so nice, right? But now
ignorance is bliss.
It's so hard to know. But when you step into a large arena and you see everybody, oh, look, they ate monkey brains. That's right. And
they did.
They're still doing it. They're not monkey brains, though, my friends. That's the scary part. And so those concerts,
what are they eating?
What do they look like? They look exactly like the Temple of Doom. Do you not where they're worshiping?
Yes.
All of it. Go back. It is exactly the same thing. It's happening. Yeah.
So
And
what are they eating? You said they're not eating monkey brains. What are they eating? What do you mean?
I think you can.
What, sausages? What?
They're eating spaghetti.
Hamburgers?
They're eating spaghetti.
Yes,
They're eating spaghetti. They're eating. I think that
human spaghetti.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought they were talking about hamburgers or sausage or pizza. You know what I'm saying? Pizza. They could be doing pizza because that'll pass.
You said the word. How everybody? We're going to start seeing it in the comments. You know what's crazy is that in these podcasts or virtually, we really must talk in code, do we not? Yeah, you see it. Yeah. Love you, love. You got it, girlfriend. And so that is what's happening. And this is the thing, is everybody thinks we're crazy until 5-10 years later. All of these things that are coming out right now, I've been talking about through the jab time and all of it. And all my friends go, what? And then now you're like, you sit back and you're like, here you go. Yeah. And now other things. So the Diddy thing, it is that business, and he is really another Epstein, is what's happening at a different scale.
Yeah.
But a lot more people, not even on his level, doing some crazy stuff. But I think it's all right. So they're more visual when it's doing this, and all right. So let me ask another question. And since you're in this realm as well, and then anyone else can chime in. Why wouldn't someone who is psychic wouldn't call her up and say, Cassie, don't go to that hotel tonight. He's going to drag you by your hair. I'm just saying maybe it's human, but couldn't these people get warnings of this stuff from if people are reading and picking it up, the energy? You know what I mean?
If they're going to people in the light, yes.
Right.
There are so many, even, let's all go back and watch. That's all of our homework this weekend. Let's all go and watch Temple of the whatever it was called, right? And so Indiana Jones, Temple of
Doom.
Thank you, Temple of Doom. You
on
see
Disney
the
Plus.
crazy that there are workers, people who are psychic mediums or shamans or whatever that do not work in the light. So that's why going off of a referral is extremely important. You want to know that who you're connecting with connects to the light. And so she might have had her own guidance. I'm sure she does today. But when you're in that, I think you're also being managed by a lot of handlers. And so could she have had seers, let's say seers, I'm going to put it in quotation marks, that weren't quite really working in the light? Absolutely. Did she know? She probably knew. But when we are traumatized, it's so hard to see anything else other than what's in front of you.
Yeah, that's I think it's pretty much
co-sign that.
The trauma serves as like a blinder for anything that you could have foreseen if you weren't stuck in the midst of the trauma. I agree with that 100%.
Definitely.
Every party, every weekend, every moment they were traumatizing,
drug interference, alcohol interference, and that puts a blinder on you as well. So when you're consumed in all those type of dark things, sometimes you just block your own self off from being able to see what could potentially take place.
And then some people get attached to the toxicity.
Yes.
And they've been living in it for so long that it's hard for them to see themselves without it.
Yeah.
And then another layer even to that is, even if you do get guidance from the light, if you are so deep in the dark, it's gonna take so much to pull yourself out.
Sure.
And I think that's what happened with her. Like, eventually she just got tired and she just couldn't do it anymore. And maybe she had a lot more people around her that were supportive of her exit strategy from the relationship.
Well, think of, and I'm not saying that men don't have it difficult either, but think of Cassie in such a high level situation, especially knowing what happened to Kim Porter, especially with what happened to so many others that have been, pretty well reported. And now I'm pretty sure they have lots of documentation of all of the deaths that have been around and things like that. For her to be brave enough to possibly see somewhat clearly, to be able to file that suit, and then also to know that she was going to be judged. I mean, that for so long, there's been so much victim shaming, right? And as women being hurt in those, ways, and SA'd, and it takes a lot of courage to come out and stand in that. Especially, I want to breathe when I say it, there's documentation of things she's not proud of either. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yes.
That doing
that's mixed in.
Horrible. Yes.
And so the fear, any of us would really struggle with that. And with the way that, this goes back to sadly to Bill Cosby. I know everybody was cringing and so sad when, oh my gosh, the truth of that was coming out, because I have a beverage here. I mean, we drink stuff all day long, and to be in a place where you feel like you can trust somebody and somebody of power, and then to know later that, oh my goodness, you're not safe. You question everything. So it does throw us off our rocker. And the thing is too, is most of these people that get into that space are not just supporting them and their own children, but supporting their families. And then you feel, I mean, just the entertainers, the young entertainers that have moved up through that system, who have tried to go away from it, and who have all had addiction issues and all of that. It's just a very, very sad situation. And I think that that industry is enriched in that kind of behavior.
So I was wondering, going back to the question, Roderick, that you asked about him not going to jail yet. So what I see is that a lot of these people that go through these big exposure, when they go through, like, it's almost like they level up in a sense. Do you think it has anything to do with, like, he's not being punished for what he has done, because this could be some form of a ritual in itself, where he's like almost leveling up in a sense, but it won't be in the forefront? Because even when it comes to Epstein, I get real down and dirty. First of all, it makes me feel very nervous. I couldn't even watch the Netflix series or whatever they had on him. But I just wonder, like, are these things put in place? Like, they're already aware that something big is going to take place, where they're going to be exposed, they're going to be embarrassed, shamed. Yes. Like, the worst thing you could ever get, criticized, whatever. And they get to level up, but it's like a behind the scenes type of thing. It's not going to be where everybody knows that they're leveling up, but amongst the people that are really in power, they get to level up with these big deals. That's why they never seem to get punished for what they do. And if they do get punished, it almost seems fraudulent. Like, are they really going to jail? Do we really think they're being punished for it in real life? Or is this just like an act for the people,
I think you're so spot on. It is like a shaming ritual. It's just like, all of the men have to wear the dresses in the movies.
Yes.
You are so spot on with that. It is a shaming ritual. They do level up. You also, I mean, think of the Will Smith, Chris Rock situation. That was absolutely a shaming thing. To humiliation ritual, I think is what they call it. And it happens with women. It happens with the men. Look at Taylor Swift with Kanye. I mean, and then what happens is when you see these celebrities wake up and they realize, oh my, what are we in? They struggle so much getting out of it. And that's why when you see them going through, mental breaks, and then they're ridiculed. It's said that, they're crazy, and, there's addiction issues. And then some of them might be offed, you know what I mean? And so it is very sad, but because you can kind of, you almost can't escape that once you've sold your soul. I go back to that song. Ethan is on here and he likes it. I already know it's like a Hotel California, right? Does everybody remember the lyrics to that song? It's like
you can sing it to us.
You leave, but you can't go. It's almost like you think you can leave, but you can't go. Everybody, that's your second homework for the weekend. I'm gonna have to go listen to it too, so I can memorize it. But once you sign that document, they own you.
Yes.
They own you, and it's a soul ceremony, and that is, I think, the thing that they don't understand, because our culture too, like our generation here, we've all been taught that, oh my gosh, the celebrities, and I've even with my oldest, who's 26, I've thought, oh my gosh, you could be this amazing actress and whatever, she's so talented. And there's no way in the world I would ever want that for anybody I loved ever now. And it's changing. They've been so quiet. Anybody notice how silent they are right now, and that they have been since. I mean, it's all falling apart. Ooh, somebody mentioned Travis Scott. What do we think that was?
Big
Oh
one.
God, that was a sacrifice for sure.
Yes. So bad.
Well, yeah, they
And
talked
then
about his
he
music.
got looped into the Kardashian clan.
Oh yes. Yes.
Who is also looped into who?
Oh
The P.
yeah.
Diddy clan because of Chris's boyfriend. What's his name?
Oh, the manager guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so they say that he's a plant. Now, many people, yeah, and many people think that that P. Diddy is also a plant, like Epstein was. You know, working for the government with all those cameras, and that is also why, just like Cassie being so brave enough to stand out and say, you know, this is what's happened to me, knowing that, you know, look at everybody rallying around her. I'm so grateful that that's the response, even though it's just so sad. But if you can think about it, you know, none of those celebrities, singers, actors, all of them have been, maybe not in that inner circle bedroom stuff that was happening, but some of them were. And they're all quiet. They're all so quiet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think because we have that plaintiff paperwork that she did, and you know, of course, blowing up somebody's car, forcing her to be with sex workers while he, you know,
while he
baited
watched.
the film encounters and watched. Yeah, that'll be the good word. He watched, you know, and one of the things, again, I just try to look at it from our high strangeness world of all of this stuff. And of course, you're still talking about rituals. You're still talking about men, you know, now trying to say things. And then the other part is the girl that I see on Instagram or Facebook a lot. Is it Jaguar or something?
Oh God.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, right.
she's all
right.
over the place, but she's like really like, I'm just snitching.
She's her and Orlando Brown.
Oh yeah, they're like
so many issues.
It's almost like they got the same act crazy.
They do.
And then nobody would bother you.
They do.
They do.
It's like somebody's writing the same script for them both. Like,
it's like truth is mixed in with the whatever else is going on with them.
Yes.
There's truth like mixed in there, but I think when some people, you know, that possibly have mental illness, they can maybe twist or misinterpret something that happened and then have their own story, you know.
Yeah, but
and I
people's
think that's
interviewing
what
these people,
happened.
though. But people
They are
bringing them on major places to listen to.
But you know what it makes me think? This is the conspiracy side. But I always wonder if, because you know they have to expose the truth to us, but are they made to add a little extra flavor in it to throw people off so people can say, well, it seems crazy, so I'm not sure if I want to actually believe that because it just seems like it just doesn't make sense. You know, I think it's like, I think it's a lot of truth behind what they say, but because of who's presenting it and how it's being presented and adding a little flavor or twist to the story will make you always question the validity, if I'm saying it right, the validity of the story that they're telling. You know what I mean? When it could actually all be pure facts.
Yeah.
You know, but it keeps them protected. But it also some say who know who, you know, who they are, but some say that they have to mix that in so that they also don't get, let's say, Kim Porter. I hate to say it like that, but that's why some of them.
So y'all saying is somebody will say, well, he killed 32 people with a gun, knife, and everything else. But he also jumped up a tree and was screaming like a monkey. And I couldn't believe that. So that negate everything before that. You know what I mean? It's like
for some
the
people,
first part was the truth, but then the second part, yeah, and I also saw him drinking blood too. Like, you know, it's like, oh, really? I believe the first half, but now I don't believe. Oh, you know what? It's all crazy story.
It's on purpose to mix up the information so that you don't believe it. That's why they let people like that go ahead and tell their stories and give them all that attention. One, because they know it's going to draw ratings because the people are going to say things that are completely off the wall and they want to be a part of, that. But the other half is they want you to say, well, if this is a lie, then that has to be a lie too, because something's wrong with this person.
Yeah.
And so they want you to discount it completely and just look at it as an entertainment piece.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much. All right, so the other part, and we'll go back to this, and if y'all just jumped in, what really started this conversation off, here's a little picture I'm going to put back up again here, is Cassie saying that this dude wanted her monthly flow so they can eat it at parties, meaning other people knew or being served. And I'm sure he told some people, drink this up if that happened. And I'm sure other people too. But at the end of the day, and correct me if I'm wrong, ladies, wouldn't she would have had the power because they was eating her blood instead of them controlling her?
But who controlled her? It's almost like thinking of the pyramid scheme in a way. So who's her master? So when she gains that authority, then who is then the authority over her?
She's just a slave, that's being used for the agenda.
For the rich,
And somebody else in here brought up Clive Davis. Yes, my friend, this run deep. This run deep. Yes,
a lot of lawyers, a lot of people on the entertainment lawyer side too.
Yeah,
big time lawyers. They know everything. They know all the dirt.
For
all these artists and entertainers.
He said this P. Diddy stuff is a distraction from aliens. And I don't think that was done deliberately, from that. I just think that, again, my thing is, and I'm still kind of into this, and Courtney, I know we talked about this before, is just doubling back on the fact that Salone, that the psychic lady, the other one, just was like, I've been talking to Kim and everything else. And, we hearing these stories, and then he got 2 daughters, and I'm sure they hearing the stories. And then at the same time, you got all these people coming forward. Then we get this California thing just pops up out of nowhere, which really somebody had this tape all this time and they only got 50 grand for it. Are you kidding me? It's like that was a $1 million meal ticket. But then it's like someone is deliberately trying to get him shackled up because they're like, man, that didn't work. Maybe this will work. Oh, man, okay, another filing. Somebody else filed something else.
It's because they don't want them to go to the next level. They don't want them to go to Clive Davis. They don't want them to go into the industry. They don't want.
That's what it's going to lead back to Clive Davis and the true people.
It is, and that is why they're trying to keep it here, so that this is where the focus is. And while this should be all brought to the surface and out to the light, they want to leave it here, just like with Epstein, that there was nothing done to anybody else, right? There was no other information that was brought to the light. There were political people, there were celebrities, there were all of that. I mean, it was so big, and then they stopped there. They made it so dramatic, just here, just look here, and they didn't let it expand. That is exactly what they're doing in this. Yeah. So if we slowly leak it to the peons, to the zombies, which is essentially what they think of all of us, then we'll be satisfied enough to think that something's being done.
Well, then it sounds like to me, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like 2 things: that, okay, Diddy may have been trafficking, he may have been doing all this stuff, but he wasn't the facilitator, the originator of the women and the girls and wherever they live. So that's way up here somewhere else. The other part is, or we need to give him credit. Did he know this could possibly? And so I'm going to get evidence on everybody. So when the Sugar Honey Iced Tea hit the fan, I'm covered. And so no one knew that he had 250 cameras. Like it says, he got all these people constantly going. Somebody would have known. If you go to Diddy's party, Bishop, Jake's, the devil is there too. Y'all gonna get photographs together. I don't know. I'm just using this, but you would think now it all sounds like what we are saying about this dude, that he's probably the maestro of maestros, saying, yeah, I cover my butt. You know what I'm saying? Now, what are y'all going to do now? Y'all better protect me, because that was rumors said that he did say he was going to call on Bishop Jakes, a lot of them, to help him smooth things over. And why would he do that? Why would he feel that he had enough power to say, I'm calling you and I'm calling in these chips? You know,
of course.
Yeah. And
yeah, I think that's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
Those people that he were consulting with, during this time, you mentioned Bishop Jakes. I mean, he's recently put posts on his Instagram page with the two of them praying together, with the whole family praying together, putting that out there. And that was like right before the video dropped of him beating on Cassie. So it was really like weird to see like him start to come like out a little more, since everything kind of like died down from last fall. And you started to see him like re-emerging a little bit. And now all of a sudden, boom, this thing happened.
But
So
doesn't he look different?
He does.
His eyes were not quite that close together.
Yeah, they keep doing this. They swap these people out. They do all types of crap. And the funny thing is, like you said, Courtney, it's the same thing done over and over. Remember when Travis Scott did his thing and he did that full ASS apology? It was the dumbest apology I ever seen for such a huge event just imagine you getting on camera and just being so stupid with your apology. I mean, this is just, it to me is kind of insulting in a sense, because they keep doing the same thing over and over again. And then we we give it so much power, we're looking at it every day. We can't get enough of it. And that's the point of it all. It's like, let's feed these people this dark stuff and let's keep them into it, and we get locked in it, and it's just a repeated thing, and they keep bringing it and bringing it and bringing it, and it just gives these, I don't know who they are, but it just gives them so much power.
Yeah.
And I think it's funny because I'm like so into this type of ritualistic stuff, but it's funny how people have seen this get played out so many times and they still even question the agenda. It's like, I don't think that's really happened, a ritual, or how what they call it, Illuminati this or whatever. Right. They just don't, people just don't see it, but it's just like being thrown in our faces every other year or every year is the same thing. So I just find it laughable.
This is what's so scary though, is it's in our music, it's in the frequency of the music, it's in the shows. I have a 9-year-old, and I watch, there have been shows that I'm like, what are you watching? I remember cutting her off from Sam and Cat during COVID because I heard the way that the kids were talking to each other. And then I also noticed that there were no mothers. And then I also noticed that oddly, the grown men were always shirtless. And so I started to, it was weird. And I was like, something's fun. This is funky. And they're already grooming our children in so many different ways. And that's really not any different than what Diddy was doing and I don't even say some of the names because I have some amazing high profile clients who I love so dearly who have left that industry and come into the light. And so I don't even want to name some of the names, but because we've all been down dark roads, and then we've all been, many will come back to the light and realize quite clearly where they've been and then how far they've come. And I think that somebody brought up earlier mental health and how important it is. And we're talking about what the woman on who's the woman in Orlando, and what was the other
Jaguar, right?
Jaguar, yeah. And so I think that even for me, we can jump off into crazy land where it feels like, wait, what? And it can be very, almost even toxic to really dive into that rabbit hole of information, because it will shake your world, because the more you go, the more you see that the more we see that this world is not at all what we think it is, which is why I have to
take a
to the light, and I'm so careful with the energy. And so I can know this. I watch the things just like everybody else, but I have to make sure I do my own energy clearing. And when it's enough, I have to turn it off and go put my bare feet in the grass.
Mm-hmm.
And
I have to watch something funny afterwards, because otherwise it's like
take you down a dark road.
You have to reverse it.
Yep.
It's true. And they do have to put this stuff out there for us. They have, if it's evil or if it's that, satanic signs and symbols in that way, they do disclose it to us. And that's the thing, because it does feel like a mental F, right? We feel so messed up because it's not just grooming the children, it's grooming the parents.
Everybody.
Right?
Yeah.
Ethan said we had to cut her off from Roblox too. Yeah.
My son too. My son doesn't play anymore.
Yeah. You can't.
Yeah.
And it's a vicious cycle. Yeah, it's a vicious cycle.
People hack in there, and then they're not kids, and they can chat live with the kids. So my son would play, and some of his classmates, and they would all be playing with each other. But then one time I saw him chatting with I was like, who are you talking to? What is that person's name? I couldn't tell if it was AI that he was chatting with, or if it was a real person, and that was a little weird.
That's a whole other podcast. We all need to come back together. I have stories.
Yes.
Have the stories of my clients with some terrifying stories about that. And thank God they trusted their intuition and their gut. I mean, going to Las Vegas and having these people on the same floor as I've got tons of stories. We should, share that in another podcast, but it is pretty jaw dropping when we find out that, think of there's an artist, and I can't think of her name. It starts with an M, Bravovich, something, Bravovich.
Mila Bravovich?
Yes.
Yeah, I like her.
And no, that's not her then. Because I don't know.
Jovovich?
Nope, that's not her. There's an artist, and Jay-Z she was in one of Jay-Z's videos. She's in all of the elite things. She's worked with all of the,
She the one, not to cut you off. They showed this image or picture or video of them two being really close, face to face.
Oh,
yes. And
man, I don't know what y'all talking about. Oh, I don't even know. No, this is.
It was she works at the Met or something like that.
She was at Diddy's house. Since this has been happening, they show images of her with him.
And she conducts cooking, so spirit cooking. And so when we're talking about the blood, Lady Gaga, think of that meat suit that she wore.
Yeah.
Think of that the blood. And it
Somebody
is.
said she's a satanic spirit cooker.
She is, but it's covered within art. And listen, I'm an artist. I mean, I get it, but she does it in such a dark way. And some of her pieces, this is the thing, is they've been so moving in the beginning, but once you started to see the truth, that you can't hide it. And so you guys do your homework on that, and you'll see many celebrities, that there was a huge fad in Hollywood where you would see like a buffet, but it would be like a humans laying on a table.
Yes. They're eating sushi off of people and all kinds of weird stuff.
And I could see how you're like, oh my gosh, that's so cool or whatever. But
what TV y'all be watching?
Many of them are there. They've got, so you think it's not real body parts, or you think it's not blood. And many of those celebrities might think that it's not. There's a picture of, Gwen Stefani. And I'm like, I was always such a fan of Gwen Stefani. And I'm like, dang it, come on. She literally got a fork going to a woman, and it looks like a cadaver. It is and so this is happening. So even they're even grooming some of those celebrities to think like, oh, this is just celebrity. It's just fun. It's just art. And then you start to embark on it, and then you don't even know how far you've come. It is absolutely grooming.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is
So
like,
this artist that's involved with them, she just kind of like moves from artist to artist, and she's conjuring evil spirits.
Yes, absolutely. There's another woman that Kim Kardashian works with, and I don't know her name off the top of my head, but I didn't even know we'd go down that rabbit hole. But there's another woman, and when you feel her energy just from the picture, and so there's a lot of that. And I'm sorry, what were you saying, Selena? I cut you off.
I don't know, but it led me, with you saying that, it led me to what's that designer's name? I don't know why I can't think of him right now, but his sneakers has a star, and his wife, he has a wife. The pair just look totally like weird. But when you look at her, she's an older woman. Rick Owens. Rick Owens.
Okay.
He's a designer. If you look him up and you look up his wife, and they're amongst the people too, like all the Hollywood people. And if you look at her, she has a really dark look. Like you said, you can feel the energy from the picture. She is one of those kind of people that you just know, even from the name of his shoe. When you look at his shoe, like a shoe tag, it says something like I can't remember what it is. I'll look it up, but that it's connected to some type of darkness, and she plays the part. Both of them do.
Well, and I know we're getting off of Cassie and P. Diddy, but think of
it's Freaky Friday. We go everywhere. So.
We go all over. I love it. Think of Balenciaga. All of those things are true. All
with
of
the
those
kids and everything.
And I'm a girl. I love Louis Vuitton, and I see everybody talking about the red bottoms.
Oh yeah.
I am that. Listen, I have a couple of
pair. My husband has a pair.
I have a couple of pair in my closet.
That's a bloody ritual. Even the checkerboard is all a part of it.
Yeah, the checkerboard.
Yes, it's all a part of it.
See it. You cannot unsee it.
I got some pictures for y'all. Y'all talking about those people?
That's it.
Oh Lord.
That is
dark
shadow. That's the witch that was working with Kim Kardashian. That's her.
That's who you're talking about.
Oh man, they look like.
So it's called dark shadow. Those shoes are called dark shadow, if I'm not mistaken. That's all over his stuff.
Look at that model.
Look to him. Yeah.
I can't even look at it. I can't even look at it. Yeah.
Yes.
They look like.
And people are buying that stuff.
Oh yeah, they love it. It's popular. Really popular.
There are underground cannibal restaurants.
Yes, the pizza
look at her
in New York. Yes, where they do the rituals in New York in that pizza shop.
She looks like Gollum.
Oh yes,
from Lord of the Rings. It's like giving me like real creepy, like
I think that's an old picture too, by the way. Yeah. So if you can imagine. But no, all of that unfortunately is true. And this is the thing, it is really interesting how sometimes we understand who we can go to this depth with and who we can't, right? And so because when you start to put all of this stuff together, it absolutely sounds nuts.
Crazy.
But all of us, if we're all anointed, like we're all connected to source and God, we all can breathe and connect back to that higher frequency and that light. And so when we discover what truth feels like in our body, and when we can keep coming back to that, when we see something and we filter it out, coming back to our own internal discernment, we can know what isn't good and what is. And so if we can stay really clear within that, our own compass, they want us to be off our rocker so that they can sway us and even our children. And so what's interesting is I've said here lately, actually, to, some of those closer, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like that old lady that's preaching about the music. I remember when I was a kid, I had a friend whose mother, she loved music for so long, but then all of a sudden she was like, nope. And I remember she was saying Procter and Gamble are Satanists, and she had all of this stuff. She was like, absolutely.
Wow.
And my sister brought that old friend up. I mean, we went through all through grade school, and I thought, oh my gosh, you know what? What's sad is her mother was right.
She was right.
Now I'm that old crazy lady, but that's true.
Have y'all heard of somebody called Gilly the Kid?
Yes, he's from Philly.
Yeah.
They said he was going to be exposed at some point, and his son got killed right after he got $1 million check or something.
Oh, so there's always a sacrifice.
His son did get killed.
Yeah.
There's always a sacrifice. So Kanye, they say Kanye's mother.
Yep.
Kanye's mother. There's always a sacrifice. I mean, some were even saying that Kim Porter was actually a sacrifice, but I think he actually did it. I don't know that was really.
I mean, I can't say for sure, but yes.
All alleged.
Yeah.
Right? All alleged. And so, it's very disheartening when even think about it. Who loved Danity Kane?
Oh,
I did. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There's CD in my car.
I did too. I love it. Aubrey Day.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah,
I love them.
Well, me too. And sweet Aubrey has been out loud voicing her truth.
Yeah, she's been talking for a long time.
And I am so proud of that girl because she has not ever swayed from her story. She is stuck up. And, when this just was about to come to the light, they knew this. Diddy was out trying to get all of those girls to sign NDAs or sign new disclosures and saying, I'll finally pay you for your music. But it was because they have such truth. They're trying to quiet them and get them to not be able to speak. And it essentially says you can't ever speak for eternity. I mean, there's some really crazy, forever. And so some of these contracts bind you, just like we're talking about with that blood. It's a ritual. Some of those contracts are binding in that way.
Yeah.
So why haven't we heard about her being involved in these?
She's here too, probably. So she probably, that's why, because it made me think about it when I read through those court documents. And so they specifically said in the court documents that he always made her carry his tool, if I don't know if it's okay to say it, but he always made her carry it, even when they referenced a time where someone came and busted in the room with them and said, Suge Knight, we just saw Suge Knight somewhere. And he was like putting on his clothes, trying to go, and he made her carry the weapon. So it's like that made me think about that time with J-Lo, where that was the whole thing, that they were saying that she was carrying the weapon or something like that. So, but I think that it wouldn't affect her the same way because she's not on the same status as him, but she kind of is. Whereas Cassie was like, she was like used as
very new.
Yeah. So they could influence her in a lot of different ways.
I think J-Lo's mother, J-Lo had such a strong connection with her mother that I think that she had been warned. There was something I saw not too long ago. In J-Lo, you can almost see her energetically shut down when she started to kind of go into that. And she knew, I think that she was getting in really deep. I think that she knows a lot of things. That you also see her again eerily quiet, and energetically doesn't she? And listen, we're all getting older, right? But I think that even her energy when she's in front of the camera right now. Even I saw moments on TikTok. I don't watch the Met Gala. I don't do any of that junk, but it had come up, and I saw it maybe for a minute. Even the way everybody's on such high guard.
Yeah.
They're so scared about being asked. They're so scared about something coming out of the closet from, and I think that she's a strong enough person where I think he could take her far, but not quite tip her over like he did Kathy. And so I think that she had a more of a balance within her own energetic state, but I think it went far enough for her to gain her own notoriety. she used it for her own power, and then
Yep.
she stepped out and she got the hell out. But she
Yep.
knows what's going
She
on, and so, and she led. There was somebody that she led to P. Diddy. I just saw it not too long ago. And she, I think it was 50 Cent, actually. She's the one that was like, hey, if you want to do that, he's the one, go there. And so all of these people know what he's up to, by the way. They do. And they kind of push and groom people because that power and that money is what everybody's after.
What about these folks? Most of them are messed up in the head today, of course.
Just about to say, Justin, when I seen him, they did something on him recently. I watched it. It made me very, very sad. And they showed him being, oh my God, at award shows, being talked to inappropriately when he was very young. And they had a scene. As a matter of fact, it was a girl on YouTube. I was watching her go through all these kid stars that grew up in the industry. He was one of them. He was at Diddy's house, and Diddy was like, why haven't you called me? Why haven't you called me? Like, you haven't reached out to me. I thought we were supposed to hang out together. That boy's face looked terrified. I felt so bad. And this is when he was really, really young. Yeah. It was like he got fidgety. He was kind of moving and he was looking around. I mean, when I say he looked scared, so they even showed him later on, like more recent, and he did a video. He made a video, I guess, referencing a time on an award show when I can't think of her, Charlize Theron had this stage to him. So
it was McCarthy, Jimmy McCarthy.
That's who it was. And it was a scene in his video where he kind of like puts that in there. You don't really know if you didn't know about that particular situation that occurred at the award show, but it looked like on the set of the video, you would just catch him in a corner with his head down. It's like he had to relive that event again, but it just stood out to me the most when he was with Diddy, and you can just see how completely uncomfortable he was. I was like, this is terrible. I think a lot of them go through him to get, like you said, to get groomed or whatever.
It's all also in plain sight. And I think that they all turn their heads because they understand what's happening on the other end. And so, I think that these kids, many of the parents, I mean, Usher was essentially handed over by his parents to Diddy and lived there for so long. And so you can even see Usher, that same energy if you watch some of those videos. Now, Usher's also choosing to be with him today, so he's perpetuating it. And so I don't think that's the same as Bieber at all. And I do feel protective over Bieber, but I do feel like Usher's perpetuating that same energy. I hate to even say it, but you can see his energy too when I've seen somewhere Diddy speaking or whatever, and you can see it where he also goes into that. It's the trauma state. They go into I'm comfortable, but you can see there by their body language, by all of that all of that rushes back in, and they're 10 again, they're 12 again, they're 6. They're being victimized yet again, even though they're now adults. And so, even the person who is doing the assaulting or whatever, I don't care if you're 40 years old and they're 60 years old. Sometimes if you get back within that vicinity, you go back to that same energetic state, that age, that emotional age where the event first happened. And it's something that, it cripples you.
You can see it.
Even think back to, we talked about.
What about this scenario?
Oh, goodness.
Who is that?
I know. I'm like,
Cuba
Gooding Jr. and I don't know who the other guy is.
Remember, he filed a lawsuit. Remember, he said that Cuba Jr. or whatever was.
Oh, that's the producer guy. Okay, I didn't. He looks intoxicated. I'm just gonna say that.
I can't even make that out as being him. That's so crazy.
He looks intoxicated. He looks like he's on something, and the other guy is just kind of like, ha ha,
Hey,
looks like It looks like, he's like leaning over on him, like saying God knows what in that state of mind.
I never even heard of anything that was going on with him. What are they saying about
Oh
Q?
gosh, he has been known to do some like very bizarre thing. I think he had like some cases against him for SA. So,
oh yeah,
like he touched or grabbed people inappropriately. Like he got sued. I also heard that he like would be in parties and like running around with like no clothes on, and like after a while everybody was like, "Oh, that's just Cuba. He just running around. He ain't got no pants on." Like they were like, I was like, "What?" So yeah, they said he would get intoxicated and he would just be off the wall.
Wow. That all right. So we got plenty of pictures of him and 50 Cent back in the day. And of course, we know who's in the middle right there, Miss Hilton.
Right.
And all of these stories and everything else. And let me change it up just a little bit, Courtney.
Yeah.
Earlier, you kind of alluded a little bit to you didn't think Kim Porter was back here all the way, so to speak. Do you kind of get senses? Do you ever decide to investigate some of these things and say, let me just tap in and get some answers?
No, because I can feel it without tapping in. That's a really good question. So somebody asked me that. I mean, actually, Kika did. She was like, "Girl, you need to do that." Whatever. And what it is to me, it does feel dark. Like it feels like we're, and it gets into the drama of it. And now in my sessions, I mean, if somebody wants that information, we can go there. But I don't spend my own time going there because I'm wanting to connect to a higher frequency of energy. So connecting to that can sometimes keep us in that realm. And so is it Kimora Lee Simmons? Listen, that girl knows what's going on with her friend. She knows. And the way she has spoken up, I love that girl. Don't know that girl, but I love that woman. And the way that she's come and spoken truth about her friend and about anybody that she felt like was victimizing, not just her, but some of even all of the models that she was connected with for so long. There's a lot of truth in that information, but there's so much truth out there that when I hear it, I'm like, that's what happened. And when I am in that realm of my own truth, I do get like head nods from, say, their energy that's like, yep. So it almost feels as though I don't even have to go there because I already know. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's and I think that we all have that discernment of what feels like truth to us, but many don't do the work to figure out how truth feels in our body. So are you essentially asking if we could connect to Kim Porter? Is that what you're
Hell
wondering?
yes, I'm alluding to it. I am like, I just didn't want to say it, but
Listen.
I'm only one here thinking it because there ain't nobody else. Y'all, rest of them don't care.
Yeah. Well,
well, let me ask the audience first. Do y'all want her to tap in? Do y'all think we should go there? Let's see what they say first.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all put in the chat. Let us know what do y'all think about that.
Yeah, LOL. Damon's like, LOL. What I can tell you, I'm like getting chills even just thinking about it right now. But what I will say is that I do feel like her spirit is at peace. And when I say that, it feels as though her spirit's at peace because truth is coming out. Yeah. Because so much of it was happening, especially in the way that she had connected and said that it was going to anyway. And so I do feel that there is even more to be divulged, but it does feel like it's small leaks. And when I say small leaks, it does feel like it is small increments. Like it does feel like as far as Diddy goes, the big burst have happened right now. Okay. It does feel to me like it almost might go dormant again, just like it did from November till right after into the spring. It feels as though we go through another, I almost want to take a breath in. Feels like we're going to go in another almost dormant season, and it feels like it's up and entangled yet again, but it feels like this next time brings in another really high player. And so I do energetically, it feels like they want to keep it in the music industry. They're wanting to keep it there. Kim says it's so big. It is so big. Okay. So she's referencing how it wasn't just the music industry, but they're almost trying to make it that almost like a recreational type thing, where it's not bringing in the political officials, or let's say royalty, right? So if we can think about it, even in the Epstein case, there was royalty mixed in with that, was there not? Prince Andrew. And while many of us like Harry was there. So do we think it's not connected? Oh, it's connected. I'm telling you. So that is the thing. So Kim, let me tell you this. Take a breath, everybody. I don't feel like Kim is saying, woohoo, yes, on the other side necessarily. I feel like her spirit is saying, just the truth will be opened and come into the light. And that is it. So it's not as though there's a victory happening with Kim on the other side. It's saying that her soul can become settled. Her soul can become more grounded and say that this was my truth. Her energy, listen. When I feel her, there was this sweet innocence in her energy. And that is also why Diddy cared for her. It's also why there were children, right? There was also, that's why that connection was there. But there was a hurt in her as to what, that's why she stayed. So as I feel that in her, she shows me that that grooming, even within her energy, started before even Diddy. It feels like it was conditioned within her family. It feels like it was conditioned within the industry that she was working in. And so it was moment by moment of hurt from one person to the next, to the next, to the next. And Diddy was just the biggest hurt. It was also one of her biggest loves, but she was also so blinded by the manipulation, by the gaslighting, by the even false promises of I'll change, I'll change, I'll change. She just felt as though she was safer to stay. That's what she keeps saying. Okay? So was she in fear? I feel like she was in fear quite often. Did those closest to her know? Absolutely, and 100%. Were they always in fear that this would happen? Absolutely, and 100%. Let's take a breath in. But her soul on the other side is at peace, and it's because the truth is coming to the light. Yeah. Sarah says, yeah, Cassie was a smart victim. Yeah. Kim says that there was not just one book, and it does feel like, and I haven't seen a lot on that subject with Kim or anything like that, but it does feel like there is some sort of book, and I almost see like a disc. So I feel like somebody else has this. So I don't feel is that out? Is anybody saying that quite yet?
They said she wrote a book, but and was going to expose him, but they didn't say what happened with it.
Yeah, they said, well, I heard that it could have been from Sloan, that someone else has that and that will eventually be released.
There is a book. It is on, see that it's not just in paper though. It's not like just written. It does feel like it's also on like a disc or something like that. And so I almost see that there have been pictures of this as well. So I think that there's probably 3, and he might actually have a copy of it, by the way. Okay. And so I do feel like that's the case, but her truth is coming to the light. I do feel like in her own way, there were battles between all of them. When I say all of them, I want to say that was Cassie too. So they have their own karmic connection, but Kim understood the age difference, and she understood how Cassie could get drenched into this world. She understood exactly what happened to her. And so she had hindsight. She had age on her. She had experience on her. And so on the other side, it does feel like Kim is protecting her, and that feels really, really beautiful.
Yeah.
I do think there are more coming out. There are more. And I do see that protection is needed for those that were really young who had gone through a lot of those traumas, and some of those people are also in the industry. And so while yes, I would say that some of them participated, and Kim's actually, I feel like this is guided even by Kim. Many of them, yes, participated, but they were so young and manipulated into thinking that it was something rather than they didn't really understand what was happening. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They were so young. And it does feel like there will be some protections being made over that information, but people are already assuming. Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A model just came forward.
Okay.
Another model.
Yeah.
I believe that
another model.
The modeling industry was feeding this, by the way.
Oh yes, I think it was a part of the whole human trafficking thing.
Yeah, definitely is. Yeah,
especially with the models that aren't the top level models.
For sure. Yeah,
the top level models, everybody books them. Their faces are on Vogue and everybody. But think about all the other models that are like up and coming. They're booking small jobs here and there. Like, what happens to all of those, models? They don't all make it to the top tier. Everybody's not going to be a Cindy Crawford, So there's what happens to those young women. A lot of them get pulled into these escort agencies and things like that.
Yeah.
Think who has seen the movie Taken?
Oh yes.
Yes.
That is
They have several versions of that, like 1, 2, and 3 or something.
Those Victoria's Secret shows were a rich man's playground of saying that one. And I'm telling you, that's exactly what was happening. And so think of Naomi Campbell's diamonds. It's a very common thing that people know that she received these massive diamonds from a prince in this area and a prince from that area. And one would call and say, "What do you think that is?" That's exactly what it is. There was a model years ago, and I remember as such a young girl. Do you all remember getting the Victoria's Secret catalog?
Yes.
And we were all kind of raised on like, oh my gosh, yeah, and looking at it.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, Roderick, I'm sure you never saw one of them. You're such
my mom always ordered from Victoria's Secret catalog, so I was always like, I can't wait till I'm old enough that I can wear this.
Exactly. Roderick, stop it. Knock it off. Just kidding. But there was a model. She was blonde. I remember I thought she was the prettiest. Like, I was like, oh my gosh. You know how we have that one person in our mind? We're like, that's beauty. And she was blonde, and she was from another country. But I just remember thinking, oh, that is the epitome of that's what I want to be when I grow up. Like, she was beautiful, but she had a massive, massive breakdown. And she went out, she was talking about all of the sex trafficking and the drugs. And this was like back in probably early 2000s. And the media spun this like she was out of her mind crazy. They pulled a Corey Feldman on her, like, she's whatever, and spun it. And we never heard of her again. I actually looked her up a few maybe a couple of years ago, because she crossed my mind, and I was like, I wonder what happened to her. You cannot find anything on her at all anymore. But she was referencing and talking about the truth that was happening within that industry. And those girls, and listen, those were just the high-priced girls that were being trafficked to all of the, everybody else around the world. And so it's just very, very sad. And so if you also go back to Corey Feldman, look at the truth that man has been spewing for so long.
For the longest.
I believed him. There are so many child actors, celebrities that have been going down there. We could just list them all.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be some type of the old actors telling the new ones, you don't want to come here, or they're like, oh, we got some fresh blood now, they're gonna leave me alone, like
because they
ritual,
because they showed. I saw something about Shirley Temple even back then.
Yes, I heard about that too.
They had her, they had a host of these kids that would reenact these movies with older, like with adults, but they would use kids to reenact these movies,
really
and
creepy.
adults would go see that. Yeah. And I mean, the way that Shirley Temple was being used as a child, and everybody just, went along with it. Nobody looked at it as being something that was like, something we shouldn't even be engaging in. I mean, when I saw that and how many kids they used to do that, it was just insane. And the fact that the parents just push, like you said about Usher, I think you mentioned Usher, Courtney, his parents pushed him into the industry. It's just amazing how these parents stood by and they would allow these people to do certain things to these kids. It's crazy.
Well, you trust them. You start to trust them. Somebody earlier said, wait till you hear about Tom Hanks. Oh, my little heart got broken.
Not Tom.
Stop it. Oh, my gosh. We're going to have a whole... Oh, yes, my friends. Yes. And it is really...
Tom Hanks being shuffled around, or it's Tom Hanks inviting a shuffle? I mean, it's two different.
It's dark. It's really, really sadly dark. And so I remember breaking poor Ethan's heart when I started to be like, babe, and he was like, really? I almost can't I don't watch TV much anymore, because once you energetically, even, it's just, you just can't. And so there's what is his name? Cappy, Isaac Cappy. I don't even want to tell you to look, but look him up. And listen, this is the thing too, is if we're looking on mainstream stuff, so much of that is also hidden now.
That's true.
But that will lead you down a rabbit hole that you're going to need to take a breath, take a break, go outside. And it's not great at all. And guys, think of it. Think of how many, do you see any celebrities talking out on even the Travis Scott stuff? Did you see any celebrities really talking about the Epstein stuff at all? No. Do you see any celebrities at all talking about, many of them, any mainstream celebrities talking about the Diddy stuff? You have some, oh my gosh, 50 Cent. I'm like, I love you. I love you. I love you. We've got so many people that are being brave and saying something, but out of the, crickets, somebody says crickets, they're not doing it. And they're not doing it. It's because they're owned. It's because so many of them can't, and because they have children, because they have families, and they also don't want to not be here anymore. And so it's very sadly the truth. Yep. It's true.
Yeah, that's true.
You will probably think about would Puffy be another Epstein, so to speak, but just in a different community? So you know what I mean?
That's 100.
Yes, lower level, but yeah, I think so.
Yes,
his stuff is weird though. I mean, I'm
glad I didn't go when he invited me to his party.
It really messes with my spirit. Like when I try to watch that show on, I just can't think if it's Netflix, whatever that was on. It just really it weirds me out. Even with them throwing in that story that he, unalived himself and all this stuff like that. I do not believe that. I believe it's some real dark stuff. We have no idea. We probably can't even scratch the surface of exactly what has taken place and what is currently taking place. Even as far as I was told when it first happened and they wiped it. I tried to investigate it top and bottom. I could not find it. But what is John Legend's wife? What's her name?
Oh yeah. I can't even listen to them. I cannot even listen to them.
I can't look at them anymore. I mean, when I heard what she was saying,
what did they do?
Her Twitter account talking about
Y'all whispering.
What? I missed it.
We're gonna have to essentially talk in code, just FYI.
Yeah.
But
all right, well, somebody send me a message in that private chat. Y'all all got access to it. What
oh
she
my
do?
gosh, Roderick, how in the world have we not talked about all of this? This is
They
so
write
I
it up
missed
so
this.
fast, but when I
Y'all
went
stop the ooh and give me some info. I'm biting at the bit over here. Woo! Wow! Come on.
So go back to the parties, like what we were speaking of.
Okay.
And so we were talking about we were referencing the spirit cooking parties. So many of those parties were also not just with adults, but with little ones.
Yes, it was.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
so many of the comments that woman was making involved comments about the little ones.
Yes,
And
they
they were quite grotesque to any of us who have children, anybody that in referencing them in a sexual way, referencing them in a almost like in a hungry, like wanting to even eat dark.
Yes.
Wait a minute. I'm getting a text. Oh my! She said this.
You didn't get
What?
it.
Send it to me.
I'm just working on my acting. I ain't got nothing. I'm just
country voices, eyes wide
that was
shut.
that was just me working on my acting skills. Ain't nobody sent me nothing. You know, I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, Courtney just said it. She pretty much said it. She said it without saying it. She just didn't say it straight up, but she said exactly what it was.
Let me ask you a question.
You can't
Selena,
find
this is for Selena.
Oh God.
Do you have my cell phone number?
I just wanted I will.
No, this is the courthouse. We're gonna go through the steps. Do you have my cell phone number?
Okay, I'm sending it now.
and then Nicole, I got yours, and I'll send it to you. You get what I'm saying? Let's just pass this thing on.
Please, because I'm so lost.
Let's just go to Kane here. You know,
Nicole, you might.
Thank you, Rainbow. Look at what Rainbow Light Warrior just said. We didn't say it out loud, but Rainbow Light Warrior said it. Thank you.
Yeah, but remember, okay, so y'all remember.
Oh God!
When I interviewed what's his name that said Michael Jackson then was doing the same thing.
Yep.
Oh,
and everybody thought he was crazy. Remember I interviewed him from the Shylights.
So Courtney, I don't know if we talked about this. I always reference it all the time when we talk about this kind of stuff. But have you seen the show Atlanta with
I've seen
Danny Glover?
Huh.
With his name.
And Damon text about give it to me too. Pass it on to me too.
Watch it. I'll watch it. That'll be my homework. What is it? So Atlanta.
I'm gonna find the episode for you, but it is specifically about Danny Glover, aka Childish Gambino. He's an actress.
I
mean an actor, excuse me, an actor and singer or whatever. He has an episode on his show because Atlanta is his show. Okay. So he has a full episode where they go somewhere. I don't know, I can't remember who went, whether it was him or his girlfriend, went to this event and they were like cooking body parts and they had this like elite dinner.
In the show, like Make Believe, or this is real?
No, it was in the show like Make Believe, but he always does a lot of episodes on things and it's like a hidden message, you know what I mean? Where he's letting you know, but he adds some like comedy in it so it could kind of throw you off. But when I tell you that was the weirdest episode, and he's had some pretty weird episodes on that show, but that one kind of pointed it out exactly what they do with these body parts and all these things, and who the who's who are at these dinners and they're being served, on like a platter. And it's just like it was just the weirdest.
That's so weird
thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look for the episode specifically.
Listen,
well, I'll be afraid to go because I can probably feed a family of 8 by myself.
Well, you hear. Listen, it's a true thing where we're so going to go down all the rabbit holes. I love it, and we could do this for so long.
Yeah, but y'all not saying nothing. You and Selena ain't saying nothing. My phone is going off. She still ain't text nothing. And I got everybody's texting me to do a group chat. And you know what I'm saying? And you and her, y'all, it's like y'all talking to each other. Yeah, girl. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
she
so-
said this. Oh, my God. Did you read that? Oh, yeah. Oh, I heard that too. We ain't got nothing. The rest of us, look at the chat. Everybody's waiting.
It means you have homework to do. That's what that means.
Yeah.
So, I love you. So listen.
It means like y'all part of the cover up. Like, we got to protect them. That's what we really hear. Protect them. Yeah, don't tell them either. Nah, I'm not going to say nothing. No.
We're protecting your YouTube page is what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And
No,
so,
that's all right. That's all right. I can clear it up. If y'all just talk, I'll clear it up.
So, but what that is definitely happening. It's happening in at Bohemian Grove. It's happening all over, and it's pretty incredible. I think that even so there are two things I wanted to say. So you talk about you'd be afraid to go. There is you hear about, especially like on Skid Row, that so many homeless end up going like missing. And even so many, or for a long time people were stealing organs, like organ snatchers.
No, I have got a text. Now you kid me.
No, I'm not.
So, and not just that, but Mike Tyson was on Joe Rogan. Who listened to that? And he was they were talking about the human hunting that was happening. What is that movie where it's
movie? Yes, where they were hunting those people. Like,
that's
I knew it was. I knew it was. What's the name of it? Called The Hunt or something, right?
I don't remember the name. Somebody here is going to get it, but it was all the elite, the elite white people.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's called The Hunt. Yeah.
No, I don't think that's what it was. Was it The Hunt?
It is. Yeah. Because isn't that the one where the girl, they were running through, it's the specific scene where it was a group of them in this open field and they were trying to escape.
I haven't. So there's another movie.
You talking about the Hunger Games? But they weren't eating each other.
That's one.
Now that's what that Ice-T played in when they hunting him though. Ice-T, The Rock, remember?
Kanye referred to this movie. He referred to this movie.
Yeah, remember Ice-T,
Mm-hmm.
and they was hunting him. Let me find it on the internet here. And The Rock was one of the guys, and Ice-T actually.
Get Out. Get Out. I'm talking about Get Out.
Oh, that one. Oh,
Get Out.
Oh, yeah.
So now I have to watch The Hunt, and so but Get Out is the movie I'm referencing. But the Hunger Games, that is exactly what's happening. And so Ethan's like, there's been a lot of movies like that. Think of the Met Gala, guys. What just happened at the Met Gala? Right? Did you see all those costumes?
Oh, yeah. The one from the previous year, they said that was a real sick one. Was it the previous year? I mean, they all are built over like the ritualistic stuff. But
it is. That's exactly what this is. Yes. And so it's all intertwined. It really is.
Like one year was like Christian themed and Rihanna was dressed like the Pope.
Yep.
And
deities, different deities and saints and things like that. That's right. So
it was this show right here.
Surviving the game. Now I'm going to write that down. I got homework.
Okay.
Ethan, we're going to have
real is the cute.
You remember
is this from the 90s?
Oh, you know, some of y'all wasn't born then, but I'm saying
I definitely was. It looks like a 90s like type style show.
It was a good movie, and then Ice-T became he was a bomb off the street, and then he began to fight back while they all was hunting, and they was trying to teach his kids. They had some kids there, and the whole thing was teaching them manhood by hunting people.
Oh wow!
Yep. Look, Regina.
Okay, Monica said that's when he had the dread. So yeah, that was back probably in the 90s, early 2000s.
I didn't watch the Met Gala either. I hope nobody was watching, but I saw
this last one. Yeah, all that green, they all had a theme, right? Like trees or something.
Yeah, it was some kind of nature thing. It was somehow related to nature, and I don't know. They were dressed like weird stuff. That's all I could explain. Tyler's dress was made out of sand.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
She couldn't move. They had to carry her up the stairs. It was like a bunch of people wearing. To me, some of them didn't even go with the theme. I think Doja Cat showed up in a
t-shirt, right?
A towel at first, and then she had, I forget what else she had on. It didn't make any sense to whatever the theme was.
But let's talk about even Doja Cat's evolution.
Oh Lord, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think about? Yeah.
It's something. It's kind of bizarre, and now, like the boyfriend that she had her like walking around wearing he's a designer with a it looked like a sheet, but it was a dress that they were selling for some crazy amount of money. I was like, that's a white bitch. What in the world? She had nothing on but like a thong or something. It was like in a jewelry store. I was like, this is so bizarre.
A thong? I need to find that one. What are you talking about?
Well, she must be like high ranking. Either she's trying to level up. I'm sorry, I was looking for that.
You do know that, yes.
So she was leveling up. I believe she's heavily connected because I was telling a friend about her, and I said if anybody could remember, her first song was about a cow. Remember, she was like moo, moo, something like that, and it was very it was weird. Like, how can somebody come in the industry and make such a major like full force? I mean, where she is now, and she came and singing about moo, and she was just drinking this milkshake, and it was just the weirdest type of video. Now all of a sudden she is who she is, and now she's on that dark path. So it seems like it's just one of those ritualistic things again.
Well, very much those that do that, it happens overnight too. So their celebrity or their fame and their money, you no longer have to win an Emmy or whatever, an award.
And is this why all these men be coming wearing dresses? Like y'all got to do it different too.
Yeah, that's a part of it.
Yeah, it's really. When you start to see it, you can't unsee it. That's the thing. And so when you start to notice also the symbols that are used in the videos, you can't unsee it either. And so once you're like, it just starts to kind of ruin.
The entertainment side.
The facade starts to fall, and then you start to really realize that we are all in a spiritual war here.
That's all it is.
It is absolutely all it is. And so us infusing our energy, healing, doing, all of the work of, Rebel Raider says LeBron in a dress was a sign. It was. And, it's just so important for us to take care of our mental health, or take care of our children, take care of our hearts and our minds, and to also understand that that currency of love and light will be supported, and somehow abundance does find us, right? When we get to show up for who we are and our light, somehow, oh my gosh, that message comes across and people find that. So we're lied to thinking that we have to do these other things that these other celebrities do in order to make it. And we start to idolize them. And I think it starts to get really gross whenever we start to be
now,
like,
what's the message here?
Well, what do you think the message is right there? You know what that message is, right?
Either she just came out of the back room and with the dude behind her, and he just sweated her eyelashes off or whatever.
Look at her hand. Look at her hand. When her hand is down, what way does that cross go?
Well, I mean, she's holding her left and right. Look like
it's upside down. It's an upside down cross.
When she puts her hand down,
she's promoting, like, you see those tears coming down. It's like that sadness, the darkness. That's what it's all about. It's all about keeping us in a state of almost like a depression, like a dark depression. That
wouldn't it be her and her instead of us keeping us? I mean, even that shirt looks wet.
No, it is.
Yeah, supposed to be.
Yeah, it's supposed to be that. Is it like what do you think is like some sort of baptism or something? I mean, it's something
reversal. It's maybe a baptism into the dark. I mean, look at her eyes. And one would even say that she's got panda eyes. So those who know, anybody who knows what the panda eyes are.
Panda eyes. Let me put that back up. So
yeah, and so see how dark. And listen, I love a smoky eye. Do not get me wrong. I love a smoky eye, but this is something more. And the thing is kids look at this. Kids see this and they think, ooh, and so what they don't understand is they're replicating these images and these looks and listen, I bought into it when I was young too. I mean, I had every damn Us Weekly and all the things, and that, you know, that whole early 2000 thing. I bought every Us Weekly, Star, whatever that junk was. And so we do that in our own little ways when we're young, not really realizing that, oh my gosh, we're perpetuating whatever it is they're feeding us. And now it's just so blatant that it's so dark. This is what's feeding us.
Because her blonde hair, you know, the blonde hair ritual that's supposed to represent like mind control. Like they're
and they all do it.
They do
all
men and women. Yes.
Once you get to a different level, you'll see that they're all graduating to a different degree. It's so true.
Yeah, you know it. It is so
I mean, she always seemed to got this eye thing going at all times here, you know.
It's definitely promoting something for sure.
Now, y'all said it's blonde hair thing. What is that? Let me look around here. See if I see.
You look at that, the red backgrounds, the checkerboard floors. Once you start studying that stuff, you see that they all do it. It's all in movies. It's in music videos, you name it, people's houses. They just do it and they're throwing it at you and you have no idea. If you don't know these signs, you would have no idea that they are, ritualistic things. It's like initiation. It's like a code. It comes with the territory.
Think of the music, guys, too. And so I had a client on my podcast, Ashley Boyd, not too long ago, and she's, large into the music industry or has been a writer and, all of that, and is anyway. And so we jumped off that podcast, and after we were live, we were talking about the frequency of music. I was like, we need to do a podcast on that. But think of this, guys, that music, which I love music. I love it all.
Me too.
And though that music, there's spells. Think of what you're repeating over and over and over. And so there's a song that's like, I'm bad at love, or something like that over and over. Years ago it came out, and I remember driving and hearing my little girl in the back seat singing it, and I was like, click, and I was like, oh babe, like we are so good, but so I'm so careful about that today. And then I think of the songs that I used to sing that I'll still put on and I'm like, oh dang. So once you know, you can't know.
Yeah.
Well, it's like this the same girl.
Mourning it too.
It looked like she's always been pretty expressive here.
Oh no!
Yeah, watch the evolution of the expression though.
Yeah.
Look at that, and there was such a dark place. She was sharing
especially for her looking like this now versus some of this other stuff. It's like she was happy and lively and colorful, and then now it's like, I'm crying,
Well, now she's connected into she's been groomed into that. She's in it. She's in it.
Yep, she's all the way in it.
They lose their eyes, they lose their spark, they lose her, all of that. I mean, they lose themselves. And so they're almost, it's like, they're no longer there. So some may say they've been MK Ultra, right? Or, they're in a trance or whatever it is, but they're no longer really they're themselves.
Yeah. Because even like you said, you mentioned earlier about how Diddy doesn't look the same. And that's a big deal. Like where they could possibly be swapping these folks out. You don't really know what's going on with them. Whoever you see is not who you think you see. It's just a lot of the illusion going on that they present to us, like the trickery of it all. It's just ridiculous.
It's
Yeah.
Body Electric says Doja Cat is crying out. Yeah, I mean, it's really sad how deep it goes, and I think that
Someone says, notice the Om symbol and the sword piercing the eye. It's a representation of tapping into the masses' third eye and replacing it with sexuality to poison the spirit.
I hear it.
Yeah, the Om symbol was on her hand. I don't know if y'all saw that, but
I saw it.
Yeah, right here.
Mm-hmm.
And and whatever that thing is piercing into the third eye. So why would these people in plain sight be trying to put up all these messages, and who are they reaching for this? Who are they turning people with this stuff? Or is somebody like reading it, seeing it, and all of a sudden they're now like messed up in the head because they don't seen this hand? Like, I'm looking at it now, but I'm more focused on what she's grabbing than what the message on her hand is.
You're a man. We love you for being a man, but yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm really liking this grip,
but that's also why you can sit here and stare at it and watch it, and you're subliminally getting.
She got me. It works. I mean, it really works because it's like a firm grip, and I'm like, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not thirsty, but I'm just saying I got the message. She got him.
Yeah, and Regina Stahl says, in all the fake masks, you never know who. Absolutely, that is so 100%. But it's all subliminal messages. Who remembers the Super Bowl when you've got Taylor Swift up there and she's doing something to make the camera come on to her, whatever, and then you've got I don't even know what her name was, but the girl in the background, and she's literally throwing up like devil signs. Did anybody else see that?
No.
Tell me.
Yeah, you talking about Ice Spice?
Yes. And so I'm too old. I'm like, what's her name? I don't know who she is, but yeah, if you go back and watch that for no reason at all, it doesn't, like, there's no reason for it. She throws it up, but you can see that Taylor's like, for also like, oh my gosh, and does like starts chugging a beer and starts whatever. And when have you known Taylor Swift to do it? She knows that camera's coming. How many people do you have watching? How many people do you have watching that Super Bowl? And then what's her name's back there going, whatever she's doing with it. There was something on. It was a TV show, and it was a Bravo celebrity. I actually quit following the person. I think I followed that person because I had watched the show for a little bit, and she had shared like a clip where she was going to be a guest on the show or something, and she was excited about it, I'm sure. But for a few moments, she did this hand sign, and I was like, no way. And I went back and I looked and I thought it was the exact same thing, and I thought, I don't know if people are saying, oh, just do that for fun. But these people are just, I don't think that all of them are aware of what they're doing.
No, they're not.
Agenda.
She definitely didn't. She was just doing, trying to be cool.
I have to make my kids aware because, with TikTok being such an influence, they have access to all these things. And I like, oh no, I try to explain it to them because they throw even you see how they keep doing that peace sign thing and they stick their lips out. That is something. I don't know. I know Kim Kardashian, she does it.
Can you do it so we can see where
I'm not doing it. I will not do it. They just do the peace. They throw the peace sign up and then they're poking their lips out. And that peace sign, I know it has to represent something. They throw those horns up all the time. I mean, they throw these things up and you just think it's so random. You just think it's a pose, but it really is not. They're giving props to whoever, whatever.
Sticking your tongue out. Have you noticed that they do that too?
Yes.
And I've caught my little one doing that, and I always want to smack her. And I haven't, by the way, but I might want to. And so, but I've been like, that's not happening. Yeah.
Yeah. They definitely do it right. It's just right. It's so blatant now. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's out there and everything.
Yeah.
That's why I wish my son, he wants a phone so he can have social media. And I was like, nope, he's 11.
So
yeah.
he all of his friends have a phone in school. He has a tablet where he can play games and do some educational stuff. But I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
no, because
And
I just don't. I want to keep him a kid as long as possible.
yes.
I listen, and somebody just posted Roy Gibson. You know, I'm from El Reno, Oklahoma, by the way. So that person, I don't know if I know who you are, or if you know who I am, but that's an interesting post. There's a family that the police department is married, and the family that goes down there, talking about there's a pedophile ring or something like that. Interesting. I would like to know more about that. You talking about that with the media and all of that. I have always been so fierce. Now, my sister works for a DA's office, and I have, an older daughter who's an adult and engaged to be married now. And but through raising her, I have always been absolutely so fierce in protecting her. And we are so lucky when our children become adults and they've not been hurt. And that infuriates me to think like that. And I have had a few opportunities to set people straight, and I am not afraid to do that. And so if I ever switched careers or jobs, I would be fighting exactly what that Roy just said. There was a man who was his old man in his 80s, was sending inappropriate messages to my adult daughter, but he was one of her fellow cheerleader buddies when she was in high school and junior high. He was taking pictures of all of the little girls. So when my daughter turned 18, he started to send her pictures of when she was like 15, 14, 15, 16, saying, "This is the most beautiful picture I've ever seen."
Oh.
Whatever. And she sent them immediately to me. She knows who I am. We talk about everything. She was like, Mom. And my daughter's father was the mayor, mayor. Like, my daughter is a very smart, she's not one of those timid children where you would think that you could get away with something like that. And I don't know why that man would think he could do it. Was so bizarre. And so she said, "Mom, please don't go crazy. I'll handle it." And I took a breath, and I said, "Okay." And so she did not respond to him. And this happened over a course of, quite a while. And finally she blocked him. And about a year and a half later, that man came to my business page and commented on a picture of both of my daughters, my older daughter and my young little girl.
Well, that'd have been it.
And I immediately screenshot. And by the way, I had all the screenshots he had ever sent. I had everything. I had already, I think I had already talked to the DA's office and was going to report him. Paige told me, "Chill out, Mom." So I didn't do it yet. And after that happened, I sent him every screenshot I ever had and blasted him on Facebook. I sent him a direct message. Of course, he immediately blocked me. And I called the police department, and they still have a case. I pressed charges on it. I don't mess around. And you as parents should never be afraid to do that. And so somebody says, "I would have pulled up to his house." Oh, my friend, I did. I actually was like, I'm self-employed. I don't mind paying a fine. I don't mind having a record. I mean, I'll do that. No problem. And so, but my sister told all of those detectives, said, "You don't want to mess with her." And I told them, I said, "I'll handle it if we're not going to handle it." And they said, "Well, if you do this, this is what the police department told me. If you report it, what's bad is, we could start a case and watch him. But if you let him know that you're watching, he might delete everything. So you don't want to let him know." And I said, I know, like I know that man, if he's doing this to mine, he's doing it to so many. This is not the first. And do you know that person, again, 80 years old, you see him and you think he's sweet old man, all of it. No, he's not. And I wanted that on that man's record. Do you know, I was contacted by like 4 people that said that they had actually that they knew somebody who had been hurt. I'm not going to talk about it because people are aware maybe, but it's on his record, as it should be. And I am vigilant over things like that. So if I ever went into any other direction of career or life, I would be working in that field to get them, if that makes sense. So
yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, Roy Gibson, I want to know more about what you shared. So anyway, let me know.
All right. So I have another, y'all can answer this question. What does this mean? And and not just them doing it, but all of these people.
It's the all-seeing eye.
And look, it's the 666. Look at their
Well,
fingers.
I found something that said it's 666. Yeah.
That's it. That's the
But when you do your finger like that, that is 3 6s.
Yep.
Oh, with the spread. Okay, got it.
You see it? It is 666. That is exactly what that is. Yep.
Wow.
Okay. Meaning 6.
The devil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're giving the devil props.
All in plain sight.
Yeah.
All in plain sight.
That's weird.
They do a lot of it. When you start looking up red backgrounds, they set all this stuff up and make these celebrities do all these things to show what do you call it? Is it credence or something like that? To the dark side of the world, I guess. I don't know.
Is it a game? Is it just them saying we're gonna play with everybody? Let's just
it's saying
you all are part of this thing.
Yes. It's like a sign to say we're all part of the group. So we've been like
All
it's like
connected.
you've been initiated. Yes. It's like like I'm one of you, my friends.
Yeah.
Yes, that is what that is. Yep.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. So this is what it is.
Yes, sir. I don't even want to look at it. Yep, that's exactly what that is. Yep. Think of it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say cosmostrology, DG, he says 666 doesn't really mean that either. And it doesn't. But whatever is of the light, they will use it for darkness. And they'll put that darkness behind it so it can change, what it represents.
In their view, that is what it's representing. But no, I agree. I agree with that. It's not a scary thing. It's almost in the way I remember in a session.
Y'all give a shout out to Spaced Out Radio.
Hi, Spaced Out.
Spaced Out Radio. Yay.
Thank you. All right. All right. So again, if the stuff is happening in plain sight, yet we're not talking about it, in other words, people are not saying anything about it, but yet they can, because at one point in time it was the Illuminati triangle, the eye. Now it's moving to this, or I don't know why don't the good people make up their own symbol, like no war? I don't know. If everybody's doing it, why not?
I don't think that it's moved from that Illuminati triangle signal. I just think that's one of the signals. I think they've all kind of been there at the same pace, if you will, or that's how it feels to me. I think that, I don't know if maybe the good symbol is that you don't do that. Maybe the good symbol is that you speak truth, or you try to protect those around you, or I don't know. It's really interesting. That is what would the symbol be? Let's ask you, what would that be?
I mean, we will probably we will, because I be doing my thing. Your eyes are useless when your mind is blind. I got the shirt on.
Yes.
And speaking of that, y'all need to get y'all shirts and everything else. And to pay the bills here, I got to bring up who our sponsors of the show. Y'all give me 30 seconds for station identification here. All right. As y'all know, we are sponsored by Live Here, the coffee. And a lot of you have been giving your testimonials about the coffee and the energy and everything else. And I think some of you are out of energy because some of you need to reorder your coffee. Now, if you are like me in the moon, and yeah. That's just a personal knowing. Just had a coffee. Y'all need to reorder your coffee, support the show. They support us, support you. Like, if we get 20, 30 good customers, and then they supply us with enough money to bring a better show to you. So anybody getting their coffee tonight, make sure you place your order. And when you do, put it in the chat. I will give you a shout out. Another thing for you UFO people, I think I put something together for you all to kind of get into the game. Right now, I have a little collection in Google Drive. It's got about 400 books, ebooks on UFOs. And if you want to get in the game and learn a lot of stuff, I'm going to send you this entire collection, 400 ebooks and related things to the UFO. I mean, at this point, you now have your own show. You can call it, my own show, whatever you want to name it, and get into the game. You cash out $40 to the show. I'm gonna put the cash app on the screen, and then tomorrow, make sure you put your email address in there, and then tomorrow I will send you this file download. Okay. And I know some of y'all want to get in the game. I know some of you want this information. And we got something that we're trying to do. So 10 of you support the show tonight. That'll be a good thing. So anyway, if you want to get in the game, you want to learn, you want to have that information, y'all can do that as well. And then, of course, make sure y'all vote for Courtney and I for the Conscious Awards, because we're going to be there. And I think voting stops in another few days or weeks. So we need to find out so we get that vote-a-thon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do need to talk.
They usually cut it off a month or so before so they can start ordering the trophies and stuff.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So let's find out, and I'll reach out to everybody over the weekend and see if we can get into the game by Tuesday. And we'll do it. Let me see what next day, Tuesday, even if it is. Tuesday, it'll be the 28th. And so we'll do it live on 4BK if we can. And we will jump into there in pretty much. So, all right. So once again, and also for those of you, let me put this number up. It is back up because I can answer it now. The high strangeness, but I'm going to change it to Project Black 2. It's the 888-345-9121. And we got a few calls today. And if you do, you can leave a message. It's going to record the call, or if I call you back, we'll record the conversations. But start bringing those calls in, those stories, sharing the number, and that will be where this alien, maybe it's an abduction, maybe it's some spooky stuff, whatever it is. But use the number 888-345-9121, and it's our 24 hours hotline, and pretty much from there. So, also, lastly, y'all know I have to run this thing here. So, lastly, I think, honestly, my Cash App is broken because it's not working. So if you want to test it to make sure it works, I'll give a shout out to the testers and pretty much, and not the ones with jokes. I mean, some of y'all broke it by testing it so bad, and it broke. It went the opposite way. But anyway, so back again, if you're into this UFO game, you want all that information, y'all can go ahead and do so. All right, so let's get back on to our conversations. And we're talking about all this celebrity stuff. We're talking about all these rituals. And I want a spirit of honesty, not from y'all four, but from our audience. I want a spirit of honesty. How many of you would do whatever it takes for the fame, the glory, and the money? Would you? Don't get me wrong. You hide behind your username so you can be honest. You can say, I'll give up my mother or my kid or, the next generation. I'll take a blood oath, or I'll eat some kids. Oh, well, you can drink my monthly juice. I don't know. But what would you do for the fame? Now, and you have to look at where your life is today. You got to know, because I don't think everybody is where they want to be. And I know I'm not, but I'm heading somewhere. But what would be that irresistible offer that something could come up to you and say, I'm going to show you this life of partying, dancing, money, power, whatever. Now, you got to hold up some signs. You got to come to some of these parties. We're going to have some rituals. You're going to have to come, slit your wrist. We get to drink your... What is the threshold? Because I'm sure there's a number, and I'm not saying this for everybody, but somebody out there will probably say, I just don't know. And there you go. Somebody says nothing is irresistible. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, what would somebody do? What do y'all think? Because that's the point. I think the point would be, I can't say I have a magic number. Somebody says, "Well, Roderick, we'll give you $10 billion to, it's a lot of man in you, Roderick. We'll just eat half of you for $10 billion." I don't know. You get what I'm saying? You'd be like, "Nah, dude, is it gonna hurt?" It's like, what is that number? Because obviously, all these people got a number. So we can't say that they're bad people, but something enticed them to go from here to there.
I think you get infiltrated into the system. I think that, what is it that if you boil, if you put like frogs into boiling water, they're going to immediately jump out.
Mm-hmm.
But if you put them in a pot and you leave them on, and then you start to just turn it up a tiny little micro moment, a little bit more, and they don't realize until it's too late, you will have already cooked them. And I think that these people get cooked. I don't think that, some of them might go into it with a darkness. They're like, yeah, they'll do any of it, maybe. But those that are like, I think they get intoxicated by the beauty, and they're feeling better than they ever have. They're getting attention from, the love that they've never had shown to them. And I think that the core water temperature starts to go up a degree and up a degree, and before they realize that they're so far deep. And these are typically the people that are like, the ones that try to get out and then almost can't get out then. And then the others are just so comfortable. They're praying that nobody else says, "Ooh, wait, the water's hot, the water's hot." And so those, then they're looking around like, "What's wrong with you? Why are you getting out though? It's a hot tub. It's great." So you're so used to it.
I just put a link for those of you who want to hop in and give us your opinion on the topic in hand and what we're talking about. Just share your story or what you think. I'm just trying to add to the dialogue or what we're doing. If you want to hop in, I'll get some of y'all in and get some of you out, pretty much. But if you want to jump in and say a few things, you can. We got the greatness of cosmetrology in here. There you go. So, I know I butchered that sugar honey iced tea. I butchered it. But Baby G is not asleep. He is woken with us. And obviously, and let me tell y'all something. We must be talking about something, because about this time he is gone, right?
Yeah, so, man.
Yeah, we have a few things, and look like we got Audio Rob done hopped in with us. All right, so all right, so y'all jump in on what we're talking about and just see where we can go, so we can take this to another level. Go ahead.
Well, first things first, my soul is never for sale. You have to understand, we are way more than these physical vessels.
But I understand the good. See, there are some folks out there who will sell your soul. Y'all need to come up on this show. I know all of us up here selling my soul, but there could be a magic number that none of us know, or a situation, or a bribe. One of your kids can be over there under the knife, or it could be something that they can say to you because they know what a threshold is, and can say, "We're going to do this to your daughter's kids, father." You know what I'm saying? And
it could be something.
Yeah, but go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
No, you good. They've been compromised. Like we have past lives. Like our soul are fractals. Like they're fractals. You know what I'm saying? And so, if you sell your soul, you have to understand you are literally committing fraud to yourself for multiple lifetimes. So it's like being in prison for a very long time, and then when you reincarnate, you're still in prison. Like, you don't want to be in prison in this incarnation, let alone multiple of them. So that's really what it is. And then if you think about it, why do you think they go for kids? Because kids don't know any better at that age, so they want to get them about while they're vulnerable, while they do not know this information. And so when they like I mentioned, Justin Bieber, there's many of them. Beyonce, Jay-Z caught Beyonce when she was like 16. Like, don't know any, you know what I'm saying? So when you sell your soul, you're in these rituals, and guess what? The ultimate thing about it is you're giving up your freedom. You're giving up your freedom.
But what about the yin and yang of life? Good, evil. It's like we can't have one without the other. You can't have darkness without light. So if you're sitting there with the choice of saying, "Hey, listen, you're going to live this righteous life as a pauper, But over here, you can live the dark life, like Darth Vader, and live in $1 billion house in an island, and you can do all this stuff, and you can have all these sexual fantasies. You're gonna be, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, I'm gonna do what over here? You're gonna be a pauper. You're gonna have to call your cousin to borrow, $30 a week from. But over here, they're gonna be calling you. I mean, what enticement? I'm saying, because we're looking at these individuals and we're putting them on the dark side, but at some point they was converted.
But wait, I'm so sorry. Courtney, let me ask you this just real quick. So, or I guess anybody can answer this. So, okay, when we think about soul contracts, right?
Right.
And these people that sign up to take on this agenda, dark agenda in this lifetime, how do they sign themselves up for something like that? Is it something
Listen, I always say, who the hell knows till we're there, right? To truly know, we cannot say that this is
That's
what
the
we
point I
think.
was trying to make about. We don't know that threshold of what they make people make that change.
But I don't know that the ones that have signed their souls in that way, I don't know that they're actually making that list of saying, this is what I want to accomplish in my next life. I think they've already signed it to, just like David G was saying, eternity. That is written. You were done. I think the free souls get to sign up for the next life and the next life and the next life. If you sign that, if like David was saying, I think you're in it, you're stuck. But I believe that, well, and Roderick, you kind of said that you could be a pauper and poor and borrowing money from your cousin, or you could be really rich. I don't think that abundance, I want to say money, some people might think that money is evil, but I don't think abundance is evil. We can have abundance in all forms, and it be.
I'm with you on that. I was just giving for example, I wouldn't put this on anyone. Look like we got Body Electric. Make sure you turn your camera on. I'll get you in here. There we go. So the other point that I'm making is saying that, all right, some of y'all turn your computer speakers off or something. I know my voice is nice, but yeah, let me see. It might be Monica's computer. Let me mute her and then we'll see if that is. Yep, got it right on top. There we go. See, I'm that good. So the whole point I'm saying is this. And I'm going to use me for an example because I won't put this on anybody out there. I'm just going to use me. If I woke up tomorrow or I leave out this room and I come back and there are my children standing here and my mother, my brother, my uncles, and some people are holding them saying, sign this or we whack everybody. You get what I'm saying? And I'm going to be the righteous ones and say, just cut their throats. And I'm sorry, I'll see y'all in the next life. I just don't know. And I'm saying what I would do talking to you all, but what sacrifice would I make for my family or my kid? Because you just don't know what they're faced with.
I think
and for example, I'm just saying we do it already for jobs and everything else. We're talking.
I think it depends on the context in which, like, how deep are we going into this conversation? Because really, like, the true answer, first of all, if you're an alchemist, then you don't have to choose any side. That's number one.
Right.
Number two is if you truly know how we create our reality, you don't have to choose any of those either because you know you're protected. So that's why I want to say it depends on where we going to in the conversation and how deep we're going to, because I talk about ancient Kemet all the time in regards to alchemy. We're supposed to take two different sides of something we're not supposed to choose, but we take that energy and we transcend it to a better result than the previous.
And I agree with everybody. I'm just saying, and it's not something I would do or want to be faced with. And I understand we're all in this space, and we're in this space of consciousness. We're in this space of thought. But the reality is, what would you do if it was standing right there holding your child, your whatever? Because we don't know what some of these people were up against, and I'm not defending them.
Yeah.
Or what would we be faced with to make a decision? Because obviously they know everybody's threshold because they're getting these prime people to convert, enroll, and send their messages out, right?
I'm not saying,
or are they not?
Yeah, but they got themselves in positions. They got themselves in positions to get that. They got themselves in positions for them to be approached in that way. Now they will come after you, knowing that that you've got a certain a following. You got so many members. You got so many followers that's following you. That's a big thing that's going on right now. You got a lot of followers. They're coming after you. I got one guy a friend of mine. He works here in the local area he's like an alchemist, and he came up with a design that was some type of a design that was kind of a helix type design, and he put it out there, and he showed me the email that he had gotten from the Illuminati because of this design that he put out.
I've got emails like 4 times from you, right?
Yeah, right. So so it's they'll come after you, but when you got that, like we're positioned right now, Diddy's going to end up being the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Like in the meet right now, they said all those other people that was on those tapes, they're making deals behind closed doors with the people to save their careers.
For you to say the tapes, that's perfect for what I'm saying. So let's think about, I'm going to use my pastor or the pastor, TD. He goes over to Puffy House. I'm making this up. I'm not saying any of this to be true, and it's not even allegedly. This just storytelling, boys and girls, everybody listening. But he goes over to Puffy's house just to go and, because he's just, hey, I was invited by Puff Daddy. And we can talk some business about production. He gets caught up in a situation, and then Puffy comes out and say, I got you on film. Either you can go to church and tell your whole congregation, or now I need you to do my bidding. You get what I'm saying? Could he feel that, I'm powerful enough that I can say I got caught up and I make a mistake, or what do you want me to do?
The real thing is, what did you do to attract that opportunity? That's really where it comes from. And I know that's not really the popular answer for this, just to get to it, but that's really honestly what it is, because it's just that thing, like, if they felt comfortable enough to come to you for that, how were you internally to attract that opportunity?
How was you carrying yourself
in the external? Everything that's happening within our external world is essentially a mirrored image of what's inside of us, right? And so if we're seeing it is trying to teach us a lesson. Like, we're supposed to become conscious of what's before us. And so I say it in so many of my sessions and I even do this myself. I'm not perfect at all. I'm a human being. I mess up just like anybody else does, but I always come back to my breath and say, I'm always just trying to make the better choice. And if we're just constantly trying to make the better choice in the now, typically we will find that abundance in that way. And so I agree with you, David. Like, even if somebody might come and try to tempt you, if you're one that's connected to you, you're not going to really be tempted down that path.
And this is why it's so important to be like so tapped in with the spiritual side of things, and honestly, staying grounded, and emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is very important. So you're not reacting. You're more so responding to situations. And usually what happens again, that's that alchemical process. And once you kind of get through the other side of that alchemical process, you see the transmutation literally like take place right in front of you day by day. With opportunities coming in and things along those lines. So again, I think it just really starts with your internal, because 90% of what we manifest is through our subconscious.
What about you, Monica? I know you hopped in. Let me unmute you first. There you go.
And I'll bounce. I just wanted to talk on that topic. I don't want to take up.
I appreciate you, brother. Now he's going to sleep. He's going to sleep now. So.
I'm gonna stay up. I'm gonna watch y'all in bed. I'm gonna watch.
All right, later, brother. All right, Monica, go ahead.
I totally agree with David. It's like, I feel like there's a spiritual warfare underway that just like they've slowly, as they call it, the culture, they slowly have been like dripping in different things over the years and decades, starting from the 70s, 80s. Next thing you know, it's like it's been this build up. that I've been texting about. So the buildup is to where how far can we take them now to finally break them? You know, and all of these things that more people are starting to pick up on, like getting the old ancient knowledge, learning how to decode the signs and not just get manipulated into accepting the signs. So I I'm a teacher, so it's like I literally want children, the next generation, to know that we've all been duped. So basically we've all been duped, but there's a way out of this. And I see a lot of light in a lot of kids. And I just want to help like nourish that and help keep us, more of us being more open, more of us being more in tune with our sixth and seventh and eighth senses. So this is, as you can tell, it's very passionate in me to be able to just help people wake up and start to notice the power that they really have inside of themselves versus letting all these outside forces influence us and twist.
And we could use Cassie's situation that we were talking about earlier as an example, because anybody would have said, hey, you could have got away from that, you can go away, the power of the other side that kept her bound, right? And that's what I'm saying, even though she's went through all that, but you can see that. Hang on, let me mute this. But
did you ever, hey Rod, did you ever watch the Gaia channel where it has the superpower in the module where they talking about the young children, where they got the three girls with the power?
Nicole had to jump off bedtime, so
yeah. They had the three girls, and they had on blindfolds, and they were actually doing all this stuff, catching a ball, writing, doing coloring books and everything with blindfolds on. It's the school called ICU. It's like Inspirational Children's University. So they've proven the fact that if you can get these children and between the ages of 1 and 7, and you train them and get into their consciousness, they reach a whole new level. After the age of 7, they get into the school system. Then the other side of the brain is opened up, and they're on to a whole different learning what they want you to know.
Well, think of the people who are raising the children. It's normally the adults who have been traumatized, the adults who have had their spiritual connection, their intuitiveness capped. And usually it leaves us when we're like 4, 5, 6, or 7. And so it's pretty incredible when I love that you shared that. Yeah.
Yep. They come through.
Yeah. Ram, what's going on, my brother?
Hey, what's up, man?
What do you got to say? Go ahead.
I was gonna say what David G was saying earlier. When you're pulled into that situation and you attract yourself into that situation, you got to kind of see it as like a blessing in disguise in a way too, right? Because on one hand, you're open to a side of life that you might not be aware of, and on the other side, it's like, why are they targeting you? You must be onto something. You must be doing something truly great, right? And someone put this in perspective for me one time. It was like, the devil doesn't bother with somebody who has no influence. He doesn't waste his energy on someone who isn't doing something right. He wastes his energy on those who have the potential to make a difference. So, in a sense, you could see it as an empowerment in a way. Now, whether you fall for
I got a question about that. How would you see that would make a difference? That with TD Jakes?
Not that it would make a difference like in society by taking it will, right? But it'll make a difference because they know that you have the energy and the capabilities and potential to make a difference. So they latch on to the people who have that and who have tapped into that and truly embody that. So therefore, like they want to manipulate it into their own way. And I said this earlier when you were talking about that, and Rod, you were talking about how, if you had your kids under the knife and they're already like, all right, if you don't sign with us, then everybody goes.
Right.
And I got this because my kids know that my favorite Avenger, right, is Doctor Strange. And it's because of this one thing he says in one of the movies that really resonated with me. And it sounds really harsh, but He said, in the grand scheme of the multiverse, their sacrifice means more than their death. So with that being said, in the moment, it might sound harsh to say, F it, take them. You know, I'm not. I refuse. And when you're in that deep battle of good versus evil, it's by all means necessary, right? To stand with the good, if that's what you truly represent. You know, and it might sound harsh in that moment to be like, to say no and to see that happen. But if it's for the purest and highest intent, then you will see retribution on the back end, whether it be later on in life or in the next incarnation.
Right. Right. That's the way I look at it too. Because see, also, you're right about him getting that part. You're right about him getting that influence, those influential people. But also, they're still following that same narrative because the church is also part of the control.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well,
someone else said something to me. I don't mean to cut you off. It was like,
No, go ahead.
oh no, I was seeing on someone else's channel. He said, and it's actually one of the people who are nominated for the Conscious Awards too. But I really like what he said. He said, religion is for those trying to avoid hell. Spirituality is for those who've been there.
That's deep.
That kind of resonates. So
That's deep.
in that aspect and all that, because it's kind of like, and I said this earlier with Doja Cat's. I said this in the comments with Doja Cat's song. It's like the cow represents the manipulation of the masses and continuing that in the mindset of being cattle and not being able to embody themselves and live in their highest self and being their, you know, the highest potential. Instead, they conform to the way of a cattle because the cow doesn't know what to be a cow and it mindlessly will follow things.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah,
It just
that's
sets
good.
itself up for slaughter. So it's kind of like feeding into the agenda of one, she's not an unattractive woman.
Right.
And then she blows up with such a ridiculous song, but with such depth to it when you look at the symbolism behind it.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so it's like, wow.
Well, I don't know her. I didn't know her. I ain't watching. I mean, I'm a fan now of the picture, but you know, not all the picture, but some of the picture.
Which is a
we
part
were
of it.
talking, we were talking in the comments about that.
You're deeper than that. You're deeper than that, Robert.
Well, the cat definitely got my tongue. I mean, I'm
We were
saying
talking about that, and that's exactly what it was. We were talking about that in the comments. I don't know if you picked up on it. That was like a manipulation. I know you pulled up my comment about like the Om symbol on her hand and the sword in the eye, and what the Om symbol represents. The Om symbol represents your third eye. The eye on her hand, it's right above the sword in the eye. The piercing of the eye and the piercing into the spirituality and the true.
Right.
Because you know, like the heart and the third eye is like the seat of the soul, right? So piercing directly into the spirit of the masses and dropping them back down to that root chakra and trapping them in that sexuality. Hence why she's grabbing her breast, and you can see her shirt is soaked. You can see her nipples through her shirt. She's crying because you don't really know, is she crying out for help and she's giving a message, or is she crying to represent the masses that are crying to fight against it, but showing like she is with them, she's walking with them, that they really are powerless.
Yeah,
I didn't get none of it. I didn't get any of it. I would just because I didn't get any of it. And whatever she was designing to do, or whatever message she was sending out to the cows and kitties and whatever, you know, all I'm just saying is,
him. Look, I'm even doing it. I'm gonna elbow you right now, Roderick. No.
I feel it. But I'm just saying.
But I think that you know how when you have to break them. So many of these, you know, it's just the same thing with somebody with like split personalities or something. They go through so many rituals themselves, and they torture them, or they watch them see others' children tortured, that it breaks their psyche, it breaks their energy. And so yes, her own self could be completely trapped within this new other fragmented part of her, and they may split from one to the other. So both might
it's
be
like a fight against it, like they're fighting
good and evil within them. And so it is an internal battle maybe for them, but very often when they're at their level, that other one wins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not a bad guy. I was just saying that.
No, we weren't saying that at all. I promise you.
I'm just saying, you know, she must have been cold. She was wet. You know what I'm saying? It's like they had the air conditioning on. I know they did.
But that's how they get you, because they make it sexual. They make it
But if you look at the deeper behind that, like why is she soaking wet?
What if she got the memo?
The tears are pouring down her face, like she's soaking wet because she's trying so hard to fight against it. That's why she's soaking wet. It's not she just was in a wet t-shirt contest and she just happened to be showing her nipples. It's like it gets deeper than that.
But
it's the meaning behind everything that they do. Everything.
All right. If it's the meaning behind what they do, who would have allowed her to give that message when obviously whoever put this thing on has an intention of other messages, and then she walk in here with the opposite message, which like, hey, that ain't on cue. You know, because if she's trying to warn or give a message to the people, I don't get it. You know, and I'm not saying that. Y'all get what I'm saying.
But does anybody else think she's warning them? I think that they have to disclose their intention. So they have to put it out there in order for it to be.
You're right.
What is
it has to be? You're right. It has to be a thread of truth. It has to be a thread of truth in deception in order for the deception to work. It has to be a thread in truth.
What they're doing, they have to tell us what they're doing. It is like in
right.
the site.
That's why when the movies came out, like Stargate,
best liars always tell the truth.
Yes.
Right. So like the movies like Stargate and all that kind of stuff, that stuff like that was already. They have already been experimenting. They've already been doing it, but they got to put it out in a movie to us. To show them what they're doing, but they put it in a way that we look at it as science fiction, that is not true. But it's actually true. That they've already discovered these portals on the planet, and that's what these astral stargates are.
Yeah.
And they're really on the planet for real. It's just that we know about it, but we putting it out there as like science fiction, but it's actually true.
What was
There's a thread of truth in all deception.
What was that huge? It was so greatly popular, and it was the series of the kids, Stranger Things. Huge. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. They're opening portals. They're opening that thing. We want. My whole family was like, "Oh my god, they loved it. They think it's so cool." And I'm like sitting here like,
"It's so deep."
This is what they're doing. And
but you know, it's funny. Monica, what you said, I seen in the chat, you said that they're speaking in codes. That's why it's so important for us to really dig deep with this, because it's all a bunch of codes and we need to break the code so that we have a level of understanding, you know, what's really going on, and so that we don't get so we don't drown ourselves in it. Right. You know what I mean? Because
takes great spiritual discernment.
But yes. If she was speaking in code, the only code I got is that she was wet and she's disturbed. Look at her. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what is going on with you today? You gonna, I didn't get the code. I got the message. Yeah. And if it was to get my attention, it got my attention. I'm like, okay, you got it. So Philly Cat, what's going on? You up here?
That's why we're here for you. We're gonna help you see it.
Hi,
yeah.
Courtney, nice to meet you.
Hi, friends. It's so fun to see you guys. I'm like sitting here thinking, if this is possible, Roderick, to bring everybody on, why haven't I known this, and why haven't you?
We got enough room for at least 2 more people. Usually we pull all over. Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to be doing this now on my podcast. I'm like, what in the world?
That'd be cool.
You think we're not going to have a tutorial tomorrow on this, Roderick, but we are, just FYI. Just so you know. Yeah.
Go ahead. But go ahead, Philly.
Well, I don't want to stop the flow because everything in my head is going all the way back. I don't have anything specific about the person of topic that we were discussing because I don't really care about P. Shitty. I mean, I'm sorry, Roger.
Yeah.
Anybody curse on my channel? Y'all need cash out me $10.
No,
nigga,
no Diddy.
You need to lower that. 25 cents.
No Diddy.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'll cash you $10, and that'll be my.
I sent you 10 Rod already. You didn't even shout it out.
I didn't get it because my cash app is broke. Let me go back and see. If I even,
It went through. I think I sent a super chat.
oh, I don't get that. I don't get that to
didn't-
another 60 days, and then YouTube takes 40%. So, but I appreciate it.
What?
Thank you
I'm not
for
going
the
to eat today.
chat.
But, yeah.
Make sure I send it to your Cash App next time.
Yeah, we try to get that immediate attention. You know,
Yeah.
So what I had been saying is that a lot of things happen in New York State. Like when Courtney brought up the hunting, that was taking place on an estate that upstate New York, somewhere near Connecticut, though, around that area where they were doing that. The beginnings of the internet, there used to be a site online that sold human meat. They would ship it to you, and they had a diagram that told you how they put up the cow, and they have the flank, the ribs, or whatever. It was a human, and they had it chopped up, and it was they even offered the offal of a human, and they told you how to butcher a human. And when I saw it, I was absolutely disgusted, and I called the FBI, and they were like, "What?" Because at that point, the FBI didn't even have an internet department. That they were asking me, "What do we do?" And I'm like, "What the hell?" And they actually called me back to tell me they had contacted the people, and they said it was a joke. And I said, "Yeah, no, that's not a joke. I'm telling you, it's not a joke. I don't know how I know, but I'm telling you, I know that's not a joke." Rosemary's Baby, also not a joke. That house exists. That house is where they do rituals. There is an extremely famous for her time soul singer that lived there, and she gave her menses. That was why she was allowed to live there. When she stopped graduating, she was moved out, and somebody else younger was moved in. That younger person, if I remember who it was, she kind of went a little loopy. People thinking, no, it's not Brittany, y'all. And they moved her out. Somebody who's recently getting an award. Y'all can figure that out.
Well, I tell y'all what,
educated.
we're gonna go up into midnight, so we're gonna 30 more minutes, and then we're gonna end it tonight. Well, here at Central Time, so we got 30 minutes, and but before that, I'm gonna take a restroom break. It's not a hidden message. I'm going to get off, and then Courtney and Selena could finish hosting while I'm gone, and then I'm sure one of them need to take a break when I get back, because I'm psychic now, and for the moment, yeah. And it's all because I saw that picture and she opened up my inner stuff.
I'm glad you could see that.
Your painting. Yeah. See, it's hard to see here, but yes, your energetic painting.
I was talking about that crazy cat thing.
Oh, see, Roderick, I'm giving you the benefit. I'm thinking you're being sweet and talking about
I forgot who she was talking to.
Listen, now I'm going
to. I am talking about that one. I really am. It's so pretty. My painting that Courtney did. When Courtney does your portal to life, I call it whatever. That's what I'm going to call it.
Oh, I love it.
She paints while she is doing this. And picking up the energy, and when you finish that an hour, then she will hold up this painting. And now, can you show it to them again? And
yeah, I will. Well, and even old paintings behind me are old radio show paintings. I've done this work for 20 years, and so I paint. So I always say I feel so much that I feel in color, and so I've been like that since I was a little girl. And so when I feel purple, I've got that, there's a form of synesthesia, I've got this, there's emotion connected to it. And so when I feel purple, very often it's peace, or it's like transformation. Green is, some would say the heart chakra or whatever, but green is very usually like abundance and knowledge at times. Blue sometimes comes through as knowledge. And so every color has a different meaning.
So you want to explain to me my colors and everything?
What's really cool is after the session's done, it's almost like in one ear and out the other. So we recorded it, which was fun. And so maybe we should play that for everybody one day. But I don't really remember exactly the details of it, because it's like it's channeled information. It's like almost in and out the other. And so it's very beautiful, very specific. What I do know is that this is like auras or energies, if you will. And so this here is you, Roderick, And then this was your grandmother, your aunt, and there was an uncle coming through. So we connected to information, past, present, future. And what I feel like the sessions do is I help you see the energy clearly so that you can then just take the next step and see it. It's almost like wiping the cobwebs out of your eyes and you being able to see yourself in the mirror energetically. So it's very, very cool. But the signs and symbols from those loved ones that come through are always really, really cool. So
is that how you see that? Is that how you see it, or is it kind of similar? Where people, they have like a gift like you and they kind of
they doodle and sketch.
Yes.
So I used to do that during the whole session. I still kind of do. So I do doodle a little bit. So very often. Let me see. I have other sessions here.
Beautiful.
But yeah, none of them have them. But sometimes there'll be lots of doodles on the back, and it's the sketches. It's really interesting. I like proof. I like facts. And so it took many years to really gain the confirmation to be like, when you're really connected, you can't make the stuff up. And so what's really cool is a lot of that information that comes through, clients immediately will know where it falls into place. It's very specific. But even there are things that they're like, some clients are like, well, I don't really know. So I'm always like, nope. If it doesn't come through, you pretend it's BS. Let's put a question mark. We circle it. But if it's coming through, it does come through for a reason, and it will fall into place. You just let go of the control of having to know what it means. And what's really cool is during the end of the session, sometimes it falls into place, or they'll call me right after, or the next, it could be 6 months, and they're like, oh my gosh, this is how it is. But I believe that you should think that it's ridiculous until it does fall into place. That's how I am. I'm very balanced in my gift. And so it's also not it's not so far woo-woo that there's no Roderick, will you say that you felt, you knew that there was truth coming through this information?
Absolutely. Like I said, right before, and then yesterday, of course, Wednesday is when we planned it. I knew to go into this and to, number one, release everything, like to give the energy its own power. And then at this point, but I wanted to be in antenna mode. I wanted to receive, not to send stuff out. And you were so on point, even in personal situations, other things, just all of it. And it was just blowing me away. The only one that I kind of laughed when I was like, my aunt, because she would get on my nerves. And I'm like, she worries, she was still doing this. I'm like, she's over there still. But she did love me, and she was a cheerleader of my life. But she was that one who just talk. And I'm like, man, the spirit's still talking, and but you wasn't saying anything that wasn't not accurate, right? And so it would just kind of, and that's when, I was on a conference with my brother, and I was telling him, that's why he was laughing, because I said, man, she still lives on, dude. She's there, but also for the message that I'm going to give my mother, that that you just hit right on, and I know what she's dealing with. And so I'm going to talk to her tonight and just tell her, you know what I'm saying? And she's going to probably get a lot out of it.
And call her in the morning. Do not call her at 11. No, I'm kidding.
Well, there's a catch. There's a catch. I live there. I take care of my mother, so she usually call on the show every night. Everybody knows that at 1:00 she'll call, and I put her on speakerphone sometime, and they can hear her. But she always call, when you coming home, So it's just our,
Don't forget my strawberry ice cream.
Yep, she'll say something to the effect of bringing it home, so she knows that. And pretty much. So we got Mara in the house. Mara,
before that, can I say something about Courtney's readings?
Huh?
Oh, go to the bathroom.
You say what now?
I just wanted to say something about Courtney's readings before Mara says something. The first time I watch you on 4BK TV. And the first time I didn't know what to expect. I was like, what is she doing? I thought you were just doodling or whatever. And when you showed one of the painting, it hit me so hard. I got so emotional. And like after the episode, I was just like, I can't. I was like feeling the. I'm very empathic, and I felt I was feeling it. So sometimes, depending on what's coming through to you, I can't even finish your episode. I'm like,
wow,
it's just too much for me.
Well,
but I love you, Penny.
Well, and I love you. I appreciate you watching your. It's interesting. The point of the painting is I always say I feel so much again that I feel in color, and so as a kid, when we're empathic, when we're spiritual, Audio Rob was talking about, being the kids and the connecting. I was always the kid that was crying because of the commercial or the sad dog or the hurt, and I just and so I'm sure many of you were big feelers like that too, empathic, whatever you want to call it, it's all the same thing. But what I found is that it was because I literally was soaking up not just feeling my own stuff, but the world around me at such a degree that I couldn't really decipher what was happening, mine versus everybody else's. And so what I realized, and it was through meditation that I started to realize that that's the way I saw it. And so once I started to become emotionally more, understanding that, therapy, healing, all the work, those feelings came through with color. And I realized, oh my gosh, I could breathe them and allow them to come through and exhale them out. But also I needed to get them on canvas, and I finger paint. So those are all finger paintings, and I still have paint on my hands from today. And so from all my sessions today. And so it once I put it on canvas, I no longer have to keep it. So it doesn't stay with me. And so, I mean, I have a book that I published in 2011. And
that's the book that Wednesday?
It's a book. Yeah, it's the book I had Wednesday, but it's got cards. So it's like a deck of 24 cards that are, there's a perforated edge, but there's so many different paintings in here that were channel, paintings. And it's just interesting. But I think that we all have these different gifts and abilities, but we're not taught to trust them,
Yeah.
We just simply go back to our innocence and feel. And so, Audio Rob, what you were saying about kids playing and doing the art and doing the whatever, I believe that when I see so many people that are like, what's my purpose? What's my purpose? And I don't mean to mimic it, because I remember being there myself. But if we just get the hell out of our way.
Yeah. Biggest thing.
We come back to that innocence, but we come back to that innocence. It finds us again. If we can come back into that play energy, oh my gosh, that's the purpose. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Myra, we didn't hear from Myra.
Yeah,
Myra. I know, I hear from her.
Oh, hi guys.
Wait.
She's like, I'm here.
Where you go?
Where you go, Myra?
Oh, I just got my headphones on.
Oh, like she went invisible.
Yeah, so
I'll show you my
power. So the guy. Well, before I get into this, I want to say hi, Courtney. Yesterday when I saw you, I'm really into watercolors and like water painting. Like, it really is good for me personally. So that really hit me. And then, like, my crown chakra was, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, but it was just activated when I saw you yesterday. I was feeling it because, anybody that knows about their crown or their third eye, you feel it's heavy. You might have a slight headache. So you got to breathe. So that was very interesting. And so let me get into it. So Doja Cat, that was what the woman, this was the symbol that she had on her. I hope you guys can see that.
Yes.
So yes, that's what Ren was talking about. Like, she must have been using it for like demonic uses, because it talks about empowerment when she was mixing it with the tattoo or the whatever tattoo she had. So thank you, Rim. I think I'm pronouncing it right for explaining that, because I just couldn't understand. Like, I knew this is for good purposes, because this whole card is like for a good empowerment. I'm like, why would she have that symbol?
With the sword stabbing.
So yeah, it just didn't make any sense to me. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your insight too. I appreciate that. And isn't it fun to hear everybody's collective mindset?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes. That's exciting and interesting. Yes.
Yeah, because the way that you broke that down, Realm, I mean, that just I don't know. I wouldn't have never I knew I see
I
when
didn't
I
get any
see
of that.
He explained what I was trying to figure out the meaning of the tattoo.
because when you look at these things, I don't have all the answers, but I can see that something is not right and it means something specifically. It's not just a form of fashion. I don't see it that way. I know something is, I just don't give myself grace to break it down, but to hear it from that perspective, just it really explains a lot. It makes it all clear.
And go back to the basis of everything. It's the God flip. The God flip between the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
They guys believing it's the same God from the Old Testament all the way into the New Testament when it's not. It was actually the Lil that was worshipped as Yahweh in the Old Testament. And then when Jesus came back with his third eye fully open to Jerusalem, performing miracles and everything, he was talking about the divine Father Creator. The one that when somebody hits you on the side of your cheek, you turn your other cheek. Somebody steals your coat, gives them your shirt. It's a whole different thing here. It's a big flip. It's a big flip from way back then, and they carried it right over until now. So here we go. That's what it is, the big flip. And now everybody is actually, and then the whole big flip came in to where the church just says, okay, from the Vatican, it goes all the way that with the control. It went all the way back and says, okay, we got all these virgin nuns here. We know their wombs are powerful. We got the control coming in this way. So that was where the main basic control all came to. Then the Council of Nicaea just went ahead into those ancient tablets, just like all these other religions of the world, went and got their own little story out those tablets and created their own narrative. And that's what they did.
All right, give a shout out to C Vodka Conscious Vibes. They say it's 5:30 a.m. where they are, and they woke up and saw Courtney live. And it's like, wow. So they're here. And then she said, Ethan is such a dedicated supporter. I love it. Love it.
Yes.
And they are getting married. So show the ring. You gotta see the ring.
You're so cute. You're so cute. We might catch him again tonight. I think we were on so long on Wednesday that we got to see him, and everybody who works at UPS and is
he's still out driving tonight? No, he's out
driving tonight. I don't know when
and listening.
Yeah, and listening always. No, always.
I love it.
So sweet. So he's
so sweet. It's so sweet to have people in your corner like that. And
it really is.
I thought it was so cute. Roderick said the other night, he was like, if I'm trying to get in touch with Courtney, listen, I'm in sessions all the time. And sometimes when I'm done with sessions, I just can't talk anymore. Ethan even knows it too. So sometimes I just can't pick up the phone and, or just, I don't want to say I can't, sometimes I gotta take care of me for that moment. And so it's so cute because if Rod calls and I can't get to it or whatever, he just immediately calls his brother Ethan. And it's one of my favorite things because we truly are all friends. It's cool.
Oh yeah. And like you say, you'll get to meet. We're gonna have a meet and greet at the award, so make sure y'all come. The greatness of Me and the Moon. She'll be there. Well, actually, Me and the Moon. Me and the Moon. Me and the Moon. Me and the Moon. Yeah,
Rod in the Moon. Rod in the Moon will be at the Conscious Award.
Rod and Selena will be at the Conscious Award, and then I will formally introduce her to the family. And then she's gonna be like, "What I got to?" No, we don't do any rituals and none of that stuff.
Your ritual is that you said you were gonna give her that sleep paralysis.
Listen, I may make something up, mate.
He'll make something up.
I'll make some up. You gotta put your hand like this and wet the t-shirt. You gotta put your hand and wet the t-shirt, but only me, and then I'll show them. Maybe not at all. Zip. You know what I'm saying? Look, now it's 666 zip. They're not saying nothing.
I don't know. You can't just say
yeah. In other words, Courtney, Selena's wearing our new shirt, and Philly Cat has got the hat on. Oh, she got the. Okay, yeah, she has a there you go. And then she has the hat. The hat is that's the hat that we use when I have people on that's telling some weird stories. It says "Stop Lying, MF," and that's our code. And
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Selena's wearing the shirt. Selena-
You know, I'm a hat girl. I almost always have a baseball cap on, by the way.
Oh, well,
Like,
we got that's our shirt.
I
Selena.
turned it to the back because I didn't want to offend Courtney.
Oh
No,
no,
you're not gonna fit
you're not. Yeah, we're
but,
not.
but I'm offended because there's not a ponytail hole in the hat, though. So,
I know, right? That's what my hair looks like.
It was.
I had a
there.
braid back there.
I
It
need
was there, but sometimes some of these people got bigger heads. I have to add pieces to cover that.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I love that.
So, but look, Mara.
Ponytail holder hat.
All right. So for
Came
those of you
bonnet.
in the audience, we have room for 3 or 4 more people. We'll move some people out in a minute. But if y'all got up coming up tonight, you just want to get in a conversation, the link is pinned up there in the chat. Make sure your lights and your phone is on so we can see you. Come on in, jump on in. It is Friday. Usually we'll be going to 3 or 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, but not tonight. We're going to end this at midnight our time, in which meaning we'll be 3.5 hours. Because sometimes we're here 7 to 8 hours, y'all. Y'all know that. And we just take it.
Yeah, we know.
But I got probably like 6 messages from different people that they sleepy and stuff. And so it's like, okay, I get it. But I'm prepared. Now, if I need to stay here by myself and entertain y'all, y'all know I'm capable and will do it. You know, I'm a trooper. I'm a trooper.
Let's do it. I'm with you, Rod.
You know what I'm saying?
with you, Rod.
And I promise you, daylight. Can you hang? You know what I'm saying?
So what was
I'm
the
with you.
longest
I'm kind of
night?
disappointed the night that I'm ready for it. You're like, oh, we're
Well,
gonna
you ready for it too? See,
I know, right?
I didn't want to burn Courtney out. You know, this is her first time. She don't know that we go to 3 or 4 o'clock.
We go.
So that's what I was about to say. What that night that we stayed on long? What was the longest?
The longest we ever stayed on was 7.5 hours.
Yeah.
She gonna be waking up in the morning really doing therapy on paint therapy. Like they didn't have me up all night. I need to rest. She gonna be making all type of paint stuff.
I'm sitting
I had
here
2
Uber
packs of
eating. I'm literally sitting here Uber eating something too right now. I'm like, I'm hungry. I'm gonna Uber eat. By the time
Oh, okay, you settling in for the long haul. Settling in for the long haul.
By the time we're done, I'm gonna go have the best cheeseburger of my life.
love
which is going
Well,
on.
I got to tell you, Courtney, I don't know if you saw the message. Ethan said I will arrive at 1 a.m. So you might want to hold off and have a late dinner, you know?
No, I don't think I didn't text him and say, "Are you hungry? Have you eaten?"
Well,
He said,
you go, girl, because I ain't got a text like that in
You hungry?
16 years. I live for the day. You hungry? Yeah, I'm ready to.
Hungry?
I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. Yeah, no.
I'm gonna send you that text. I won't send you no food, but I'll send you the text, right? You hungry?
Yeah.
Rod, I gotta treat you to dinner at my layover when I go to Cali.
Yeah, y'all.
So nice.
I'm gonna have to treat Rod to dinner when I'm my layover at Fort Worth when I go to Cali.
You're coming, next week, right?
That's not June 12th. I'll be flying to
Give me the
Cali.
time. Like I said, if you are here early in your layover, then I'll run up to the airport. You got to come out, and then we'll meet.
Yep. Oh, definitely. We'll
I never
hook it
thought
up.
about that. I could add a day to my niece's wedding. She's getting married in Vegas, and I could just come down to Texas. I never thought about that.
Yeah, I think Selena will be here visiting her best friend, and y'all all can hang out.
Yeah.
We got a few more.
I'll be there.
people.
I'll be flying in June 12th. I'm gonna be flying back out.
Y'all let me know. We got Rainbow Light Warrior in the house. Finally, this is probably about the 20th time. So what's going on with you?
Nothing. I just wanted to say hi and introduce myself.
To who? I know you.
To the family. I've already met you, Roderick.
So now all your minds have been up here today.
Everybody's been now. Damon have been up here, and he damn well he should
That's not a mind.
Damon.
I said your minds. I didn't say you. I didn't say your. What are we?
Oh, my moderators. Yes, y'all have spoken up tonight. Yeah, that's be good. Yeah, Damon should have been on. We got room for 2 more people before we get out of here. Y'all can have
Damon.
I'm on Damon.
Hi, Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange is
yogurt down.
I love that.
Dr. Strange.
Yeah, Courtney, I'll show you how to do this. See, you can interact with your audience better, you know?
Literally, life changed, podcast changed, all of it. I have a VIP in our circle, and that's an amazing group. But we Zoom, we do it there, and so we see everybody, and it's amazing. But no, I did not know it was this simple just to bring somebody up. I cannot believe it. I mean, I've been literally answering questions in the comments for how many years? It's 3 years of that podcast. I cannot believe that I didn't just know that you could just go boop or whatever. So,
Yeah. You do the invite link, put it in the chat, and then they can just click on it and come on. And then, or you can go to your YouTube at the same time, pin it. So now it's up there at the top for anybody to see throughout the show. So it just stays there, and then they just come and go. And sometimes we just move people in and out, just come through. Everybody's.
I love it. It's like fun rotation. How cool.
Damon said he'll be here in a minute. He's coming.
Right.
Yeah.
You asked about.
No, everybody do that. That's really good. Everybody just do the whole.
Do the what? This?
No, that whole. What is it? It's like the little. What is that called? What was that? What the little Brady Bunch?
Yeah, that's what I said. You got a whole Brady Bunch thing going on.
The hell? Who watched the Brady Bunch?
I know.
Grew up in the hood.
I used to.
We did not watch the Brady Bunch.
I did too. I had 5 older brothers and sisters. We are the Brady Bunch. I got 3 and 3. I'm the youngest. I'm Cindy, except I'm much better looking.
That is so funny.
Billy, you were the youngest. You were Cindy. I'm the youngest as well in my family.
This is. I don't have my hat, but you and Selena can work together on this. So there you go.
What?
I have my.
I watched the Brady Bunch. You want me to sing? Like, I ain't sing. That'd be embarrassing.
If I had my hat, I'll
People watch the Brady Bunch cartoon.
You know, I got the white version of that hat sitting over there. Stop lying.
I can't stand him.
Yeah, I can put that. You know, damn well. Who grew up in the hood watching the Brady Bunch?
I did.
I watched the Brady Bunch.
I grew up in the subdivision watching the Brady Bunch.
Y'all must didn't have roaches. Y'all didn't have roaches.
I didn't know what roaches looked like until I got in high school.
See, anybody who had roaches didn't watch that. We watched other stuff. I mean, it's like, whoa, you know. But that's okay.
I was dating a girl. I was dating a girl in the city. My mom told me about, you're gonna be crossing those tracks. You better watch it. And I went to date a girl in the city, and she had roaches. And that was, my first time actually seeing roaches. And then because then I didn't know that one had hooked a ride on my jacket back to the house.
Oh my gosh.
And my mom, she had a fit. She had the whole house shut down. I'm pulling everything out in the garage. And told me, from now on, if I go to that girl's house, leave my clothes outside before I come in the house.
We had names for our roaches. I knew that's Pete. That was Jimmy Jack. Susie.
That's how roaches get in your house.
Yeah, we had names. I mean, they were just regular.
Presentation. Yep.
Yeah, that was just a regular thing.
You lived in Joe's apartment.
We couldn't get we couldn't have no money for pets. So I mean, maybe y'all just didn't get it, but that's fine. I grew up hard. That's fine.
I'll never forget the first, and it wasn't really even an apartment, but my sister, I have a twin sister who's 4 minutes older than I am. So that's
wow.
I am the Cindy. But she had moved out of the house. We had just graduated high school, and there was a part. Well, it was our freshman year in college, and she had moved out. There was a big party. She's going out, and my dad told me I had to be home by midnight. And I was like, "That's not fair. I'm like in college. It's weird." And he was like, "No, you're going to do it." So I thought, "Okay, Dad, I think I'm going to move out tonight." And he was like, "Okay, come grab you." I said, "I'm going to come get my stuff tomorrow." He said, "Okay, sounds good." And I was like, "I'm just going to go move in with my sister." That night, I went out. I came back to the apartment, and Ethan said I had the hood roaches. I have heard Ethan's stories about it.
I'm not gonna lie. I know the song. There is a family. I watched it. I know the whole theme song.
I wanted to tell Ethan's story, and I thought, no, let him tell it. And he did. So I love that. Thank you, babe. But I'll never forget walking or coming into that apartment that night, and my twin sister had been asleep, and I did not know that they had roaches so bad that when I opened that door, she was so startled. I opened that door, and she had toilet paper up her nose and in her ear, stuffed her cotton balls or something because she was the roaches.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I worked in the ER, and I worked in the emergency room in Philly. And I remember people coming in pretty often with the roach. I hate to even. So why are we talking about
which hospital?
Pennsylvania.
They have roaches in their ears, and
they would have the roach in their ear, and they would have to get it out, and that was always.
Oh my gosh!
I was like, oh my God.
We got to change the subject. When I first moved in this apartment,
there you
first
go.
night, I couldn't sleep right for a month. My first night, I woke up in the middle of the night to go get a cup of water, and I turned the light on in the kitchen. There was like 20 roaches in my damn sink.
Yeah, they
So
love
my
the exterminator.
goodness.
They had to get the exterminator to come and get rid of them. So I haven't seen one in a while. So we got to change the subject because you might start talking
Yeah,
about
that
them.
sounds like this is traumatic.
Wait, I got one story.
It sounds like an invitation, and we don't need no.
I don't get how y'all roaches. What? Come on.
They're
I mean,
disgusting.
anyway, Damon.
They can fly.
What's going on with you,
You know
Damon?
how, Roderick, you always talk about people.
Huh?
You talk about people coming back, like people come back as ants and stuff like that.
I think some people come back as roaches too. They reincarnated the roach.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's hell. That's hell.
Yeah, that is.
The life of a roach ain't bad. They breed and make many babies.
Oh, they're
At
disgusting.
one time.
And they get the, I don't know. I'm not saying that you should just have a roach as a friend, like Michael Jackson in the movie Being Rat.
Or some people so dirty you swear they were a roach in their past life.
Oh my gosh.
Courtney, can our spirits come back as an animal?
Animals have spirits.
They do. Do we revert? I mean, I think it could be possible. I think more of it as in animal to animal, and maybe we move up rather than revert back. Sometimes that's the way I see it. That's the way. But again, who knows?
So you saying we all could have been a roach? Maybe?
I mean, maybe we've evolved from that space, but yeah.
I'm laughing at.
Maybe that's why you sympathize with them so much. That's why you sympathize. You were once in that position.
You do a very, very young soul to evolve.
Oh, somebody got feedback on. Y'all can kill it. Damon, go ahead. What's going on with you?
Not much. I'm living good. Feeling healthy.
You see no marinara sauce under his name.
So
Gross.
you got your purple lights working tonight. So
Yeah, that was my grandmother's favorite color. So I always try to keep
that.
Yeah. So it just reminds me of her. So I always have it purple.
Which was that purple coming in for you, Roderick, earlier.
I see it. Yeah.
Yep, right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's coming in.
Signs. Look at that.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's all good. It was my grandmother and my aunt that talked a lot, but it was. I'm like, man, even the spirit talks. So it was pretty much, yeah. But anyway, y'all should.
So wait, Roger, I want to know, I want more details. So when you did this, were you, Courtney, was it like a mediumship?
So really great question. So when I connect, we call on the guides and angels, we open it up, we connect, and we simply kind of just see what comes through. So very often in my sessions, somebody gets all of that. So they do get a connection with the loved ones on the other side, and then also with their highest of energy. So if something from the past comes up, it's typically because there's something today that needs to be kind of moved through in order to take the next step. And then relationships, your loved ones can point to things from the past or even help guide into the next phase of life or whatever, whether it be business or relationships or anything like that. And we talked about all those things with Roderick, didn't we? Business, relationships, and love, and even healing from the other side too, which is really cool. So that can come through. And what I think is cool is we can connect to the way that they were here in this life, but then we can connect to their highest self where they see and they understand from their healed mindset. You know, they're not just operating from the space that they were here. Sometimes many people pass unhealed. Yeah.
So what were you asking me, Damon? You was asking me something?
Well, she gave me the answer.
I know, because you just flipped over there. I knew it wasn't for me anyway. Roderick Courtney, I'm like, yeah, okay, flip it over. All right,
What do you like? What do they look like though? That's what I want to know. Like through your eyes, what do you see? Is it light, or when you see someone's loved ones, are they coming through as a light? Like, how do you know who they are? what do they look like? Do you see a face? Like, how does the image come to you?
Sometimes. So to me, I'm open. I don't want them to come into my body, me channel them in that way. I'm not, I want a little space, if you will.
Yeah.
I can, like, they can show me like how they've passed or whatever. Now, as far as how I can see them, I can see them if they choose to be seen, or they can show me. Sometimes it can feel like a Polaroid, like a still shot image, like a picture. Sometimes they'll show me like their hair, the way that, if they have very often women will be like, look at my hair. I've had men come through and they might not show me their full body, but it'll be like father energy, but he's fascinated with his calves. I remember a client years ago was like obsessed with his legs. And as soon as that information started coming through, that they just died laughing, like did not quit talking about his legs. And so
I'm not that bad.
Yeah, they just show me whatever they want to show me. And so
is it something that, I don't mean to cut you off, is it something that they know would, like, undoubtedly that their loved one will recognize that that's them?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, I had I had a big group, and I talked about this not so long ago, but I had a large group, or it was like 55 people, and so only a few people get called to have a moment in that experience, which is always so cool. And this particular woman was sitting at the very front of the group, the event, and she had a grandfather energy was coming through, and then her uncle came through, and they were referencing these overalls, and she was like, they were just talking about these overalls, and they were showing me just almost, it felt to me like a still shot of an image. And I kept saying he's referencing, it's a picture, and he's showing me that like they're both in these overalls, and one is referencing this, it looks like a cowboy hat, but it almost looks like a funny cowboy hat, like it looks like a floppy, like that kind of a cowboy hat, if you know what I mean. But it's funny, there's something really, really funny about it. And she's like, okay, maybe makes sense. So she's like, I'm like, just take a breath, let it go, pretend it's BS till it falls into place. And then her dog, it was like this dog just ran through. I have a reel of it on my Instagram page, so everybody
That's
go
so cool.
follow me and check it out. But her dog had just passed, and the dog ran up, the description of the dog, it was so sweet. But as soon as that event was done, she went and opened up her, like, an album in her Facebook page. And she came up to me and she was like, oh my gosh, I went to this album. I knew I had family pictures. I opened my old album. Look at this. And she showed me. And it's a picture of her uncle and her grandpa, arm in arm, like looking like a bunch of hillbilly cowboys, being funny, and one of them had a big floppy cowboy hat.
Oh
my God.
I didn't know this woman. I've never met her. And so they will bring through things that only you will know often. And, it's interesting. And I believe that being psychic or having mediumship abilities, first of all, we all have it. But I believe of that coming, like us being able to understand that we have it, is simply just a symptom of our awakening and our stepping into that source and power. And so I always, in every one of my darn sessions, I don't believe we have to go to anybody to get it. I think we have direct connection to source, God, light, universe.
There you go, Courtney. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
I ride on the fact. What did Jesus say?
Yes,
Jesus said, these things that I do, you can do also. I ride on that.
That's true.
That's what he said. They just never explained it in the Bible how to do it.
That's right. And so let me tell you, that's why I'm on the Forbidden Knowledge Network. I trust in the way I receive, but I don't believe that anybody requires us to go to another. So the sessions are beautiful, and I understand wanting to do them. They are so healing, and we can do that. But those sessions help guide you towards your own connection and power.
How do we come to you for a meeting?
There you go. So you can book a session here. I've got and listen, I have I do group.
I want one.
Yeah, I have group. You can go book. Here it is. There's my website. So you can always go purchase a group session, or not a group.
Where'd
You
you
can
put it
always. It's in the comments.
It's in the comments. It's got Rod's name on it, but it's her.
Courtney Kane.
It's hers too. It's either one.
yeah, it
We're
was on
streaming
the
to both channels. So there it is on the screen, CourtneyKaneSize.com.
Thank you. But so there's different degrees. Now those private sessions, they're an investment because it's an investment definitely with your energy and all of that. And so there's that level. You can do 30-minute, 60-minute, 90-minute sessions. I also have group sessions that, there's usually 12 seats in those. Everybody gets a session in that space. And then I also have a VIP inner circle where we connect to. It's exactly like this in a sense. We connect twice a month for an hour and a half, and we dive into different topics. Elizabeth is taught in that. Roderick, I need to have you come in. I have thought leaders and friends to teach, and then we connect to different spiritual topics. And this last one, I did sessions for everybody in there. And so even if you were like, I want to do a session, but I really don't know yet, you could always do that. It's $11 a month. That's it. It's like less than a cup of coffee. And so that's a really cool thing too. I want to do a session, but I really don't.
Somebody got your audio on. But anyway, you said it was $11 a month. So y'all can go to the website, join that, and pretty much. It was 1 minute
Courtney.
before midnight.
Yeah.
Somebody
I have a
just
question.
their
Can I ask
TV off or whatever.
Courtney, can I ask you something?
There is some feedback
I'm
going on.
gonna find it. Let me see.
Okay.
All right, I think I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, I got it.
I did I don't know what you call it. I did this. My best friend. He's kind of like my spiritual. I call him my spiritual guide, but he says that I have a gift, but I call him my spiritual guide. He's my best friend, so we learn from each other. We did a practice where we meditated, and you allow people to, whoever wants to come through to you, to come through and present themselves. And what was so weird was I was describing things in the room, like people that I saw. I didn't really see their face, but I could see kind of what they were wearing, or they were showing me something. Like there was this woman came and I don't know if she was a baker or something like that, and it was a toddler.
Yep.
And I don't know who the toddler was. But what touched me so much was my husband, they had a family dog, and I got kind of ill. I got like a really bad flu when I was there over Christmas. And the dog, I just bonded with the dog. And the dog didn't really like anybody, but the dog liked me. And I was sleeping in this cabin, and the dog would come into the cabin, and he would sit with me and sleep next to me. Well, he died a few months later. And my husband happened to be in Estonia at the time. That's where he's from. Now, no one told me, but I was sitting on the couch watching TV, and I saw like fur, like a tail. And I was like, what was that? And then I saw fur come up behind the TV, and I was like, but my point is, when we were channeling this, I saw two dogs. I saw that dog, and I saw my childhood dog.
Yes.
Wow.
My best friend said, he told me, he said, there's something moving in circles. I said, no, those are the two dogs. They're playing with each other. And I could almost come to tears to that, because
write it down.
I'll never forget that.
Well, but the reason we write it down is because one day we won't be there, and our legacy needs to see that their ancestors had it too. So we don't necessarily have to write it down for us. We write it down for our little ones, and date it. And so when you have a collective notebook that has all of these crazy, oh my gosh, this is amazing moments, you're going to be like, I'm just like Courtney. Well, yeah, we all are. And so that in the way that even you describe it, that she shows me this, I feel like she's a baker.
Yeah.
But even in the way you're describing it is very much the way they might show us different key pieces and energy. And you see fur. I mean, you see a rush of an animal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it happens. And so my suggestion, let me just say real quick, before we do that, I always call on the guides and angels and make sure we're protected in the light. So if we just open up to any energy, you're opening up to any lower grade anything as
Right.
well.
Right.
And we don't want to do that.
Protection.
As long as we learn to protect our energy and know like we know, then you're good. Right?
Mara was holding up a card. What was that?
Yeah.
Wait, my final.
It's
I
a
have
Yeah, I was
one
trying to
last
see that
question.
too.
Yeah.
One last
fairy
thing. I
protection.
want to get that. What is that?
A fairy protection card.
I
I
love
keep
that.
it with me. I keep it with me when I go to certain. Well, I usually take it with me when I go see a doctor to make sure
Oh,
that
that's smart.
I don't like to get poked with needles and get my blood drawn. So I just be like, oh, but it works. It helps. You know,
Well,
you guys want me to read it?
I love it.
If you want.
We got
Hello?
bees. We got bees. We
Go
got
ahead.
eyes.
Yeah.
We
My
got.
mom's family is from Cape Verde, and these are called concierge, and it means the eyes of your ancestors are watching over you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we hold
Wow,
protection too.
I
that's
love
cool.
That's what it
That
is.
seems cool.
That's cool.
Damon, you had one more or question or something.
Yes. When you meditate and you're looking, when people come to you, whatever, something that him and I noticed, and I was actually describing this. I was like, I could see. I don't know if I'm seeing the other side, but I'm seeing all these different time periods. Like I'm seeing horses and carriage. I see cars. I see different clothes. But it's like a fog, and like you can see everything just still happening. Like is that crazy?
No, because this is again,
I don't think so.
the more we know, the more we know nothing. And then how can we ever say this is exactly the way it is until we're there? But that's how I feel. I think our ego, if we say this is exactly it, but
Right.
how you describe it is, I'm like, yes, we're connecting to the highest form. I was raised Southern Baptist. I love that space, but I have expanded much beyond that, right? But that other realm, call it heaven or whatever, but in the way I see it is we are connecting within different realms. Call it now the big key word is what? Timeline jumping or
Yeah.
whatever. It's if somebody else is going to come up with another phrase, there's going to be another cool thing and another new thing, and it's all the same thing. And so are you connecting to the different layers of the universe? Are you connecting to somebody is tell you that this is the way it is, but I think that only we can understand how it feels to us. And so even when I'm speaking, whether it be on the podcast or in a session or anything, I will say the whole time this is how it feels to me. Because just because it feels like truth to me doesn't feel like it's truth to you, maybe. And you also need to trust you beyond anything else.
Yeah,
And
true.
I always, my clients, I will tell you, the ones that stick with me and stay with me, they're growing and evolving. And we do that together Elizabeth, Billy, they're clients of mine now. Roderick's a client now, but my favorite are the ones that grow, the ones that keep coming in asking the same things.
Right.
What are you doing here?
Well, you've been guiding Elizabeth for 10 years. So did you see this Billy thing coming? I mean, was she working toward that?
Well, she was working through her own healing, like she was working through her own progression on life, like we all are. And so we talked about that. And so yes, I mean those are private details.
All right, we'll get out of that.
Yeah, trying to crack the code.
Short answer is yes. It's more about
All right, we'll get out of
their
that.
own energy. It's not really about the person on the other end. It's about us coming into us, and then therefore it shows up in the physical, right?
Right.
So let me ask this, right? Because I feel like my daughter, like you said, I think we all have special gifts. But my daughter, I feel like she has dreams, like angels coming to her and stuff. She just turned 12 in April, and she's always been like a sensitive type of kid. She's a really sweet girl, and she's sensitive, but as she matures, she gets a little bit stronger. But she used to be scared. Her aunt passed away, her dad's sister, a couple of years back. And she was just telling me, because she overhears our conversations through the podcast. And she'll come to me and she'll ask me certain things. And then she'll tell me that you know, when her aunt passed away, she came to her in a dream. And then she was telling me that she had another dream, and there were angels, these angels in a dream. So when you have a child that is curious, one, about what they're experiencing or what they're seeing, and you feel that they have some sort of connection and they're aware of it, well, how do you guide them in that type of like
Well, in that connection, my oldest will be 27 in July, and my I have two daughters, and my youngest is 9. And soon he's already my son, but soon to be official stepson soon. But those girls, watching them grow, and now the gifts are there in both of them differently, and I like facts and proof. So, Paige was young in my learning to own the gift and the discovery and the ownership of it. And so now her experience with me was different, right? And so she has been there with that evolution of ownership, which, oh my gosh, I can't even believe it. But and so I always said I wanted it to be age appropriate because we don't want to lead them, and but I wanted to hold space for her, right?
Yeah.
And I want it to be her truth, not her mother imprinting on her.
Right.
And she's got it, but she's definitely owning it in her own way. Now, my little one's very much like yours. Now she's dying for her own podcast. Do not be surprised if you don't see her. She's an astrologer. Roderick, you love Anderson.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You're one of her little besties, but she is an old soul, and she is strong, and she knows the zodiac signs. She is. I've done this for 20 years, and I'm like, I know part of it just by knowing, but that kid, she knows. But so I think we talk age appropriate. And we support. What I would encourage you to do is these stories that she's telling you, and even the ones from the past, just like I even said to Damon, get a notebook. I always called my notebooks the I'm Not Crazy book. And I didn't at 15 start writing in my I'm Not Crazy book. I would never be doing this as a job, as a career, because I'm so analytical left brain. I like science. I like facts. I would be more like a scientist or a quantum physicist. And the fact that which I'm telling you, that's also why Billy and I are buds, and I'm on that network, and all of it is because I'm not so far woo-woo that there's no groundedness. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I just personally, I need a balance. And so if you as a mother, let her have her own I'm Not Crazy book, and tell her to journal, write it down, process, whatever. But if you as a mother can have one that you're keeping, and I wouldn't let her know, but it's your viewpoint of her evolution. Can you imagine our mothers like having
That's awesome.
being presented when she's of a appropriate emotional, physical age where they're going, they're solid, and you present them with this book of their knowing.
You talk about ultimate validation.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I wish I had a mother who would have done that when I was a kid.
Right.
Can you
by myself?
I just got chills on my legs. So even when we evolve into our ownership of this gift, we don't have to be psychic mediums or spiritual advisors or whatever, but it might help us choose our partners in a way that we knowing that that's the one. How many? I know I needed that. I'm sure
or you knew you had it. You had it there. It was right there, but you just said, no.
Well, listen, even when we have it, we still sometimes want to ignore it. So we are still having this human experience. So don't beat yourselves up. But I think that that's the way we can help support them, because we want them to have a human experience.
For sure.
And we want them to, or for me, I want my kids to have balance, because let me tell you this too. If you met me in just my normal everyday grocery store kid thing, whatever, I don't talk about me. I'm literally I'm breathing in and learning from what's in my external world around me, I'm processing, I'm here in the now, moment to moment. I would never walk in a room and me go, let me tell you about you. How many times have we been together, Rod, and me be like, Rod, let me tell you, I'm the wisdom keeper. Have I ever?
Now when we together, especially when we over there and everybody's around, it's just family talk. Everybody's having a good time, and nobody knows who got what gifts. It's just like
It just,
Wondering real quick why you stop getting invited to things.
I just feel like it's just
Wow.
the main thing that I'm sorry, I couldn't even hear. Did I cut somebody off?
No.
No.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
The only thing, and I'm gonna be quiet. The thing that I was most concerned about was paying attention to her saying that she was scared, because as a kid, I was a very fearful person. When people would die around me, I was scared crazy. Like, they're gonna come and haunt me. That was a big thing for me. I feel like if any abilities that I have, I've cut them off from fear alone. So it was with her. She said, I said, well, how did you feel? You know, when you get these dreams or whatever, how do you feel when when you wake up or whatever? She was like, at first I was so scared. She said, but now I'm not scared anymore. So it's just that thing of me not wanting her, if anything comes through, for her not to be scared of it, where she's going to be harmed in any kind of way,
Yeah. That protection and that bubble of protection. I just did, it wasn't this last week's podcast, but it was the podcast before. So if you go to the Forbidden Knowledge Network, go under live and just scroll, you'll see one. It's about kids. I don't remember what the title was of it, but I just did one about or a podcast about how we can support our kids and their intuition. And so what you just said, also you described me. I was terrified as a child. Every house I lived in, I always thought every home was haunted up until my 20s, mid-20s, when I was drinking and partying about it, which I don't regret. But so the paranormal stuff would start to happen, and then it would flame out. So we have to protect our energy. Something that helped my oldest daughter all the time was a nightlight. An angel nightlight helped her. It helped her spirit for some reason. And it was such a simple thing, but it was protection. And so the more that we surround them with that bubble of light, and we teach them, like a priest or a preacher knows, like they know how to protect. We have to teach our kids that they know, like they know.
Yes.
That they are the boss of this energy.
Yes.
And when we can't know anything outside of
That
ourselves.
is the point.
Yeah. And so we empower them. And so that's what we do. That's what you do.
That's what I tell my kids too. Like they those entities, those things need you to be scared of it. That's why
That's how they
feed off of you.
And when they know how to work that heart chakra, when that heart chakra, this is off point.
Is that the one, Courtney?
That's it.
Yes. Great.
That up there.
Okay, y'all make sure y'all check that one out right later.
Yeah, that's the one. And there's other,
children's nursing. Okay.
There's other podcasts where I'm talking about kid stuff and all of that later. But that protection, and there's a non-wavering. A lot of people would assume that because I have virtual clients all over the world, and I see clients in person as well. I have groups, I have all of that. A lot of people I think they would assume that I have a lot of that, I want to say, nonsense in my home. And my home is clean. My home is clear. We do not put up with that.
Yeah.
And, you know how when I grew up tiptoeing, running, walking through the house because I could feel everything.
Yes.
What I didn't understand was I didn't know me. I couldn't feel me because I could feel everything else. And so we need to teach them to feel them first.
Yes.
And then the outside world. But what I make sure I do is when I'm walking through my home, I zip up that energy. Audio Rob was talking about that heart. We zip it all up, and I call it flat-footed. I walk through my home flat-footed. I am the boss.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is how it goes.
Yeah.
And I teach my kiddos that. So my little one has such a fierceness around it that my oldest didn't, because I was really discovering it with her raising. So I think I got into like the ownership when, I mean, well, I've been doing it for 20 years. So she was 7, you know, but I was still, you know, you're still in your infancy stage, almost like it's still wondering or learning and protecting. And so Anderson, you know, I'm just so much more matter of fact and unwavering about it.
I love
Good. That's right. I love that.
How's your Uber
That's
Eats?
amazing.
Your food
Yeah,
delivery?
where's your food? Where's your cheeseburger?
Wait just a second. It's heading my way.
Did you add bacon?
Wasn't that like an hour ago?
No, but it
Yeah,
was
it's
like
been a
20.
while.
No, it hasn't. It was like, I'm like, no, it
It's shopping. She hadn't ordered it yet.
I love it. Like
She was
20
timing it. She's timing it for Ethan to have some food when he gets
No, I'm not. Ethan doesn't get any food because he said he wasn't hungry. No, I'm kidding. I'll share with him.
Like, wow.
I'm teasing. You snooze, you lose. If you said you were hungry, no, I'm kidding. He knows I'll leave half of all of it for him. He'll get it. But no, it is really interesting because I'm sure, how many of you grew up feeling either like nervous or scared in the dark, nervous in your home?
Oh yeah.
I love
me.
dark.
Really
Yeah, I used to have dreams flying. That's what I used to be flying. I would fly. I would love that.
So
I used to have dreams.
never scared.
I was
I never
talking
knew to
ghosts.
be scared.
All right, I'm gonna go around the room. Let me go. Margaret, what was your dreams about?
Yes.
I used to have dreams about falling off the Sears Tower, and my stomach used to hurt so bad.
Oh.
When I woke up, I could feel it. It was painful because I felt that feeling. And one time, I just got over having braces. I just now got my braces because of the fact that it happened to me with it has something to do with when I was telling you about the healing with the alien thing, but I got scared over wearing braces now, and because when I was falling off, one time I fell and I hit the ground. When I woke up, I fell out of the bunk bed and my tooth, and I busted my lip really, really, really bad, and my tooth was really loose. But when I was a little girl, I couldn't get the braces because of my age. So my mom, she was just telling me to just naturally let whatever with my teeth because I was too young to get it pulled or to get the braces due to the fact that I was falling out. I don't know. I just felt like it was something from, well, now I feel like it's something from my past life. I don't know if it was my fault or whatever, but I just felt like it was an entity then that was following me, and it was trying to kill me because I woke. If I felt like now if I didn't wake up out of that dream, you know how night terrors are like when a person consistently have the same dream and it's just nonstop. This is kind of like it was to the point I even had to take medication to put me to sleep because I was scared to go to bed because my stomach was hurting so bad because I consistently had these
Anxiety.
dreams, literally just falling off the Sears Tower, and just it was scary. It felt real, like it was scary.
Those are like past life memories, I believe.
So yeah, I'm right there. My intuition is right now. It took this long for me to really tap into it because you know that was a really dark. A lot of that came from like I had a good childhood. Like I wasn't abused and stuff like other children. I had things that happened because this world is not perfect, but a lot of the things that I suffered from was stuff like that I couldn't really talk to people about and explain. And now I'm really like going back and tapping into that energy to figure out, you know, and it's helping. Like it's a process. You don't heal overnight. I don't think you can never heal from anything all the way, but I feel like you always make steps to make it better. Like you just live to be a better person, so you be a
Yes, we
better
got lifetimes.
heal.
We got
So you know,
lifetimes.
it's real deep. It's really deep.
Right.
Yeah, we got lifetimes.
I'm gonna go next. Rainbow Light Warrior. You have them? Anything?
My dreams are a little crazy.
Yeah, like
I call
you know,
myself
come
a
on, man.
dream
You
catcher.
welcome home. You know, come on.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff in my dreams. My ancestors. I've seen most of the kids that were born into my family before they came. And I've never been scared of it. Like when I was a kid, I just thought I had other friends. You know, I used to go to see my friends in their worlds, and they just lived in different worlds, and I just thought it was all normal.
Mm.
Okay. All right. Damon, what about you?
I used to have this reoccurring dream until I was about maybe like 5 or 6 years old about being in the subway station, and I had my parents were there. They were my parents, but they didn't look like my parents look like now, but they were my parents. And I was put on this train. All the children were put on this train, and it pulled away.
Oh
And
wow.
and I remember my parents running to the train trying to get me out, and all the kids were on it, and the train took off. And I had the
That's so
same
weird.
dream over
I've
and
been
over
on
and
a
over again.
train.
I've had that dream.
That's strange.
I've had that
Well,
dream.
when I
on the
moved
train
to
Wow.
That's
London,
strange.
what's weird is when I moved to London, I went to this museum that was talking about the Blitz.
Yes.
And what happened is they used to move the children in England or in London to the north because the Germans were bombing. And when I went to this museum, I started remembering things from my dream.
Oh,
I
that's deep.
remember
Yeah.
train cars coming and delivering sandwiches and hot chocolate, and I was so attracted to the hot chocolate. And my parents would tell me, "Just wait, like don't rush over there." But that's what they used to do during the Blitz. They would deliver food because people were afraid to go out. They would stay in the. So I don't know. And then coming home from work, I would walk through certain stations, and they're the same. They keep them. They take care of them. I remember the tiles on the wall, and I would look. I'm like, I remember that design. I don't know where. Like, was this the station? So weird.
Wow.
And I'm like, no, this couldn't be it. Like, come on, I live here now, but like, how is this full circle? Like, what is that?
But so
That was
those
a
are
reoccurring dream.
in that I'm Not Crazy book in your journal. Those are the things also that I'm saying we should write down and just date it from it can be Cliff Note version and just be like weird, had this constant dream, fear, train, whatever, and holy moly, I'm right here, ... The ... means I don't know what the hell it means, but I know it means something. That's I'm
Yeah.
telling you, my sessions are good are because somehow when I was 15, I started doing that, and what I can do is I know what truth feels like in my body. So when something comes through, even when it hasn't fallen into place just yet, I'm real secure with saying ... means I don't know what it means, but I know it means something. And
That's a feeling.
and we get confirmation. So it could come through later in 2 years, 5 years, and for you to get confirmation of something that you know. So interesting.
All right, Philly Cat.
So are we talking childhood or recent?
Okay, so
Any dreams, I guess you want to talk about, or anything, I guess.
Well, I've had the
dream.
Well, just give us one, and then we'll go. You choose.
What?
I mean, I'm trying to get everybody in, and then
I'll be right back. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Well, the person we're talking to just
Round.
to get a sandwich.
Then we can wait.
She said, "Get a sandwich."
All right.
But Roderick, you asked earlier why don't
Rod, that's right up your alley.
messages to tell people, like, why didn't anybody get a message to tell what was her name, Kim Porter, what was going to happen to her?
Oh, go ahead.
Sometimes you don't know that you've gotten that message. I've gotten two. I think after screwing up the second one, where the messages were coming from was like, okay, we're gonna nix this on her because she's not understanding it. And I don't I don't decipher the message until after the person is dead. I got Princess Diana.
Wow.
A month before she died to the day.
Totally
AFK
different.
Jr. to the day for a week. And I knew him. Like I didn't know him, like we weren't friends, but every time I went to New York, I had a certain path I take. And I always I like ran into him for years straight. And he would be like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Like he would remember me. And like even the guard, the what do you call it, the doorman at his building knew me at Central Park, right across from Central Park he lived. And I could have easily, if I knew that it was him and his wife and his sister-in-law, I could have easily just gone there. And,
oh my God.
She's
and
back.
told them, and I didn't understand it until he died.
She's back. We're gonna move it pretty quick so y'all can she can get on. But go ahead.
Got her
quick.
sandwich.
So she got her sandwich.
Mhm.
I got a sandwich. Wait, I got a sandwich. I did not, and I got 2 shakes, and I didn't order that.
Oh, that sounds good. A shake.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, yeah, shake.
So
Well, I mean, just put it up.
Vanilla shake.
Ethan got 30 minutes. He'll be there in 30 minutes.
I know one of these is his. Yeah, so he's just gonna have
there
to
you go.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Friday. Why not? Have
Okay.
a shake.
Oh yeah, round.
The past
Are
2
we,
weeks,
talk,
I've
are we
had
talking
interesting
just
things happen to
drink?
me
Oh, go ahead,
because I have demanded answers, and I've said, "You owe me answers. You know, I'm your child. I'm your descendant. You owe me answers." And 1 week I had I text Rod. I got a date, and I saw newspaper clippings in my head. And Rod, I have a picture I want to send you to see if you see what I see. And then
Me? You talking to me?
yeah, I have a picture I want to send you to see if you see what I see because I went to that
What
date,
did you see?
March 22nd,
I
1943.
believe you believe what you saw.
Don't listen to him.
Anyway,
I mean, y'all don't be just throwing some shit on me.
last
Like, hey.
week, Friday or Saturday, no, it was Friday. I woke from a dream and was scared crapless for the first time since I was in single digits. I haven't been afraid since I visited myself as a child, and I haven't been afraid ever again of, not like that. But I was in tears. I don't cry.
Yeah.
Like, and if this dream was, I was looking, I call it a me inside of me inside of me. I was looking down at myself. I saw my soul being forced back into my body.
Oh.
And I was in the body, my body was in a fetal position and everything was black. Now, a lot of times when I meditate, especially if I'm listening to Doc B's music or doing one of Billy's guided meditations, I also see black, but it's shiny like the sky without stars. And I can go in the room and I'll see all the galaxies. And I've said it before that I can pick a galaxy and then I can go there. But this time it was like a muted color. And it was just black. And all the light in the room was coming from my body. And if you covered, it looked like if you had covered my body there, it would be pitch black, like the movie, no light whatsoever. And I saw myself being forced back. And when I woke up, I could move, but it was just, felt so heavy. And I had told Rod that I used to have a double heartbeat. Sometimes I wonder, shouldn't have had the surgery to try to correct it. But before then, I found out they were giving me this drug called adenosine in a hospital to stop the double heartbeat and stop my heart. Because I could be up talking to you guys like this, but my heart would be racing at like 200 and some beats a minute. And the doctors were, so many doctors coming in because I said, I'm in the textbook somewhere because they were just perplexed how I was still, awake and talking to them and my heart racing like that. So they gave me the adenosine and it feels like a heaviness on your chest that you, you can't move. Like somebody 5 times your weight is sitting on your chest. And I found out that adenosine stops your heart. So technically you're dead for those minutes talking to them.
That's crazy.
And that's how my body felt when I woke up. My whole body from toe to head, it felt like I had adenosine or something. Like I could not move. It felt like I felt like I had died. And my soul was being forced back in my body because I wasn't supposed to be dead yet.
And you were crying. That was the tears when you came back. Yeah, that's typically what I see emotion is, because that's home or that's our space. This isn't necessarily it. Come here.
It scared the living daylights out of me. The last, usually, but yeah.
All right.
Light knew, like,
all right, what about my boy?
Were.
Oh, go ahead.
What you saying?
Go ahead, Rainbow.
I was
You were
just
saying
talking
something?
about the light. Like, that's actually why I'm called Rainbow Light Warrior. Like,
they want the burger.
Here's the dog.
He's a color burger.
There's one or 2 dogs.
That's probably what it is.
All right. We got audio Rob. Then we have,
Yeah.
My guy.
Real quick.
No, not you. We got somebody in the middle. Go ahead, my bro.
Okay. Oh yeah, we got Realm.
You pronounce
that.
We
got about Realm. Realm.
So we're just talking about really eye-opening dreams.
Yeah, if you don't have a dream, don't we just moving around pretty quick.
I have a multitude. I got so many. I got kind of
Yeah. Well, you want us to come back?
No.
I'll give you one.
Yeah.
I had a really wild dream this one time that led into me what I call is
it led into me having these experiences where I was having dreams of me helping spirits transition into a higher plane, like once they passed. But what led into that, right? I woke in my dream and I was tied up in a basement, and I'm sitting
Oh
on the floor of the
no.
basement. I'm sitting on the floor in the basement, and I'm tied up to a, like the old basement's got like the poles, like a metal pole, and it's painted red. Why that's so significant, I'm still understanding. Don't understand. But I'm tied up, got my hands tied up behind the pole, my ankles tied up, and I start like I'm kind of dazed and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, and I see the door to upstairs. The basement is cracked open, and my mindset is this: I got to get out of here as fast as possible because I don't know what's going on. I'm start panicking and stuff like that. So I'm like, I feel that there's like kind of like rusty on the pole behind me, like I can feel it on my back, and so I start rubbing the rope that's tied to my wrist against the pole.
Oh my God.
On the
Dang.
in the rust until it cuts through the rope, and so then I untie my feet and I begin to like ascend the stairs and creep up to the door. So I open the door and I can remember this house. I was explaining to somebody the other day, actually one of my friends, and I could draw the house out. That's how vivid I remember this. I could draw the layout of the house from what I saw, and the living room was kind of like an open kitchen to the living room. And the only thing that separated the living room and the kitchen was kind of like an island that was about like 2 to 3 feet within the kitchen. And so I see on the far side the front door, and I begin to creep towards the front door. And as I do, I see a man standing at the island with his back to me, and he's sharpening all his knives. And I knew that
Dang.
out of there, I was going to die.
Mm-mm.
So, those movie moments in the scary movies where like they're trying to sneak past the killer or the murderer, and they just so happen that one floorboard.
Did you hear the music in your head?
Yep.
Yeah.
They always step on that one floorboard that's creaky. There's only like
Right.
one loose floorboard in the whole house. And they just so happen to step on it. It was one of those moments. And I stepped on the floorboard, it creaked, and I'm like,
Man.
yep. And so he
That's
stopped,
creepy.
and he
Let me
turns
show y'all.
around.
Y'all see my artwork? It's
Jesus.
Yeah.
Ramp. He done that for me and mailed it to me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Alien eyes with the Y. It's the Y, and then it's the alien eyes, and it's a beautiful.
Oh, you did that, Realm?
Yeah, I did that.
But
That's tight.
That's nice.
what you stepped on the floorboard and then what?
So I step on the floorboard creaks.
Wait a minute, I was showing my picture. Wait, why are you?
He was
cooking me?
talking while you
In
were
the middle of
building
his
the
story.
He was coming back. It's like I'm the host of the show. This is my show.
No, it's not. It's our show right
You
now.
Good advertising, right?
You
Go ahead.
I direct
Go ahead, Ralph.
in this damn thing.
You
You know
answer
what
my
I'm saying?
Good advertising, Ralph. Good advertising, right?
Anyway, Ralph, go ahead.
Yeah, that was okay.
Go ahead, bro.
He plugged him. I want one now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
you
up,
know,
Ray?
I'm talking about man stuff, but go ahead.
All right, so I step on the creaky floorboard, and he stops what he's doing, and I'm just like, my heart drops out of my rear end, and he turns, and man, I Superman punched this dude. I just hit him as hard as I could. That's my only thought process. I just punched this dude. I hit him so hard he went over the island. I'm just like, something in this moment.
You got powers like that in your dreams.
Yeah.
You said what?
You do. You got powers like that in your dreams. You do.
Yeah, I hit him so hard he went over the island, and as soon as I hit him, I went right out the door. And so I ran out into this neighborhood, and I'm like dirty somehow, like I knew I'd been roughed up, and so I run out, and I see this woman across the street getting in her car, and I run over to her. I'm like, and she all scared because I ran up to her all panicked and sweating and dirty, and like I don't know where I'm at. I just woke up in this dude's basement. He had me tied up. I escaped. I'm pretty sure he's going to be here in like a second to try to get me back and kill me.
That's
I need
creepy.
you to help me and get me out of here because I don't know where I am at. Because I'm in a neighborhood that I don't know. I don't know where I'm at. And she's like, she just comes off real nonchalant. She's like, she's like, get away from me. Like, no, I'm not. What? I'm like, are you not hearing anything I'm saying? And she's like, no, I can't help you. I can't help you. Get off my property. Get off my property. And goes to get in her car. So I get in her car with her. And she starts like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm like, did I not just tell you I was like kidnapped and someone's trying to kill me? I was tied up in someone's basement and all that. And she was like,
okay, I'll help you, but I have to do my makeup first.
Oh no.
She
Oh no.
listen, I don't know. So she pulls down her visor and starts looking in the mirror and starts doing her makeup, and I'm just like,
I like she's with the guy.
this woman is not doing this. Like, I'm like in my dream, I'm like, I have to be dreaming. I have to be dreaming.
We're
And
escaping
so
P.
I
Diddy's house.
And so I look over her shoulder, and the dude is running at the car.
Oh my
with
God.
2 knives in his hand.
That's
I'm like,
psycho.
step on the gas.
That's a psycho.
He jumps and dives with the knives through her window.
What?
Like some action hero
Crazy.
super villain stuff. He dives through
Yeah.
the window, smashes through the window, and stabs both of us at the same time.
That's crazy.
Wow.
And as soon as that happens, it's like his knife went perfectly through my heart.
Mm.
And when he did that, I was immediately ejected out of my body, and I was standing in front of the car watching as he proceeded to just viciously stab both of us.
What?
And I'm watching
Did
him
he look
murder.
human or he looked like it? Like he looked like a monster or something? How did he look?
You know the movie Split, of how when he
Yeah.
embraces the beast,
Those
he gets
entities.
bulky like that. It was like he was like that. He was the beast.
Ugh, that's
You
gross.
wonder how these movies come about like that. When
That's
people have
gross.
dreams like that, they put them on paper and they actually they become movies.
And so this is like at least 10 years ago. And so
Wow.
I was ejected from my
Wow,
body and
that's
standing
deep.
watching him do that. And I'm like, I can't even believe like what I'm watching right now. And I'm like, I'm watching myself be murdered. And then
Wow.
as I'm sitting there and watching that, he gets out, he finishes, gets out, and he's covered in blood. And he just like puts his knives in his pocket and starts walking back to his house like it's just another Tuesday.
Oh my God,
And
that's
so
terrible.
in that moment,
Courtney, go ahead and bite that food.
I'm gonna cut this real short. I know you want to get other people in, but in that
Yeah.
moment when he goes to walk away and look, and I'm looking to disbelieve, it was like I was yanked back. And you ever seen the movie? And I love movies, and that's why it helps to relate it. You ever seen the movie with Ryan Reynolds called R.I.P.D., where he dies and he gets assigned as an officer of the spirit world to bring
Yes.
spirits who are not supposed to be in the physical world back to the spirit
They
world.
made this.
What's the name of it? What is it called?
It's called R.I.P.D.
R.E.
Rest in Peace Department. With Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, I have to look at
He is
that.
a
I never
spirit-
seen that.
RPV.
It was on
I have to watch it.
All right, we're gonna. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I'll do a real quick one, Rob.
Yeah,
Mine's so quick.
so we can get Courtney out of here and we can get
Can I
out.
finish?
Yeah, my
Can I finish the last part?
Go
So
ahead.
I got
Yep.
yanked back, and I'm sitting at a table, and a woman is explaining to me. She was like, "Okay, we got a job for you," and I'm like, "I don't know what's going on because I just watched myself get murdered. I was tied up, and now I'm sitting in a chair. I got yanked back, and like everything was like white, and I'm sitting in a chair." And she was like, "We got a job for you," and I was like, "What are you talking about?" Like I just watched myself get murdered. Like I'm so confused. And then she was like, "You know what you're supposed to be doing. Like, go and do your job." I'm like, "I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know." And then she was just like get out of here. And that was basically it. And I woke
And
up
then
right
you-
after that. When she said
Then
get
you
out of
got
here, I woke up.
reincarnated. Well, yeah, and then you woke up into your body. You were reincarnated. It's interesting.
That's deep.
Wow.
Dang.
And then I have dreams that follow up behind that, but I'll say that.
I've had those.
Yeah. All right.
yeah, mine is real quick. Mine was just when I was a kid. Around
Everybody
about,
says that. Everybody says that. Everybody.
no. Mine is quick. I used to, at 6 years old, I used to have dreams of flying. When I would fly, I believe I would actually just leave my body.
Yes.
I would fly through the cities, through the buildings, and I also would fly into other
That's
realms through other planes, like astral realm. And then at one point, I would feel I was being chased, and I was like, "Why am I being chased?" So all I would think faster, fly faster, and I would leave them in the dust. And then at one point, I would chill out for a minute, and I'll explore my area where I'm at, and I'll see where I'm at. Then it'd be something amazing. I would be looking at something like crystal or something like that, and then all of a sudden, I feel like they found me again, and then they're chasing me again, and they'll chase me out of there. They chase me, out of the realm. So I was always trying to. At one point, I want to get back into astral. I want to get into astral traveling. I want to go back to and face what was chasing me.
Mm.
That's
What
what
if
I
you go
want to do.
back to find out that you were chasing yourself the whole time?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. That's
That
what
makes
I'm thinking,
sense.
my brother. That's deep. That's what I'm thinking.
Shit,
Yeah, I've already had that revelation with my uncles when I asked them during my real quick when I asked them during the 2 points of my life where I heard a voice that saved my life 2 occasions, and they told me that was you.
Mhm.
I'm like, me? I said, yeah, that was you. I said, you mean to tell me that my higher self can save my life? They said, yeah. He didn't say, so wait a minute. So everybody has a higher self then, right? It says, yeah, everybody has a higher self, that small voice. So is that what the church has stolen and called it the Holy Spirit?
Yes. So when we connect, when Roderick said, what was it, the portal? I don't know. I wrote it down. I was like, that's so good. You called it something today.
The portal of your life. He said
Of your
connection to
life.
the portal of your life.
To your life. Yeah, the
Yeah,
portal to your life.
that's
So
my co-host, y'all. You see, she takes
that's
I wrote that down for
he's
you.
got it all down. But that I feel like that we all absolutely when it's meditation and prayer, that is what we're connected to, is we're trying to connect back to our highest self, which is that breath of source of life. The Holy Spirit is within all of us, and that is our highest connection for us, I believe. And so in those sessions, we connect to you here in the now, but we connect to that highest self, which is my favorite thing. Yes. Yeah.
Can I want to add something before you
I
pass
have a
on?
quick question.
Watch that movie Interstellar.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Yes, I was saying yes, yes. And the wormhole, yes.
Yeah.
And he's able to send messages to himself and his
Yep.
So
That was
you
a
just
good
watch that
one.
movie and like,
And then the connection of how you know the energies when you be feeling energies, when you think people are around you and stuff, you just never know like
It's that
how
Interstellar.
you never know.
Yeah.
You never know it could be somebody and they giving you and you might have be doing something around you to help somebody or your own self.
him and his daughter were witnessing
All
those
right.
messages and find out it was only him in a higher plane of existence.
So I'm
I
gonna
have a
say
question.
this.
So cool.
Go ahead.
I have a question for Courtney.
Yeah.
Does it like require an answer or is just kind of because her food is like
I don't
she's
know.
watching that stuff.
Okay. It's
You
all
sure?
right.
You sure? Don't be sitting there and then tomorrow you be like, I love you, brother. Y'all kept me up all night, you know.
First of all, wait just a second. I will eat if I really was like dying. I'm gonna when we're done, whenever it's time, I can jump off here. And I think Ethan's here. That's hilarious.
Oh, we know you jumping
I'm a
up.
47-year-old woman. I can
Actually,
get
her
off.
ass is already gone. She just got to catch up with it. Yeah.
I
He's
love
on
it.
that.
So no big deal. No big deal. So what's your question?
So I meditate, but I've been actually doing a lot of meditation now because at this time of my life I actually have the time to do that. When I meditate, I already see images, so it's easy for me to see like vivid images and stuff, and I can get the downloads. But what does it mean for me to when you're meditating and you see different like the best way I can say is like wormholes. Like so like if you see a wormhole and then you can see like the spectrums and stuff, the colors, and it's almost like you going through a wormhole, like you in space, and it's
So
like
this is,
different.
excuse my dog barking. How it feels to me again is I always say, the more we know, the more we know nothing. So for me, what I suggest and what I did for myself when I was going through a lot of those moments or phases is I would doodle it down, date it, I would describe it, because that might also morph you, because those visions or those connections might change as you grow. And I kind of don't think it's important not to lose the evolution of that. And so I think when we have to know the answer, sometimes that halts our movement.
It can block things.
Yeah. So
A blockage.
be okay with witnessing it. Something that I do for myself, I still do this, is I always say, how does this feel to me? Or what does this mean to me? And so, because what it means to you might not be what it means for me or Damon or Audio Rob or, anybody
It
else.
makes sense.
Yeah. So ask yourself.
It makes sense.
And because you'll get an answer if it's not today, it will evolve and show you. And so that I love to just empower people to find the answer, because the answer will find you. All you have to be is open and willing to allow.
Well, I got confirmation, because obviously I feel like my guys led me to this moment to get that, because now when I meditate, that I'm doing it, I know I'm gonna just have me a notebook sitting there so I could just write things down. I'm serious about it, so I'm gonna write things down, and then I'm gonna go back and look over it and stuff.
I hope you. Yeah, I hope you are
Huh?
serious.
No, I do a lot of journaling right now. Like I write a lot down. I write my dreams down. I write a lot down, and like right now I'm just calming down on writing. So I feel like I should be doing more, with like self things like that anyway. So that's actually gonna help me start to do that. So
meditation is so huge, and I don't know why that dog's barking. He never barks, but I apologize. But
it's not bothering anybody.
Okay. Good. But I've never taken a development class, and most people chase things ever. And I teach them, but it's more to guide you to you. Rather, guys, let me go check this out, because this is not normal. So one moment.
Gary.
All right.
My child be laughing at the dogs barking over here.
Yeah, that'll be all right. Me and the Moon, you're gonna be next, and then we'll get her out of here. If you got a thing you're gonna discuss.
Okay.
I watch.
By now, you should like just have it already perfected, the script written.
Yeah, it's here
on my dream.
If you need a little background music, we can like put that whole shit together like a show.
Please, none of your background music.
Yeah.
Yeah, that background, no.
Are you talking about my sugar honey iced tea? Huh? Okay. That's cool.
Courtney having that cheeseburger makes me want a daggone cheeseburger now.
Matter of fact, I might gonna go get this ice cream sandwich.
Hold your shirt up again so they can see it, Selena.
Yeah, right. And the
Yeah, I get no damn cheeseburger.
A vegan cheeseburger.
Yeah. Oh, you eat meat. You know what I'm saying?
I was a vegetarian and refused to eat
vegetarian.
Vegan.
A veggie burger, a
Yeah,
homemade veggie burger, if you make it right, is
veggie
the best. It's better than any burger in the world. It has to be homemade though. It can't be those veggie burgers you buy from the store with the mushrooms and the onions. Man, that's a fire.
Yes. I agree.
Now y'all making me hungry.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all about my dream.
Okay.
I had a dream that everybody in here is cash apping me tonight.
I knew you was gonna say
it. And it was like raining. It was raining cash app.
Oh my God.
Did you get it fixed?
I was like, what is happening? And I was like, everybody's cash apping, all of the audience, they're just supporting the show. And this never happened. What it, and I'm thinking everybody and cheering and stuff. And then I see Grumpy with a big bag carrying off all my cash apps. And then I'm like,
the only instance that I don't mind being called grumpy if I'm getting money.
Yeah, I'm like, Selena, thank you, and everything. But I know it was just a dream because I didn't even got any tonight at all. So I just knew it was a dream.
You ain't getting none.
No.
Did you get your cash app fixed right?
No, it never worked. No one's ever sent. I didn't get not one contributions tonight. And
Rob said he sent you a cash app. There's something wrong with your cash app. Rob says he sent you a cash app.
His came through right here on the YouTube.
Oh,
he did it's right here on the screen. He did a super chat. Yeah. So cash app is a different story. Yeah, cash app makes noise.
I'll be back. I have an odd issue with this Uber. Remember, I said I got 2 shakes.
Don't tell me they gave you somebody else's food and came back to get it.
She was just yelling at me in the front yard. So I'm like,
I would have got my money back.
I have everything here and I didn't touch it. So uno momento.
But see, I would hate to
you got stuck high vibe. That's the negative vibe trying to come in and kill the energy.
It's not about that part.
Yeah, that's how it works. It be the littlest ways, and it be like that, and people don't even be recognizing it.
Just think about it though. It ain't nothing Courtney did, but the other customer, it had Courtney been somebody else been into the food and all that.
Right.
All the customers finna get a delivery that
That's
was
what I'm
delivered
saying.
at somebody else's house and been there for all this time.
Yeah.
That's why you never know. I'm a firm believer in how you handle people. Like, so this
Yeah,
person,
I'm strong about that now.
Me too.
And how she's tapped in, like she's tapped in. Now imagine you don't know, and you going off on somebody like crazy. You don't even
You
know.
obviously don't
Yeah.
know who she
You don't
Right.
know they crazy.
Yeah.
You just gotta treat people. You just gotta be smart, cause some people out here just they don't have it all.
Craziest part is she messed it up.
They
You
don't have it
you on
all.
her
They
when you're
don't.
the one that messed
You
it up.
gotta be aware
Put
that
her
some
foot all
people
to the
ain't got it like you do.
Yes. That's
Mm. I ain't gonna endanger myself.
Y'all give
I'll
y'all
let
give
a person
Rob
win
a
and think they won. I ain't gonna even bother.
Y'all give Rob a shout out for the. You know what? I'm gonna give him a special.
Rob did a cash app too.
Rob.
Rob.
Hell yeah, he did. He sent me his fucking cash out.
Oh,
Because the rest of y'all didn't do nothing.
Ain't
But
do
give him a shout out because this is a community supported show. This is how we support shit.
I
And
can't.
I bet everybody paid their Netflix bill. I bet they paid their Amazon Prime to watch videos, but we don't get shit over here. But that's all right. I'm working on it.
3 expletives in less than 60 seconds, y'all.
I'm working on it. I'm not hurt. My feelings are not hurt at all. Because I'm just
We
gonna
said back
talk.
in the day, you swole.
I'm gonna talk to my inner self. I'm gonna talk to my inner self and say, "Don't care, inner self."
Yeah, in itself should.
But my outer self is pissed off. It's pissed. It's really pissed. But it's okay. All right, we good. But no, Rob, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah.
No problem, man. No problem. You know.
Yeah. It's all good. And then when Courtney get back, we'll get Me and the Moon story, and then I will get all of y'all.
So what do you guys think about the dream I said? Do you think I actually passed
Did
in my
you wanna
sleep
come
and
back?
I went back?
We're not talking about nobody else's old dreams right now. We are moving on to
But
new
you're waiting for
dreams.
Courtney to come back for Me and the Moon. So why
Yeah,
can't
but then you're gonna start something else. Then somebody else is gonna tell a dream, and then we're gonna have a Martin Luther King speech. I had a dream that I can tell my dream, and everybody's and then we just gonna be doing dreams tonight. Now go ahead, I'm just fucking with you.
I know.
Got you back for my nigger comment earlier. I heard that. I ignored it, but I heard it.
You had to get that.
I had to get it back. It's been holding all night. Just right here. It's been right here all night. I'm just like about to chip that shit off. Yeah, but go ahead.
He hates that word. Don't use that word with no girl.
I hate that word. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, he hates it.
I think my brother is visiting me.
Yeah, it's all good. Ethan talking about it ain't me, man. I'm just now leaving work. He talking about he ain't at the door. I thought Ethan was at the door. He talking about it ain't him.
We all did. I thought the dog.
Yeah, I know.
The dog was going off though. We
Yeah,
had
I told him. Ethan like,
else
nope,
freezing her?
it ain't me.
But what did y'all think? Y'all think I actually died?
Yeah, it's possible. I
It's
think
a
lot of
possibility.
people in the dream world. You know, I think
Because I don't remember anything. Like I've never not remembered a dream when I wake up. From childhood, I've never not, but this is just blackness. All I remember is seeing me go back inside myself. I remember nothing else. I don't know what the dream was about. I don't know what happened. I don't know anything.
That's interesting.
I'm starting to believe that when we don't remember our dreams, it's probably meant to be that way.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
that's why
too.
I
When I
also
dream
believe
hard. Like I have vivid dreams. I be appreciated it sometimes when I wake up and I don't even dream because I be seeing so much stuff. Like there's a lot of drain. You can drain yourself in dreams sometimes too.
And you think about the ones that you remember.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brown. What you say? Because I sometimes I don't hear
Hey,
you.
Ethan, Courtney been gone a while. Ethan, if you
I hope
listen,
she okay.
give her a call.
Yeah, I hope she's okay too.
Because she was talking about people out here be crazy.
Ron, what you say?
Sure.
Give her a call.
Yeah, check on her, Rod.
Yeah, call her.
Well, no,
make sure she.
Ethan is in here. I was telling him to call her. He's in here. Ethan to call her.
I haven't seen him talk though in a while. Because he's still working. Can you call him?
He just said something right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I can't. He says calling her right now. There y'all go, right there. Right there. See, that's support, man. He there 24/7, 12, 3.
You got me backstage, right?
What's OT? Oh, you backstage? Okay. Oh, how did you get back? How you get
He in here twice. That's crazy.
I also sent you my link to be a moderator too.
You did? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nobody had any new changes since the solar eclipse, like any weird things.
Oh,
that's
this rash. Oh, yeah.
I told you my dream. That was weird.
I love that.
Did you had that dream from the last solar eclipse? From the solar eclipse, that's when you had
Just
that
last
dream?
weekend. Yeah.
Oh, so I'm thinking you saying this is just recently. Oh, that's deep. That's really,
Yeah, I
really
didn't
deep.
give one from my childhood. My childhood one is about disasters and fire and me having
Oh, okay.
out of the fire.
Yeah.
Going.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Always in the woods or something.
Bloodstone, mostly, not fire.
Yeah.
And
People just been looking real familiar to me now. I've been noticing like deja vu. I be looking at people and they just seem super familiar. I don't know where I've seen them before, but it's just like I be knowing them.
That's interesting.
I see a lot of the light,
I've been noticing that, huh?
a lot of light and energy in women now.
See you
Like the aura.
I see the feminine energy rise.
I see the light.
You can see it. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I
I see the
understand.
whole.
Okay.
I see how ever since it started back on January 15th, when they did announce that when all those planets were aligned in the galaxy, and that was the time where the feminine energy was rising. They told all the women to go out and do something in your feminine energy, to the spa, go get your hair done, get your nails done, and just imbibe in that feminine energy. But everybody got to upgrade. All the feminine did.
Well, just because men get nails done. So,
Get the clear polish.
So, listen to this.
I think Courtney might have been aware of that.
All right, go
we
ahead.
were worried about you.
Well, so
Yeah, I was like, oh, check on her.
It's happening. Yeah. So she take a breath, ground the energy. And so she didn't ring the door. I don't know what she was doing, but the dogs were going wild. And so went out and the car was there and I opened the door. I was like, everything okay? I didn't know who it was, but I saw somebody in sheet, which I probably shouldn't have done. And she was like, did you take that other order that wasn't yours? I said, sorry, what? Like, well, I mean,
technically you didn't take it. She gave it to you.
Yeah, she gave it to you.
She tried to make her look like she wrong.
Oh, wait, that's not what she said. I'm wrong. She said,
oh.
Did you report that you didn't get all your stuff? Is what she said. Did you report? So I said, I'm sorry, what? And she said, you reported that you didn't get. And I said, wait, what? And that's why I came and I got all the food. I went back. That's what she said. And I said, what? And she's arguing with me. I mean, arguing with me. This is my job. This is my only thing. And I said, wait, okay. Wait, and she said, no, if that's not yours, she's thinking I'm lying. I'm like, no, I'm literally.
It's not that serious.
In a live podcast, I said, no, wait, I haven't touched it. It's right here. Isn't that interesting? So I take it all out there. She's sitting there waiting. She's furious. And she's like, it's kind of starting to curse me. Let's take a breath in.
She needs therapy.
Well, listen to this. So then she says, I said, I didn't order that. I even walked in. I said, actually, I have it on the live podcast. You could tune into it. I even referenced I didn't order it. And just assume that maybe I had it in the cart and from another time or something like that. And I showed her the stuff and she was like, oh, wait. And I showed her, came back and I got my phone. She said, oh yeah, you did only have one order. And she said, and she just started bawling. She said, I'm sorry. I'm just under so much stress.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
I have 3 jobs and my father just passed.
Oh,
yes.
I literally said, Courtney, I said, she doesn't
I
even
said she
know.
needs therapy.
I said, imagine you.
She out there doing therapy out there.
You
I said, well, I'm a psychic medium, and
24/7. 24/7.
Matched her actually because when she was getting loud, I matched her, and she was like, "Oh wait, she's just as strong as I am." I am, and she toned it down. So then, because you're not going to talk to me like that, right? And
right.
So I see Ethan Brinkley, watch your mouth, and so she toned it down. and again just started crying. And I just said, listen, this is what I do. And I said, it's going to be fine. And he's around you, all the things. And then she said, well, you might want to check your account, because maybe it's like, she said they do that so they can see if they can get it returned, and then they can get into your account. So I was like, okay, well, thank you. Maybe you're helping me. Here's that. And so I said, just message me later and I'll help you connect with your dad, is what I told
See,
her.
now all this time,
I
Ethan is texting me. Ethan was texting me. He said, I called her twice. It's gone straight to
Ethan.
voicemail, but I'm on my way. I'm 8
Poor
minutes
baby.
out. So I was like, it's all good. She's back. He's like,
He
thanks,
did.
bro.
He
Thanks.
texted. I could feel it vibrating
Yeah.
in my pocket, and I didn't
Yep.
even think that he was also watching us too. So
He's
sorry.
like, I'm going to find the nearest portal. I'll be there. I'm on my way.
I
That's why I don't argue with people
Man.
so
because
interesting.
you never know what they're going through.
Well,
I just feel like you don't know who you're talking to, though. Like
Right,
when
'cause
you
she don't
break
know what you could've-
crazy,
uh-huh.
she don't know. And I literally said that. I said she doesn't even know who she's talking to. I would hate to be in that position to find out
That's embarrassing.
I went crazy, and then somebody says I'm a psychic medium. I would be like, oh my God,
That's embarrassing.
I just wouldn't. I mean, but that's not just for that position. I mean, anybody. You
Yeah.
don't know who people are, what they've been
Yeah.
through themselves, and you just come off like that. It's just
Right. But just because you're going through stuff don't give you the right to be getting attitudes and mistreating people, though.
But that also could be a test too for her too.
Yeah.
On both sides.
And look
Well,
at how it came and how she handled it.
And it's always a test on both. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It is a test on both sides. Because I was like, wait, but this is the thing too, is
Right.
I told her, I said, and she was like, it's just a bad day. And she was like, it's fine. I said, no, it's not fine. Let me go get it. Because she was still going to point fingers. She was going to blame. And I was like, we're not doing that. Uno momento.
I would have told her, I know
Yeah.
the dogs was barking unusually.
So,
And I would have put that stuff on the ground and said, it's about to rain. And she looking up and the dog leg is just peeing. And I was like, now take this with you. Because it's one of these things, because had you been, let me just tell the truth. Had it been me, and I'm sorry, I'm a little different. And I know she made a wrong delivery and then need to bring mine back. It is feasting time. Okay.
She ain't getting no order back.
She ain't getting that one back. I'm going in it. I'm drinking. The other drink
that order gone.
It's all good. It's like I'm doing the thing. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you.
And it's like,
Well, I did tell her, I said, listen, you know what I appreciate? I appreciate you fighting for you. And you know what I appreciate? Me fighting for me. So I said that to her, like I said, I appreciate your strength. I did tell her that too. And so that's something that if we don't understand what's happening on the other end, we can all assume, because we could be like, and listen, we all have our moments.
But where I'm going, everyone, is all right. Nothing just happened. So Courtney were inundated with us that she didn't go into the bags. But how many other people's house would have went into that bag, whether they nipped on it, put something in the food?
I would have called and got my money back.
Well, I'm saying you wouldn't have known. So the person who's getting the delivery now, if it wasn't Courtney, it had been a bad person, and they're on their way to have a delivery to their house that was at someone else's house for 15 minutes, 10 minutes, that could have gone through it. Kids could have dipped.
Yeah,
so many things could have happened.
They're not even supposed to do that, though.
No,
That's why they
You didn't take it?
That's not professional.
And this is where I would have came in. I would have been a protector of the realm, and I would have ate the food to save the other person. You get what I would have done my
One
job.
stop drop. One stop drop.
Service. You're such a hard.
You get what I'm saying? I would have made sure the other person was protected from this person, because you would have had to go back and get them some fresh food. You would have to go back and get them some fresh cooked food.
That's what they used. Was it DoorDash?
It was Uber Eats. I'm literally needing to change my password right now. It's like, golly, you know.
Technically, according to food regulation, once they get off the food, you're not supposed to.
sure. Yeah,
Yep.
and
Yep.
she did well. And what happened is actually, it did look. It was one order, or it was two separate orders, but coming to the same house. But on my end, it shows one order, so it does look fraudulent. So it was like technically, you could be helping me too, but so we'll see.
You're so nice. You're so nice. I'm telling you, she would have had I get the other part, daddy, and all that stuff. I'm not a jerk when it comes to that.
Listen,
But I'm saying, still, I would have negotiated for her and said, "Listen, you're not delivering this one."
Not the dog
Because-
being in the drink though. That is wild.
I would have took a couple of gulps. I was like, it was great. You know what I'm saying? I would have bit. You got to remember, I would have opened the bag, and I would have said, "Oh, wow, this is not mine." Because you remember, she already said, "Did you report you didn't get all your stuff?" So there's a lot of other things happening here.
Yeah.
That's beyond her dropping it off there.
Right. See, I would have reported her up until the point she said that her father died, and I would have had sympathy for her. Other than that, I'd have been calling Uber Eats like, "Come get your girl."
Now, Courtney, I need the honest truth.
Get your girl.
If we were not on this podcast, would you have been in that bag and those shakes would have been,
shakes probably wouldn't have, but the hamburger, yes. But look, it's another night. Hi, babe. But look, I got a shake for you.
You want it back? You like?
He's probably kicking the shake like, I don't want that.
Ethan.
Hey, Ethan.
He made it in.
But
about 5 minutes too late.
Listen.
The dogs are crazy. But
All
look,
right, I'm gonna spill the beans. I'm gonna spill the beans for Ethan, y'all. Me and him tight. That's my boy, and I know he needed me to keep her up tonight.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
So now he's home. She's up. She's not asleep. It ain't like, oh, I was asleep. Sorry. She is up. And there's no excuses. It ain't no excuses. She is up now. She's fed. She's full. She's fed, and she's up. You can't beat that, y'all. At 1 o'clock, no.
We just getting started. I was going to make a drink.
Oh, you can. Well, it is Friday. It is Friday.
Yes, it is.
I'm laying in bed.
It's too late for me to get
You want a shake?
See, I told you the dog get into the picture. Yeah.
Somebody else's steak.
That's
you already got a kid.
All right, Courtney, I'm gonna have you to hear Selena dream, and then you out. Go ahead.
Yeah.
One last dream.
Oh, that one does look gross. But yes, I want to hear it.
All right, Selena.
This is just the same dream that I told y'all about because I don't have many that connects me to anything. But the one particular one was just we talked about, I forget what it was, astral projection or something like that. So I just told them that one day I worked late and I came home and I was just watching TV, and my husband at the time, he went to sleep. We normally would watch something together and he went to sleep. So I just stayed up and I fell asleep. And it was kind of like when I fell asleep, I guess I went into this dream and it just looked like me walking into a neighborhood. Like I could see the neighborhood, it was clear, clean, road clean, sun shining bright. And I just walked down this road and I was greeted by my aunt. So my aunt passed away. Funny story about that. She passed away. Her birthday, her and I are Aries. So we both would, that's how we connected. She was my best aunt, my mom's sister. And when she died, I was pregnant with my son. My son ended up being born on her exact birthday. So it was like we were just so connected in that way. So I've never had any experiences with anybody that passed away because, like I said, I've always been extremely fearful of that side. I was just, as a child, I was terrified when people, my mom, my grandmom, when people would die, they would either sense it, or my grandma, when my uncle died, she would actually talk to him in the house. Like, she was like, get up. And I don't know. Anyway. So, like I said, I was extremely fearful of dead people. So in
I was too, I get it.
In this dream, I was greeted by my aunt and we hugged each other, and we were crying, and I just was so excited to see her. And it was like she was dead, and I was catching her up on everything, the kids, life, da 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 da. So we were just talking, and then like I looked over, and so she's a twin. It's my uncle is still living. He was in prison at the time, but I don't know if he was out at that time. I don't think he was. He was still in prison. So he's still here, but she's not. But when I looked over, he was like working on a car or something. And she was like, I don't know if she referenced him or something like that, but I looked over and I remember seeing him. And I just thought that was odd. But of course, in the dream, I'm not connecting it. But after that, it wasn't much talk, but I didn't want to leave. And I just described it when I talked about it before. I described the feeling like I felt the sun. Everything felt so, just different. It felt great to be there. It looked great. It was like picture perfect type of. But I had to leave her. Once I left, I didn't want to leave, and I woke up. But when I woke up, heart was pounding out my chest. It was like, and I sat up and I looked around, and it felt weird. It didn't feel like a dream. You know how you have a dream, a nightmare or something like that. But it was just like, like my heart was pounding, like, when you run and your heart is pounding, that's what it felt like. So I just always that's something, and I don't really remember a lot of my dreams. And when I can remember when I wake up, I normally will look things up to decode what my dream meant. But this one, it was so different. It was so clear. And it was that feeling of me connecting with her.
You want to know what it was?
Say it again.
You
I'm
want to know
sorry.
what it was?
Yeah.
It's a visit. That's not a dream. That was a visit.
Right.
And
I figured that.
Even the way you describe it, so I call it like it's weighted, it's like putting a weighted blanket on that. The weighted dream that's not a dream. That was a visit. And so how I can tell if it's a premonition or a mediumship something or whatever, or a visit, it is because it's weighted. You wake up and it's like there's an impact energetically. And so
There's a density.
Yes, there's something dense to it. It's like you could measure it in a way. And so when I was 15, I would write that down, be a skeptic about it, and ... And so write those experiences down. But that's what that is. Your aunt came to you.
Yeah.
And so she's highlighting your uncle because he meant a lot to her, of course. And so there's beautiful connection. It's not implying that he's going to pass soon. We don't have to be in the, oh my God, what does it mean? You don't have to go. Sometimes it just means what it is. Sometimes they're just saying hi, and we get to spend time with them, and that's it. So that's really beautiful.
Yeah, because I always said, and I think I had mentioned this before when we talked about this before, I always said, listen, don't come to me in person. If you need to connect with me, you can do that in my dream state, because I'm cool in my dream state. Don't come to me, visit me in my house and all that.
I say that same thing. So I always say I have operating hours, and only as did I learn that, because as a kid it would happen and I couldn't really control it.
Right.
No, I have operating hours. Because why? Because I'm the boss. And so you can, even my mom and dad have passed, all my family members are there too. And I'm like, I'll see you at 8 a.m. to it's not going to be 9 p.m. even, about 8:30, 8 p.m. and we're done. So I love you, because I want to walk flat-footed in my home.
Yes.
Don't show I love your mom and dad, but now you can come in my dreams.
Right.
That's it. So I have parameters around it. So I love that.
I got one question.
Can I say something? Philly left it. I saw your message. That sounds like a past life memory too. I have memories of that kind of that on the way to camp type energy. It's interesting. So anyway, I just wanted to say that.
All right. My last question is for Ethan. You're marrying a psychic.
Yeah.
Tell us. You got the closing word. You're marrying a psychic. Let's talk to us about that.
She told me it was all going to work out.
Yeah. That's what psychics do.
You cannot beat that.
We spent a lot of time covering all that, man. I'm not worried about nothing. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
she,
you know, it's all good. It's all good.
Stays on the clock when she's on the clock and off the clock when she's off the clock, so that works.
And that's even because I'm not his psychic, I'm his fiance or whatever.
Got you.
I don't really a lot of people do that. They're like, even let me tell you about you. So I don't do that. Now I can get bossy just because I'm being bossy sometimes, but I don't do that because that's not our relationship like that. You know what I mean? So I think a really healthy, that's why having a really healthy grounded base to me is essential, because you will see lots of people do this work who don't have healthy relationships because they think they're the oracle. And while we all have it, but if I'm telling him this is the way it is, that would be me implying that he doesn't have his own. Gross. Yeah, no, we can bounce stuff off of each other and connect to both of our knowing, and that's what you want to do in relationships.
Yeah, I think we enjoy the fact that we work well together. You know, so that's the spot we're in.
And who does the
congratulations?
We're Ethan, Selena is going to be with me at the Conscious Award, so we are going to meet each other and hang out. So
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I'll see you guys soon.
Yes, you will.
I was all the way down there in your neck of the woods, but when you were saying that,
in Texas.
hey, it's all good. It's all good. All right. Well, we will see y'all. Courtney was been here almost 5 hours. Can y'all believe that for her?
Yes. Oh, wow.
And we're
There's so many people that
I've been getting in contact with you too, Courtney.
we got a latecomer and a first timer. So Courtney, we'll let you go and we'll say something to J Doug. He's a first timer here in the
welcome.
Hey Doug.
Hey, I just I got kind of nervous about joining this, but I saw y'all keep going, so I'm here.
All right,
and I want to talk about a dream that I had. Fix my phone a little bit.
Courtney, you got one last minute? All right, go ahead. He's the last one, so nobody else pop in after that, okay? But go ahead, brother. So you got the floor.
So I had this dream where I was in a battlefield and I was fighting soldiers, and I was on a team where I was fighting soldiers too. And what happened was that I ended up coming across this one guy. I ended up killing him, but he wasn't dead all the way. I shot him with the gun, and boom, 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 he was down, but he was still crying, and he was like, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." And I took, with the tip of the gun with a knife on it, like a
bayonet.
Bayonet. Yeah, I had a bayonet, and I took him and I stabbed him with the bayonet, and I put him up on top of the bayonet and lifted him up. And what I saw was that it was a 16-year-old kid. And what I realized is that this war was being promoted, and they're getting kids to fight the wars for them. And what it gave me was an emotion. So when I looked up and I saw this kid's face, it was a teenager. It wasn't a grown man. It was a teenager. And when I saw his face, and I didn't know, because on our side, we were saying how they was trying to, come in and, try to take over. And so we were fighting back. So when I saw this kid's face, I said, "Oh, they're just making kids fight. They're making kids fight." And when I saw his face, he was crying for his mother. And it made me sad. So what I've had happen for the most part is when I dream, I actually have emotion behind it. So when I woke up, I was actually crying. I have dreams where something so sad happens and something so traumatic happens that I actually cry. I wake up with tears in my eyes.
The impact.
Yes.
I wake up actually crying. I'm talking about actual tears coming down. I'm thinking about it right now. I'm like, And
Well,
I still think about that kid. It was just it was just a little kid. And what it made me think about was how many kids are around getting mistreated and being sacrificed and I'm sorry.
It's all right, brother. That's what we hear.
Yeah.
What we hear. Moments like this.
And even I think sometimes those moments, even though it feels hard to witness them, sometimes it's the point of that experience. It is to witness it with your healed eyes today and maybe feel it for either one of those souls that maybe couldn't feel it for them in that moment. You know what I mean? Or maybe if you could analyze it and think of it in terms of, you know, were you that kid? How have you been sacrificed in your life? But was that also a past life memory or a moment or an imprint? And so when I have dreams like that, I sit in meditation and I try to analyze it analytically, and I try to look at it from that left brain. What's happening in my current day life that it could be leaning on something like this, but then spiritually, psychically, emotionally, and processing all of those different layers, because there's going to be a little bit of truth in all of it. And so when you process it in that way, you're going to also in time understand it even more so. So the way you understand that today or even back then, in 5 years, 10 years, that dream can have even more of an impact as you also heal with your new healed eyes. Does that make sense? So it's very interesting. But yeah, the way that you reference the emotion behind it, I find that when I wake up and have the in-depth feelings from it, that I know that it means something really important.
Yeah, it was almost real. Like it actually happened.
It sounds
It
like
wasn't just a dream. Like it left an imprint on me.
Yeah. So my question to you is, do you feel like you were the one that actually stabbed them? I mean, in the dream, that was you, but
Yeah. That was me. And I didn't realize it was a kid until I actually got up to him and stabbed him and put him in the air. And I looked at his face, and that's when I realized it was a kid. And I was like, they're forcing kids to fight wars?
Yeah.
And that hit me hard.
Wow. Wow. Well,
and they've done it for
that's
real.
a past life. That's a past life memory.
Yes.
I was actually kind of nervous to get on here. I've been clicking the button a couple times. And when I realized I was still on here, I was like, okay, let me just get past my nervousness. I was actually really nervous to get on here.
Thanks for being so
glad
brave. We
Yeah.
appreciate you sharing that dream with us.
And y'all know this.
Yeah, when y'all start talking about dreams, I was like, I got to express myself a little bit.
You know what, Courtney?
Just a
I
little
just
bit.
wrote down dream interpretation show. We need to do one just
Yeah.
all about that. Yeah.
Let's do it. I'm down.
That would be super.
And we may do it on Forbidden Knowledge. That way we got hundreds of people. But I think it's a little more intimate here on the smaller groups. But, you know.
Yeah.
No, this is fun to do it in different ways. And so I think that's cool. Yeah, let's do it. I'm down.
Are you also good with birth dates?
Do what?
Are you also good with birth dates as far as, you know,
I'm going to take up for Ethan and get her out of here, y'all. They've been
It's the King Simon question.
We're gonna
I'm
do
getting in contact.
That is a King Simon question. I love birthdays, looking at life paths and all of that. I can tell you a little bit, but King Simon's the man. He's the numerator, right? That's what he is.
Yeah.
All right. I do love you. I'm leaving. I'm going to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Courtney.
Enjoy your birthday.
All right, Courtney.
We love you, Courtney.
All right. I'll see you, sister. We'll
Can't
talk.
wait to see you.
I know. Let's see all of you in Miami. I'll see you guys.
Yes.
All right. Love y'all. See y'all.
Sometimes before, and I hadn't seen the faces this guy.
I know it is fun. It is fun. All right. Bye, guys.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, I'll give you a call tomorrow. So
Okay,
we'll
good. Do it.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So that was the greatness of Courtney being here all night, 5 o'clock, 5 hours. That's good. I think it was a great show. You know, I think we did some stuff. We're going to get ready to get out of here because it is 1:30, and I was going to go to the gym, get in the hot tub and chill, but instead I'm going to
Hey, look, it's 2:27 for him right now. I'm in Virginia.
Exactly.
It's 2:27 a.m.
I'm reading a couple of books I got to finish, and then and it's just to bring y'all better knowledge. And I've got my Pomodoro clock, so I got to do that tonight.
What's that?
Huh?
Yeah, let me see what it looks like.
What's a Pomodoro clock?
The Pomodoro clock is for your mind to this is a cube. You can get them on Amazon, and this is the time, like whether it's a minute, 60 seconds, 10 minutes. But the Pomodoro, judging by Jim Quick, if you ever heard of him, yeah. And basically, if you read books in 25-minute increments and then 5 minutes away, 25 minutes, your mind will retain what you're reading a lot better than just cringing all the way through. So this sets, and it'll count down at 24 minutes while I'm reading, and wherever I am, it'll give me an alarm, and it'll start a 5-minute countdown. And you're only supposed to do 4 Pomodoros a night when you're reading. And so it'll go through the 4 cycles. Then you get up, just walk around, take a break. And then when it hit again, you come back and start back reading the 25 minutes countdown. Then it'll tell you Pomodoro 2. And it's a technique that most of your speakers and in brain stuff, and it works really well because you start to remember everything you're doing. And so I got about 15 books I'm trying to read over the next 2 weeks. And there was a time I used to read a book a week. This was one of my younger years, but I'm getting back into that now because I'm going to take this thing to a whole nother level. I'm going to give y'all something you ain't never seen before, especially now that we're going to really home in on Project Black. Some teachable moments, take you all the way back from the original. And this particular book is the Theolopo Prophecy by Michael Dismark, and he actually was abducted. And it's the first chapter of his abduction is off the chart. The conversation, and the alien is talking about we have all these portals everywhere, and people are walking in them every day because it's everywhere. It's just where you are at the time that you may go into another dimension. Some people come back, they can't. People are lost all the time, and it kind of goes back where how we got so many people just come up missing. They're going into these portals, and it can't come back because time stops. And she says time stops, and so they can be there for 50,000 years, which over here, so much time has passed that they can't send you back because you won't be, society is not the same. So it's really good. But then it also goes into the very 8 million years, the very first species on Earth were Black people and yellow people, which are Chinese people. And it's kind of weird because there's a hidden report that if you go back to Roswell, New Mexico, when they had the crash, even though they started spreading that these were grays, that report now that's surfacing, that's kind of quiet, was that they were some brown skinned aliens and they had Chinese features.
Right.
Yeah. And this is one of the secrets that's been
Well,
kept.
the Chinese themselves used to be brown skinned with Chinese features.
Right, there's some black Chinese.
They don't
Yeah.
know.
So if you start going back to the bigger secrets,
now.
yeah. And I didn't realize me going down the path that I've been going down just to bring people saying we need to get more stories, that there's also a lot of hidden truths about encounters of different species of aliens in different times. So it's kind of weird that we've been around all this time and there's so many species coming and going, and we're here in this particular time. But as Zachariah Ascension talks about, the 12th planet is on its way back, which some people say Nibiru, that we're going to have another plasmic, whatever you want the word I'm trying to pronounce, an event. So there's just so much stuff that,
Cataclysmic?
there you go. Y'all know I got my
You
grandma
want to get
over here.
You want to get people talking about that, going through portals?
We're going to talk about it. It's my mission to, especially after what happened this past weekend and stuff, but it's my mission to really home in on it. I didn't know the impact of what was going on and why. And even when I put together the branding, the logo, there's a lot of stuff I have not shared with y'all. While the colors, the everything is intentional here, and I will reveal it at some point. But all stories are leading now to some big TV projects and things that are about to transpire, my books and all of this stuff. And I won't be asking for help because I'll be helping others pretty soon. But I think that focusing on where we're going, And after the experience that I had this past weekend, and not only with the experience, but with people who were retaliating or was against my approach, but then the other people who was crying and shed light on it. And then I realized it was deeper. So anyway, it's just something that we're going to do, but it is going to have to face religion. It's going to have to face the true story of Christianity that, or sun worship, if you kind of go all the way back to how it evolved into Christianity.
I seen that in the Zet guys. The first thing that put me on was the Zet guys. That's when I first started my journey.
Yeah, so we will go there. I will take us there. The people around us we're just gonna really take this thing deep. And yeah, will it be a battlefront now because you're going to face people who are going, because religion is the number one thing people fight for. So I already know the process of the battlefront. But I got good people around me, support structures, close knit, the inner circles and the outer circles, and but we're going to do something very special in the next months to come and in the years to come, from live events to retreats and all of this, and it just all came to me. And so I've been on the phones preparing celebrities, different people who we're going to come out, but I got to up my game a little more to be a visionary of it. And then like Selena and the researchers, then I'll start sending them some of the same books and stuff, because I want all of the team on the same accord. We're going to speak life into what we're doing the same way. So we're on the point. We got each other's back. We have the information and all that. So, but I appreciate all of y'all because it's been a real journey. And like I said before, I didn't realize how in the last 4 or 5 years all this stuff has happened for me. But then now when you look back at the credentials, the 9/11 TV shows I've been in, the bigger stuff that's coming up, contracts, like I say, books and production company that I'm putting together, the uniqueness of us serving our not just our community, but the collective with new content. It's a huge plan, but it's already the skein was woven a long time ago. I just now got the pieces together. And the right other pieces around for support structure, and it's time to do this thing, and I'm separate for some of these people that claim that they want to be around stuff, because this is my life, and I've said that, and there's a lot of people along the way who wants to help and will help, but the mission is going to be big. It's going to require, but it's also going to get to a point where I will have funding and I will pay people, but we want people who are skilled at what they do and what they can do, because I know it's a volunteer army now, and that's why I don't take a lot of volunteers, because you cannot demand things from people that or who can look you back in the face and say, hey, I'm giving this for free, or I'm doing my time. I would never want to face that. But I do know there's a few people who are giving their true time, that they're doing it out of their hearts, and I'm going to bring them out of that situation where they are, and we're going to go where we're going to go. And that's for anybody who wants to be around, but this is business, and we're going to do it big time, Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, what's that? Oh, you're saying you want to be around. Gotcha.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. And so it's real. And I say this to all of you. If all of you got messages within yourself, you got things that you want to say, you want to do your podcast, or you want to do all of those
Wide
things.
Open Woke podcast.
There you go. And to give you the training, it's a strategic way to do all of this. I got my phone calls and let you know that nothing just happens. I'm gonna just tell y'all the quick story. Now I pride myself, as you see this little background, I'm changed lighting. I probably done this shit 100 times, just trying to make sure I can get a good look. And I got a big studio in here, so I got other props and stage stuff that you'll see different angles, other podcast tables that I'll be bringing guests all black over here to do some other stuff, but I just haven't implemented everything. But anyway, I get an email, and you don't never know who's watching. Now, I've already said this for people who do know me, that my dream is said, hey, I'm gonna sign a Joe Rogan $30 million contract in 5 years. I've seen it over and over in my dreams all the time. And I've always worked on doing segments. So I practice here. That's why y'all see it alters and change. I'll do a documentary style. I'm finding my way, not just the voice, the reflection, holding the conversation. Okay, whether I'm going to do a little humor over here, whether I'm going to put a little profanity over here, whether I'm going to do a little commentary, or whether I'm going to do just plain old documentary styles, or I will do segments, show clocks over here on the screen, teleprompters up here if I need
My
to. Really
phone is about to die. My
All
phone's
right.
gonna die.
All right, brother. We'll see you later. And so, yeah. So at this point, I do this to practice, and all of a sudden, I get this email. A lady says, "Hey, I've been watching your show," and they're a TV station. They're at a New York college for and she said, "We are on station on radio, but we like how you got your cameras. Can you?" And it was the general manager of the thing. And I called up, and she said, "I can't even believe you called me back." And people say that. And I was like, okay, this was 2 days ago. And I'm going to tell you how fast things move. So I called her up and I said, "Yeah, this is Roderick." And then I just started giving her pointers. She said, "Look, we don't have a budget." And I said, "Ma'am, I don't worry about no money. I'll just help you." This is all I said. It doesn't matter. I'm just glad you're a fan. And I've always been studying on how to put my own syndicated radio show together. I got books in there, and I make phone calls, and these people's going to charge me out the wazoo. So I'm talking to her, and then I tell her about their station, and I'm going to their website, and I start talking about content. And she says, "Yeah, you can't. Our station is not something that will have people that speaks truth on like what you do." And I was like, okay. And I didn't really think none of it. The next morning, I get an email. She says, "I called a few other radio and TV stations," because she's the general manager. They all hang out. And this guy was going to charge me $20,000 for the list of all the radio station general managers in the United States where you can promote your show and syndicate your show, right? So she says, I called some people, and here's 3 people that want to have your show on their TV station. And I was like, oh, shit. All right. So I get on the phone with her today, and I introduce her to someone else. And she says, "Oh, yeah, you can do this." She said, "There's another station in Dallas. They got 3 or 4 stations, and they need some content. I'm going to contact their New York office for you." And I just told her what I was trying. She said, "You don't even have to worry about that." And within 24 hours, I'm probably getting ready to do 4 different TV stations. Now, you don't get paid for those, but it puts you out there. But then when the numbers is up, she said, once you, in a year from now, I'll just get you on XM radio. They will pay you. I just need to show them your numbers, I'm like, damn, okay. But this is stuff I've been dreaming about, working on. Yeah. And then it just comes in. So it just adds to the fray of what we're going to do. But I'm saying, for those of you, I will open up doors. I will give you some pointers, because there's a lot of stuff when I used to do this, and there was other people that had podcasts and YouTube channels, and I would say, "Man, you got to be what we call production ready." And they never did care. And so a lot of people don't take a lot of care into this stuff, or whether they want to hold the conversations, where they want to build out this stuff. But it's paying off royally, because all it takes is somebody to notice you are already ready for what they already see to do. And so now I got to move up I'm in what I call research and development phase. I just started that. So now I'm studying, because I got the talent, talent was what got me. Now preparation is what's going to get me to keep what I do. Right. Now I'm ready to become one of the thought leaders, because there's a lot of things I could teach you all and say and add to the repertoire, but there was a little personal things that I was dealing with that I didn't feel confident enough that, hey, you're dealing with personal things like weight loss and all that. But I'm like, okay, that is just one of my struggles. Okay. And I've come to grips with that, but I'm working on it. I'm getting better. But I realized that this past weekend, and I'm just sharing y'all a true story of, when I was going to speak at that event in front of just 900 folks, I told them to put a podium up, because I wanted to stand in front of it and just kind of just hide the muscle. And this is me being, I'm very proud of who I am. I'm very confident in who I am. Y'all know that I tease around with this shit. But at the end of the day, it is something you look in the mirror and say, this, you need to fix that, because you got a journey and you need to be on this journey. And so I was like, fuck it. No, sit that chair over there, because I'm going to talk to these people. And after that point, that was my last frontier of being who you are, not only being accepted, which I'm okay with that, but at the end of the day, facing a room where anybody out of the 900 people could have shouted out something stupid about, oh, look at you, big guy, or something, right? But I was ready to take it and say, tell me some shit I don't know. You get what I'm saying? But after that, you walk away from that standing tall and saying, not only have you arrived, you not only have crossed over to what you're trying to do, you not only have delivered a message that you've been trying to deliver to 20 and 30 and 50 and 100 people here over and over. You just delivered this fucking message to 1,000. And now the phones is ringing. Now there's people saying, we see your dream. We see what's going on. And yeah, I have supported my inner circles of y'all. But then going down this parade of 20,000 people, and with not one other 2 or 3 people that look like me, not even in comparison of me, you know, going down this with this cart, but just enjoying the moment, and then of course having that private experience. But the whole point is, I've been waiting all of this time for this moment, and now the moment has arrived, and I'll be damned if I don't do everything I need to do and focus to do it. And so I'm here to tell everyone else, this content world, if you got a message, if you're going to put time into this message, if you're going to learn the skill set or whatever, and understand, you know, if you're going to reflect, go and do and whatever, but get your voice out here, get what you're trying to say. This is the slowest build thing you can ever do. So if your ego can handle slow growth, then years from now, there's nothing better for me to be doing this for a living, getting paid for it, 2 years in the making for a book, or, you know, with researchers, and I'm talking, it's going to be a bestseller, getting people going to, you know, Billy them is going to be the publisher. He just sent a letter like, man, I read all of this, is fucking good, you know, just stuff. But it's the whole breakout moment, right? So I just want to thank all of y'all who have been through the journey, who have watched. It's not the end, it's the new beginning. But I will give you more, show you more, and lead more. But at the same time, I want to encourage some of you to, because a lot of y'all got shit to say. I hear y'all all the time. I don't know why y'all don't get out there more, but that's okay. But we'll create that platform to get your voices and stuff out, and pretty much. And I don't know why I got into all this, but all I'm just
You getting out this week, Rod?
Connected to your higher self. It's just flowing
through.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it feels good. It really does. You know, developing relationships. You know, y'all remember Lonnie, the show producer. You know, she still is in the backdrop, and she's handling some other stuff. And just knowing you got people not only you love and care about, and then other people that support. And I got some real supporters and other stuff too. But it's just time to break it down and you know, meeting real people like Selena. You know, we have a lot of conversations, we talk, and it's not just these type of conversations, but building the friendships with the people, because you got to have trusted people in this shit. I'm telling you now, you got to, that thing got to be this fucking tight, because people are trying to get at you. They'll take you down in a minute, you know, because I'm fighting the system. Right. And when you're fighting the system, releasing truth, oh, they come at your ass. Right. And it ain't no fucking joke. But if you're going to come in here with a destiny on their ass, like a game changer, like we're about to do with Project Black, and just being in this space, not knowing the significance of everything, getting organizations like MUFON, a lot of them who are threatened by what I do, you know, because I unearth things that they don't want people to know. You know what I'm saying? And I'm fighting against it. Yeah. So we're going to start our own fucking database and have our own collection database. We're going to do everything. And I'm not saying we as Black people, but we as a collective of truth seekers, and it's destiny. You know, I lose sleep at night. I'm up 24/7, 365. I do this. I've been in this fucking room for 4 years of working, studying YouTube, looking at one fucking subscriber, 5,000 don't do it, 10,000, trying to learn, you know, watching other people's stuff, just trying to, and YouTube is a long game unless you just have something viral, but now you can't stop it. So I can pinpoint 4 years from now, 3 years from now, it's making 10, 20,000 a month. Like I met people that's making 100 grand a month on YouTube. I met young kids making 30,000. I met people making 5 million, 80-year-olds making 2 million a year. This content thing is off the chart, you know, podcast and all of these things. And so it is really fucking cool. So if you're hearing my voice and you got something to say, now is the time. It's not saturated. It's not nothing else. But would I be as accessible as I am? Some of y'all got my personal number. It's not going to change. But I do make myself very, very most people uneasy, you know, accessible. And a lot of people don't make themselves that way. And I haven't learned that yet, because I get my number out in a minute, but I get some weird shit. Oh my God. And I got to make some changes in that, you know, but I don't mind connecting with people and do this. But I love y'all. I really do. I love everybody. I love what I do. My mom, everybody don't know. My kids don't know what I do. You know, my daughter, you know, and it's just, I had to keep all of this right here. And then all of a sudden you're on TV, you're doing all this stuff. And so nothing just happens. But
so
yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so how would the show look like on TV? So I can understand XM and on radio because nothing would change.
It will be
look like on TV.
One of the pretty things, what would happen is, what I was taught today is, when I began to do this, and it was something I used to practice, and I used to do segments, and then I used to do little stuff, and I'll come back in it. But once I get their hourly format of time, and then I will tailor it for 57 minutes, because most people want an hour content. And because it's not publicly funded, then it will be audience funded. So there's not commercial time. So the content will change and shift, especially me using any fucking cuss word that is out. So as in the next week, I won't be doing that because I'll be practicing. So I won't say anything. I will probably either pre-record a show and nobody sees it and upload it to a system that they all can get it and download it and use it. Or if I take one of our live shows and then give them a copy of it at some point, but it'll be edited first before they get it and upload it. So there's a thing called synchronicity that they all use, that you put up your show and they're able to go all these different program managers and download the show. And then eventually you get your own syndicated show, and now advertisers and people pay on commercials for your show. So it's like becoming and making your way to be the next Art Bell type shit, right? But studying the content and changing the way I flow with it and all of that is a must. And, you know, I work on it all the time. But yeah, it would look like you can take the YouTube content, and then I can take the audio and put it on the ones who have a radio station. And then the ones who got TV, we can do the live. But what I'm going to do, because I've already been practicing on it, is take the show and put it into a segment and something called signposting that I do. And I practice everything on Forbidden Knowledge. And if y'all notice, I would do stuff on Mondays here lately, and I would take it and put it on Tuesday. And that allows me to kind of see, it's a bigger audience, and I can look at the likes, I can look at the comments, because I do read them, and ignore some of the ones, especially ones come every week saying the same, oh, here it goes again. And I'm like, okay, y'all are just a fan. But I'm able to analyze the data. YouTube will give you, like, I can say something and then you can see 30 people drop off. YouTube will show you in the back office that one point when they all dropped off, and I can go back and play what I said and know how I lost that audience at that point. So you study all that stuff and you begin to tighten up your ship to everything else. And it's it's a lot of people make some great money. And I said that if you got kids that's interested in YouTube, you better let them fly. Let them fly, because it's a long game for them. And by the time they're in their early 20s and done built up that audience, they're going to be paying everybody's bills. It's huge. But for me being, over 50, starting a whole new career in this whole new podcasting field, in this whole new thing, it's a big accomplishment over time. But it's also it's just going to, in the next year or so, it's just going to be incredible, because I do actually have a couple of, I would say, $1 million contracts on the table. It's been there a year and a half. It's now coming to where it's going to be in the next 6 months, and life's pretty good. And I don't talk about it because I'm under disclosure with it, but not giving y'all the details. But it's a hard lift knowing that you have to stay afloat until this stuff happens, until the books happen, until all of this thing. It is very difficult. And this is why when I sit here and beg some days, hey, I need the support, because I do. But I remember every fucking person who gave a dime. I have a whole fucking list. And I do plan on just surprising a lot of people over time. I really do, because everybody can give it a time, and I appreciate it. But man, more than people know, because I do this,
Rob, we already talked about that windfall.
Oh my God, yeah. And so
when I get that windfall, we all gonna get blessed.
Yeah, and it really happens, and it's really good. And that's why when I go to, Billy's house and Liz and just talk with them, because you can see that this does work. They don't play; they do everything first class. But I understand what they got and do, but I want my own.
Right, exactly.
I want my own. I want my own group, my own team. I want my own vision of going out and filming and creating my own production company. So I got the connections with Fox Tubi and Netflix, all of them. Now I'm ready to begin to invest or get investors, or I can just wait until my deals go and I don't need them. Or I still, OPM is really good though. Other people's money working on deals and everybody's invested. And then I got people that's learning real estate like Selena and other people. And when you do that, you now diversify within your network, and you can filter in. They may have a dream of being investors. Okay, now I got an extra 100,000 laying around. You get what I'm saying? It's like you build everybody where you are, and then you can build your trusted foundation, because once things start happening, you close that door. You only bring the ones in that's going to reciprocate the paycheck. Now you can demand the results is all you want. But that trusted circle, everybody come up together is what you want. That's what where I come from,
That's the goal.
Yeah. And you have to do that. So it's a beautiful thing. That's why I've trademarked. People say, "Why you changed from Why the Big Secret to High Strangeness?" Well, High Strangeness is going to be a brand. It's going to get stories. It's going to have volume 1, volume 2, volume 3 on audio, on Amazon audio stories. Oh, now it's going to have documentaries and in this particular world of things, And so when you put that stuff together, you got to come with this vision. This is not. And most oftentimes you can't tell everybody that, because everybody's in their own world of doing what they're doing. And you can't tell everybody that. So, for example, one of my daughters I don't talk to as much because of her mother. That's cool. But as destiny plays itself out, she just moved to Washington, D.C., my oldest child, and she's now working for the Library of Congress. That's where all the UFO secrets at. How cool is that shit, right? And so daddy will be seeing that in talking and bridging that stuff back. Her books is right here. My daughter's a good author. And I do plan on promoting, and y'all can buy her stuff. She got 2 good books right up here. And how do I know my influence is in there? Because one of the characters in the book was one of her names, and she knew I was going to name her. So my influence is there. You know what I'm saying? And mother can't stop that, And so and she's always been a writer. And I remember I was young, when she was young, I used to find cardboard boxes written in her closet with stories. And then she would say, the fat man came in here. And I knew she was talking about me, So, and now she's a writer. Go for it. Shit. You get what I'm saying? And she works, doing some stuff. So the beauty of that is not only our children and what we're doing, but to have the influence of where we're going to go. And so it's been a lonely road. It's been, sometimes you got to think alone by yourself. You got to come up with these big ass fucking ideas by yourself. And like I said, it's a lot of people here on here now. A lot of people offer to help, but sometimes you don't know what to tell them where your needs are because you're still trying to figure it all out. And I've lost people who think that I'm not ready because I haven't given an order, and which is good though. It shakes off the stress of some of these people, right?
Right.
But now it's all clear. Everything's clear. We're doing what we're gonna do. The awaken is huge, and it's just a beautiful thing. So I love everybody. I thank everybody.
Love you too, Rod.
Yeah. And we're gonna see some bigger things. There will be some celebrities coming around what we do. There are some people behind this last project. This is huge. And we're just going to and we're very, very good from there. Ethan talk about he glad he missed what happened because he's very protected. He said I would have gone off. I guess she just told him the story. I would have gone off.
I think you're going to be around some Johnny Depp level celebrities. And I think that because all of a sudden I was thinking of you while I was supposed to be working. And I was thinking I was there with you. I just showed up. Like how I know where you are, I don't know. But I just showed up. Right. And I came with a pole, you guys. And I set up a pole. And I gave him a G-string that had an elephant in the front. And I told him, go make yourself pretty. And there was you were about to interview a celebrity, and like Johnny Depp showed up, and I said, "Oh, he's in the back, put on a G-string." I told him, "Make yourself pretty," and I don't know where that came from. So now, as you say, you have some celebrities coming. I'm like, you're gonna wind up with some Johnny. You're gonna wind up being the black. I mean, almost at the black Oprah.
Well, I take it all. The male Oprah. And it's other stuff too, because you want to evolve into other conversations and things. And I think it's pretty much, but it's not something. I've had a lot of miracles and miraculous stuff that if I just told people, it'd be kind of weird. But once you're in that place where you're supposed to be, then the law of least effort steps in to where the pure potentiality of stuff steps in, that you can't stop it if you want it to. You can slow it down, but you can't stop it. And then once you start receiving and accepting the consequences of some of these things, because sometimes the consequences is not what we want, and maybe we think everything is going to be peachy, but sometimes you're going to have some bad experiences through those consequences because it's your learning lesson, but it is the process of what you're doing. And oftentimes a lot of people don't go that route. Now, I knew this when I stepped into this realm and decided that I wanted to talk about UFOs, because my very first statement when I was with the She-Wolf was, look, I don't see any people that look like me. I had no clue of what I actually had just said. Obviously, whoever else was listening did. And here I am today, moving faster than people that's been doing this for 30 years, moving faster than people that have more research and knowledge. And I realized that's the simple part, because I can read books too, and I can catch that shit real quick. Just go ahead and go in my research mode. But what they can't do is they don't have the heart, the personality of the heart, the trueness of the heart to be who they are, and understand that you're here to be a servant leader. And sometimes they're self-serving, and that's not always been who I am anyway. I've always been a servant person doing what I do. But it is a struggle. It is a freaking struggle. However, some people say, well, don't use those words. I'm not going to lie to nobody. I'm not fit to. I know the power of words, but I know the power of my heart too, that my heart speaks a whole different language that comes out of my mouth. Right. my mouth gonna
Yeah.
tell you the real shit, right? My heart is gonna fight the battle, and go through the actual battle. So when I meet people like Lonnie, when I meet people like Nicole, that been around a long time, and then I meet people like Selena, who these people have things in them, and it's me will recognize it. Sometimes they know it, but I say, hey, I can see it. I can see it already. The conversation, the personality, the whole 9 yards, because it takes a whole different ball game as you begin to build down this thing. And then when you got people to say, hey, look, I'll go on this journey with you. And within reason of life, yeah, you go, okay, hey, y'all, let's, and I got programmers, I got Clyde. Y'all don't know Clyde Christopher. This dude got documentaries. He's a brother, and we talk at night. And he's already doing stuff. He's hooked up with these distribution companies and opened up doors for me. But now I got stuff that's coming that I'm opening up doors for him. And you just put this whole conglomerate together to go into a world that you're going to make a difference through messaging, content, and you can write your scripts. And that's the greatest part about it. You can write the script. You can write the story. You could create the ending. You can create the beginning. You can create the middle. And nobody can do nothing about that but you. So you, and I'm writing my script as we speak, right? And so my final frontier is what I experienced this past weekend. Boy, I was fucking out of shape doing all that fucking moving around. You know what I'm saying? I was going up them stairs, the most beautiful hotel, and all it had, and I think I showed y'all, it had a flight of stairs, like 3 or 4 flights. And I'm
I
saying,
believe it didn't have an elevator.
no, it was an old downtown thing. It was laid, it was real. They kept it was really laid out. It was real comfortable, but it was these stairs, and I had a 50-pound bag, and I'm sitting here, but it wasn't that. It was going up and down those stairs 3 or 4 times a day for 4 days straight. Back for, I know some of y'all like, oh, this is a great thing. Okay, yeah, right.
A lot of found me laying on the steps.
It was an eye opener for me. But it really said you arrive where you are, and you're going to have many more of these things. And then they also said, we're going to bring you back. Now, I just got that message yesterday. And it's like, okay, you better be ready.
When is it?
I don't know when they're going to bring you. It could be this year, the next one, or the year after, but they just still said, we'll have you back in the future. So it's like, okay, let's do this. But that gives me the hindsight, or the vision of saying, now you need to be prepared. You already know, do what you do and get yourself where you need to be. So it's so that's my last frontier. Huh? You say what?
Stairs did not stop you.
Hell no. I don't know. I was on it now. Shit, I ain't gonna lie. I was doing my thing. I mean, I enjoyed it. I felt really blessed. And the power of that 20,000 people cheering you on, for the power of people that laughed about what you was doing, man, that is a total flip-flop. I'm telling you, it was. I tell all of y'all, if you can get to go up there to that damn thing and see, and if you think you crazy, then you go up there and you're gonna see 20,000 crazy ass people in costume, makeup, little kids in fucking spaceships, alien suits, and parents and people walking around. It's like the shit in a movie, and they dancing and lights everywhere, and everybody, they calling the aliens, and everybody's just in that shit. Every store, every restaurant, stuff and t-shirt, the whole thing, the whole town ecosystem is off of this thing, right? And
Which aliens are they calling though, Roderick?
Well, when I say calling, I'm just saying.
One of the mountains.
Oh, the ones in the mountain. I don't know. You saying calling who? Me? Them?
No, she said what alien? You said they were calling aliens.
No, I'm saying.
Which ones do they want
I'm saying the theme. I'm just saying the theme of. They all are cheering for the extraterrestrial of life. In other words, they all got that look of the gray stuff or the green and all of this, but we do know they look like us and walking around and all this stuff. And there's so many different species. but it's just the energy of belief. Let me put it to that way. The
Oh my God.
power and the energy of belief is so strong that anybody who's dealing with area where you got family and friends that don't believe in whatever, you go up there, you'll come back telling them to kiss your ass.
I
Yeah,
tell
you
them
literally will. You will come back and say, kiss my ass. How can 30,000 people all in one fucking section be wrong about what I think is happening to me? You know,
Right, exactly.
and it's nothing like confirmation
That's
of
just one
that.
section. That's
Huh?
just one little section.
That's one section.
Exactly.
And I'm
So
saying
it
it is
expands even way further than that.
powerful.
Mhm.
It is freaking unbelievable. And I'm just saying, I was sitting here like, this is, and it's just a testament of other things that I've always said. I can't believe that it happened and it's happening to me, but I also say, why not me? Right? You do your thing. But it also, it is undeniable that I'm supposed to be doing what I'm doing. It's just undeniable.
Yeah.
And it's the destiny is there. The success is going to be there. It's just how fast I want to move and how I want to attack it. And nothing just happens and all of this stuff. And this is where I'm at. And it's up to me to, alter the rest. But now when you putting together your own vision, and like I said, just one day, Project Black, we're going to do this. But it was nothing like speaking to those hundreds and hundreds of people, and they're just sitting there like, what the fuck he just say? And you just saying it, and you just, I'm gonna put it out there. And then the humor, and when you say something, I'm funny, and y'all laugh, but I had 900 people laughing on Sequin, and they was all like at the same time. I'm like, hell yeah, it was funny. It was fucking funny. I even said, I am funny. Y'all can laugh. And they were like, ha, no, laugh. I'm like, I'm commanding this shit, right? I'm doing a symphony. I'm like, but to have all of that and the energy of that, now I speak to thousands through YouTube, but being right there,
different.
And you're supposed to be crazy thinking about what you're saying, but you hit them with undeniable facts. And now the intelligence show up.
And you can, in the next couple years, set it up with them that maybe that can be an episode or two of your show. The conference, you can show the whole conference as part of your show.
Yeah, and you're right. And you take
it live.
They're supposed to send me some video clips and stuff, but I want it to remember everything and commemorate the moment. But that's not the other part I saw. I just saw the potential of saying you can be an organizer and put together things like this. And that's where that power. So I'm not going to hold y'all up. Rob, we're going to say goodnight to Rob there. We can watch him sleep. What do y'all think?
I know Rob is out.
He's out. All right. We're going to see each one of y'all. We're going to get out of here. It's late, and I appreciate y'all for listening to my story and let me vent just there. So, Philly Cat, appreciate you as well. We'll talk, and then we'll get all of y'all out.
Yeah.
Let's move Rob and them. And Selena, you got any final? Let me see how I can. Oh, there he is. You got any final words for him, Selena, before we go?
Oh no. Just the only thing is, I lost it, but I just wanted to remind everybody to go and vote. Use all your emails.
Oh yes.
Go ahead and vote for Roderick and Courtney.
Yes.
Appreciate Courtney for being here. It was a great conversation. We went in all different areas like we normally do, but she flowed with it so well.
Oh, Courtney did an awesome job. Then she hung
Yeah, she hung in there. So
I think she enjoyed herself, and she learned something because she never knew we can put all these people on stage, and so she's like, "Oh, I'm going to eat this up." So
yeah, that was good. That was so good, and all I can't remember what his name was, but he was a brave soul for sharing his story, his dreams.
Doug?
So
everybody,
awesome.
Doug, but everyone. Yeah, I think everyone.
Yeah, but everybody coming here, I appreciate that. It was a successful night per usual.
Yeah, so let's say good night to them, and let me put us in the background out of here.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. All right, everyone. I want to thank each and every one of you. And as I always say, make sure you show love to everyone you love. And at the end of the day, it is your mission. It is your life to walk in what most people say, find your purpose. But I think your purpose is almost what you say it is, too. You can do the things that you want to do and get out here and pursue those things. But collaboration is good, too. So don't feel bad of teaming up with someone that somehow what you do and all that makes it all big and everything else. And so I'm just proud to be able to serve you guys, be here and do what I do, but take it to another level and watch. And you're able to watch the transformation. You can say, I knew this guy then, I knew him now, and let me see where he is 5-6 years ago, and to be remembered. And if you saw me on the street or whatever, we're heading that way. I'm speaking confidently to you that this is going to be huge. So it's been a plum pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege. And to my haters, if you're here all the time hating on me, I can love you while you're hating on me, but I don't want to meet you at all. So Selena, I'm gonna let them go. I'm gonna let them all get out of here. And let me find my little goodbye video that I can play. Oh, there it is. All right, y'all.
Why did Ruby shoot Oswald? Was there a conspiracy?
In a world shrouded in darkness and obscured by deception from the big secret keepers, a burning question ignites in the hearts and minds of truth seekers. Why? Let's dive into the abyss of the unknown. Challenge the limits of our understanding.
This bizarre sequence of double killings raised great questions. Who actually fired the shot that killed Kennedy?
Pierce the veil of secrecy.